Chapter 42:12. The battles in the Azura field were extremely dangerous. Every day there would be a cultivator that would perish. For Yuluocha to make such a great name for herself and even rank first on the Earth Proclamation, she naturally wasn't someone to be trifled with. She wasn't someone who couldn't afford to lose, nor was she someone who had never lost before. On the contrary, at the very beginning, Yuluocha wasn't a core disciple of the Azura Heaven, but an extremely ordinary disciple. When she first entered the Azura field, she lost more than she won. Several times she was even beaten to the point of death, nearly dying. However, this woman had a special characteristic. Wherever she fell, she would stand up. Anyone that defeated her, she would challenge them back. If the first time wasn't enough, she would challenge them a second time. If the second time wasn't enough, she would challenge them a third time. She persevered and was tenacious to the extreme. During these years in the Azura field, she had defeated one powerful opponent after another. Her own cultivation also rose steadily. From the most ordinary disciple of the Azura Heaven to a core disciple, she had even condensed a 6th grade strength. She was only a single step away from reaching the 6th grade and opening the heavens. For so many years, she had defeated all those that had once defeated her, trampling all those that had once considered themselves invincible beneath her feet. Through these bloody battles, she had grown strong and healthy. From the 4th rank on the Mortal Proclamation, she had fought her way to 1st place. Then, she had ascended to the Earth Proclamation, killing her way to the Supreme Throne. There was only one exception. That was Yang Kai. In the past, she had fought with Yang Kai in the Azura field, but had unfortunately been defeated. After she had bitterly cultivated for a period of time and wanted to challenge Yang Kai again, where was Yang Kai in Star City? At that time, Yang Kai had already been sucked into the great cosmological boundary. Since she couldn't find Yang Kai, she could only look for Pei Buin. But how could Pei Buin know where Yang Kai was? He had asked the lady boss several times. But even she didn't know where Yang Kai was. She was a woman with a firm and resolute personality, one that wouldn't turn back until they hit a wall. She wouldn't give up so easily. In the lobby, Pei Buin was on the verge of tears. He wiped the corners of his eyes and said, "Brother Yang, please be merciful and save your elder brother. I'm about to be annoyed to death by that girl. She comes to find me almost every 3 days. For more than 10 years, she has never stopped. Can you imagine what kind of life I've been living all these years?" There were several times when Pei Buin was spending the night in the Spring Flower Snow Night Pavilion, and Yuluocha actually kicked open the door. The sorrowful experience of more than 10 years was simply not worth mentioning to outsiders. "Is this the reason why you betrayed me?" Yang Kai looked at him coldly. Pei Buin smiled and said, "How can this be considered betrayal? Little brother Yang, if you return to Star City, even if I don't say anything, that little girl will know. I'm just letting her know in advance." His expression turned solemn as he said in a serious voice, "Go and fight. As long as you can fulfill that girl's wish. It doesn't matter if you win or lose." Not interested. Yang Kai casually crushed the jade slip in his hand. Although he was only an Emperor Realm Master and had only condensed 4 kinds of strength, strictly speaking, he was not even half-step into the heaven-opening realm and did not even have the qualifications to enter the Earth ranking of the Azura field. He really did not have the slightest interest or will to fight with someone from the Emperor realm. Many heaven-opening realm cultivators had died at his hands, so how could a mere Emperor Realm Master be his opponent, no matter how outstanding her aptitude was? Pei Buin said in a panic, "Little brother, what are you doing? You won't not accept the challenge, right?" Yang Kai said in surprise, "Did I agree to accept the challenge?" Yuluocha left a challenge letter and left, completely speaking to herself. Yang Kai did not agree to it. 3 days later, whether he went or not would depend on himself. Pei Buin's expression changed. "Don't be like this, little brother Yang. If you don't accept the challenge, that girl will definitely not let it go. You don't want to be followed wherever you go, eyeing you covetously, right?" Yang Kai said, "Will she be like that?" Pei Buin nodded seriously. "From what I know of her, she will definitely be like that." The former #1 on the human list was followed by her for more than half a year. In the end, he could not stand it and could only agree to fight with her. Yang Kai could not help but frown. If that Yu Luo-cha was really so difficult to deal with, it would be troublesome. Although it was not a big deal to be followed by someone, and he did not have any secrets that he could not let others know, it was still somewhat uncomfortable. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai nodded. "In that case, I will go and meet her in 3 days." Pei Buin was overjoyed. "Little brother Yang is righteous. Then, in 3 days, I will wait for you at the Azura field." After Pei Buin left, Yuhi said, "Young master, are you really going to fulfill the 3 days agreement?" Yang Kai said, "Shopkeeper Pei also said that Yu Luo-cha is a persevering person. If I reject her this time, she will definitely do it again and again. Instead of tangling with her, it is better to cut the Gordian knot. Then young master must be careful." He covered her mouth and smiled. Yang Kai was stunned. "What should I be careful of? What are you afraid of her doing to me?" He said, "I am afraid that young master will accidentally kill her. Although life and death in the Azura field is one's own responsibility, and even if someone dies in battle, they cannot seek revenge. But that Yu Luo-cha is, after all, a core disciple of the Azura field. If she is really killed by you, I am afraid there will be a lot of trouble." Yang Kai said, "Not to that extent. I have always been protective of the fairer sex." He turned to look at Lang Qingshan and the others. "We may have to stay here for a while. If you all have nothing to do, you can go to the Azura field to train yourselves. Life and death battles are always the best nutrients for growth. It is useless to have such great strength but not know how to fight." Lang Qingshan and the others hurriedly agreed. Many of them showed eager expressions. After following Yang Kai for more than 10 years, each of them had grown tremendously, especially Lang Qingshan. Back then, he was just a little emperor who had just condensed his Dao seal. But now he had already condensed several kinds of 5th-grade resources, and his strength had increased tremendously. However, in the great cosmological realm, there were very few opportunities to fight with others. This was because in the great cosmological realm, Yang Kai could cover the sky with one hand. There was no place for them to display their strength. It had to be said that the Azura field was an excellent place for them to train. After eating and drinking, everyone checked into a room to rest. What made Yang Kai indignant, though, was that the accountant was actually calculating with him, charging him 300 heaven opening pills a night for each room. Yang Kai was now filthy rich, so how could he care about such a small amount? He checked into 10 rooms in one go. The news of the #1 on the Azura field's Earth list challenging Yang Kai spread like wildfire and soon spread throughout Star City, causing an uproar. Yu Luo-cha was now famous and naturally attracted many people's attention. She was the representative of the strongest under the heaven opening realm. This battle had attracted the attention of countless people before it even started. Many people were inquiring about Yang Kai's origin and were surprised to learn that he had defeated Yu Luo-cha more than 10 years ago. However, Yu Luo-cha's battle record had many defeats, so although they were surprised, no one was too optimistic about Yang Kai. After all, Yu Luo-cha's growth in the past 10 years was obvious to all. It could be said that she had improved by leaps and bounds. Those that were able to defeat her in the past could only look up to her now. That Yang Kai wasn't too far off. It was said that he had disappeared for over 10 years and only reappeared recently. However, no matter what sort of lucky chances he had encountered in these past 10 years, it was impossible for him to be Yu Luo-cha's match. When the time came, he would only be ravaged. The Azura field was one of the Azura field's greatest resource earners. Thus, no one was sparing no effort in creating hype for this battle. They had already set up extremely high betting lines, attracting countless cultivators to crazily place their bets. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The Azura field was buzzing with activity. Countless cultivators swarmed in, all for the sake of catching a glimpse of Yu Luocha's elegant demeanor. Ever since Yu Luocha obtained the #1 position on the Earth Proclamation 3 years ago, she rarely fought. This was because under the heaven-opening realm, there was no one that could last more than 10 minutes against her. There was also no one that didn't know what was good for them and dared to challenge her. Today, she was finally going to fight. This naturally attracted countless people to rush in like a flock of ducks. Outside the Azura field, Yang Kai walked in with Yu He. Pei Buwan, who had been waiting here for a long time, stepped forward and greeted them warmly, laughing heartily as he said, "Brother Yang, you've finally come." It was only now that he could finally relax. Before he saw Yang Kai, he was afraid that Yang Kai wouldn't come. If that were the case, then not only would the Azura field's efforts these past few days be wasted, but it would also give him a headache. Yang Kai nodded to him, greeting him. "He's that Yang Kai." "It should be him. He doesn't look too good. Look at the 2 followers behind him. He seems to be some playboy young master. How strong can such a person be?" Suddenly, there was a burst of discussion. Yang Kai looked around and saw that both sides of the street were lined with cultivator. All of them had curious looks on their faces. "These people are—" Yang Kai frowned slightly. Pei Buwan said, "These people are Yu Luocha's fans. You don't have to pay attention to them." Yang Kai was speechless. He didn't expect Yu Luocha to be so popular in Star City. However, it wasn't strange when he thought about it. That woman was beautiful and had a good figure. Which man wouldn't like her? Most importantly, her spirit of perseverance in the pursuit of victory resonated with many low-level martial artists. Naturally, it made people revere her. That brat, surnamed Yang. You have to endure a few more moves from senior sister Yu. Don't lose too badly. Someone suddenly shouted, causing the people around to laugh. You're a man, after all. You have to endure for at least 10 breaths of time. Don't embarrass us men. If you don't want to die, just admit defeat. Don't embarrass yourself. Ha 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 ha. The surrounding cultivators shouted at once. It sounded like they were cheering for Yang Kai, but their tone was full of ridicule. Obviously, they didn't think highly of him. Yu He's cold eyes swept across. The aura of a 6th grade open sky suddenly filled the air. In an instant, the noise stopped. Even heaven and earth seemed to be frozen. Outside the Azura arena, it was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Pei Buwan's forehead was full of cold sweat. He quickly said, "Lady, please calm down." Yang Kai also smiled and said, "There's no need to lower yourself to their level." Yu He snorted and retracted her aura. Martial Peak, Chapter 4213, I won't disappoint you. Yang Kai ignored the looks and comments of the outsiders and entered the Azura arena. He was immediately greeted by the sight of the heaven, earth, and mortal rankings, each of which contained 100 names. He casually swept a glance over the rankings, and sure enough, he saw Yu Luocha's name right at the top of the earth rankings. It was shining golden and looked very dazzling. The list was constantly changing. From time to time, one of the names would slide down the rankings, while others would vanish altogether. Those names that slid down the rankings belonged to the people who were defeated in the Azura arena, while those names that vanished from the rankings belonged to the people who died in battle. Yang Kai suddenly glanced towards the bottom of the mortal rankings and smiled. That brat, Qingshan, is doing pretty well. In the 95th position of the mortal rankings was Lang Qingshan's name. 3 days ago, Yang Kai asked Lang Qingshan and the others to enter the Azura arena for training. They immediately rolled up their sleeves and came over the very next day. Over the past few days, they didn't even return to First Inn. They were practically regarding the Azura arena as their home. In just 3 days, Lang Qingshan had made his way into the 95th position of the mortal rankings. It went to show just how diligently he had been fighting. During their conversation, Lang Qingshan's name suddenly jumped up the rankings and abruptly landed on the 89th spot. The name of the person who used to rank 89th slid down and stopped just below his name. At the same time, Yang Kai faintly heard an earth-shaking roar of cheers coming from a corner of the Azura arena. "Are you Yang Kai?" A person's voice sounded from the side. Yang Kai looked up and saw a few young men dressed as young lords walking over from not far away. They were followed by several low-rank Open Heaven Realm masters. It would seem that they came from a rather extraordinary background. There were 3 people in total, and they were all dressed differently. One was dressed in black, one was dressed in white, and the other was dressed in green. The person who spoke just now was the young lord in green. He was holding a folding fan in his hand and pretending to be suave. While he was speaking, he couldn't help stealing a few glances at you, he with gleaming eyes. On the other hand, Yuhi's gaze was as sharp as knives. She gave him a vicious look, causing him to smile in embarrassment and reluctantly withdraw his gaze. "That's right, and you are?" Yang Kai politely cupped his fist. The young lord dressed in white announced, "You don't need to know who we are. All you need to know is that our interests are closely related to your victory or loss today." Yang Kai suddenly understood the situation. These people must have placed bets. A betting pool would be opened for every battle in the Azura arena, and these wagers would have different odds to attract the cultivators watching to gamble. It stood to reason that he knew about this. After all, this was the reason why Pei Buwan suddenly earned such a large sum of money last time. His battle with Yu Luo Sha today would surely have a similar aspect. But why did these people come to find me? Yang Kai had a sudden thought and looked at them in astonishment. Could it be that the 3 of you placed a bet on my victory? The young lord in white responded without a trace of politeness. "In your dreams. We might come from wealthy families and spend money like water, but we are not stupid enough to just throw money away. Why would we bet on your victory?" Yang Kai became annoyed. "If you favor Yu Luo Sha, then why did you come to me? Are these 3 people sick in the head?" The young lord in black raised a hand to pat Yang Kai on the shoulder and gave a sigh. "Junior brother Yang, the 3 of us actually quite admire your courage. We can't believe you have the guts to accept Yu Luo Sha's challenge. It's rare to see a young man as bold as you nowadays. I heard you defeated Yu Luo Sha more than 10 years ago. Is that true?" Yang Kai nodded in response. The young lord in black heaved another heavy sigh. "It is said that one can make great progress in 3 days, much less after more than 10 years. It is best not to think of her in the same way. You might have won against Yu Luo Sha in the past, but now—" He gazed at Yang Kai with a pitying look and patted Yang Kai on the shoulder. "Work hard to survive. You will only have hope for the future if you survive." Yang Kai chuckled and did not know how to respond. The young lord in green closed his folding fan. "That's not the main point. The main point is that you must survive for some time against Yu Luo Sha. The 3 of us are betting that you can hold out against that crazy woman for an incense stick at least." The young lord in white said, "Since you have the guts to accept Yu Luo Sha, I'm sure you have some confidence in your abilities. An incense stick should be fine, right?" Yang Kai was curious. "You can even make a bet like that." The young lord in black replied, "Why not?" The Azura arena opened an extensive betting pool, and although the odds are lower, we can still earn a lot if we bet a lot. Yang Kai looked at the 3 of them and exclaimed in surprise, "Did all of you bet that I could hold out for an incense stick?" The young lord in black looked apologetic. "Not all of us. I bet that you won't last for more than half an incense." Seeing Yang Kai glaring at him resentfully, he continued, "There are even worse out there. Su Tang Tang bet 3 million open heaven pills that you'll be defeated in 10 moves. That guy is nuts. So, junior brother Yang, you have to do your best. You must hold out for more than 10 moves," he added in a low voice, "and lose to Yu Luo Sha within half an incense. I will treat you to a meal later." Yang Kai was so furious that steam came out of his nostrils. "Did Yu Luo Sha send the 3 of you here to humiliate me?" The three young lords smiled in embarrassment and quickly replied, "Of course not." Yang Kai snapped, "Didn't anybody bet that I would win?" The three young lords exchanged glances with each other before shaking their heads in unison. They looked at Yang Kai like he was a lunatic. Yang Kai smiled and nodded, but his smile did not reach his eyes. "Good, good. I will do my best not to disappoint the three of you then." The young lord in black brightened at those words and cupped his fists. "Many thanks, junior brother Yang. If you survive the battle today, the three of us will definitely become your friends." "Sure, sure." Yang Kai smiled and nodded. Afterward, he parted ways with these three. Under the guidance of one of the people from the Azura Arena, he walked into a room to wait for the Azura Arena to prepare the battlefield. Then he abruptly turned towards Pei Buwan. "How much did you bet, shopkeeper Pei?" Pei Buwan made an incoherent noise as his gaze wandered nervously for a bit before he raised a finger. Yang Kai smiled brightly. "How long did you bet that I would last?" Pei Buwan looked guilty. He hesitated for a long while, then he gave a flattering smile. "An hour." "Wow. Shopkeeper Pei, you sure think quite highly of me. Should I thank you?" Pei Buwan immediately said, "Little brother Yang, it's not that this big brother is favoring an outsider over you. It's just that you Luo Sha's growth over the past 10 years is extremely terrifying. She is much stronger today than she was back then. But I know that you are no ordinary guy either, little brother Yang. I'm sure you grew tremendously over the past 10 years, so you can definitely hold out for an hour." 3-1. He considered for a moment. "Little brother Yang, do you want to bet a little? There is still time. It's no big deal even if you lose a battle. It's more important to earn some open heaven pills. Besides, now is the time when you need lots of cultivation resources for your cultivation. You won't get another chance like this if you let this chance slip by." 3-1. Those are some really stacked odds. Yang Kai secretly gritted his teeth. The Azura Arena was obviously looking down on him by offering such odds. It could even be said that nobody who knew about this battle was optimistic about his chances at all. If the odds are so high just for me to hold out for an hour, then the odds of my victory against you Luo Sha should be even higher, right? 10-1. Pei Buwan answered solemnly. "These are the highest odds that the Azura Arena has ever offered in its history. There has not been any precedent of a higher offer." Yang Kai turned to look at Yu He. "How many open heaven pills do we have left?" Yu He immediately replied, "We still have more than 360 million. Young master, are we going to place a bet?" "Bet everything." He waved his hand grandly. "I'm going to force Azura Arena to compensate me with the clothes on their back, down to their underpants." He accepted the order and took her leave. Pei Buwan's mouth gaped open in shock. At first, he was shocked that a trivial Emperor Realm cultivator like Yang Kai had several hundreds of millions of open heaven pills in hand. It had to be said that even as the shopkeeper of the 100 refinings hall, the funds that passed through his hands were no more than tens of millions at most. Did he rob a cave heaven or a paradise over the past few years? How did he accumulate so many open heaven pills? A moment later, he was shocked at how decisively Yang Kai decided to bet all those open heaven pills in one go. It wasn't until he departed that he finally came back to his senses and hurriedly said, "Little brother Yang, what are you betting on? You can't just randomly make such a bet. That's several hundreds of millions of open heaven pills. What if he loses?" Just thinking about the possibility distressed Pei Buwan. "None of your damn business." Yang Kai snapped angrily. Pei Buwan was in the wrong here, so he did not dare to say another word. A short while later, He returned and reported with some dissatisfaction. "Young master, the Azura Arena only accepts a maximum bet of 100 million. I can't bet any more than that. I have asked Guizien and the others to rush over immediately." Yang Kai nodded gently. While they were conversing with each other, The door opened, and an elderly man walked into the room. He swept a glance across the room and asked, "Which one of you is Yang Kai?" Yang Kai stood up, "Me." "Please come with us, old master. The battle is going to begin soon." After saying that, the elderly man turned around and led the way. Yang Kai had no choice but to follow the elderly man through corridor after corridor, and soon came to a set of tightly closed doors. The doors were several meters high, and at this moment they were slowly opening. With the opening of those doors, an earth-shaking cheer that made one's blood boil with excitement came from within the Azura arena. "Please enter." The elderly man gestured forward. Yang Kai strode forward and entered the Azura arena. It was not his first time here. However, it had been more than 10 years since he last came. The reason his battle with Yu Luo Sha this time attracted so much attention was also thanks to the diligent efforts of the Azura arena. The entire battlefield was so vast that it was impossible to see the end at a glance. He turned out to be standing on a platform and 1,000 meters opposite him. Yu Luo Sha stood on another platform in tight-fitted clothes that revealed her graceful curves. She was looking in this direction with a burning, fighting spirit. The doors behind both of them slowly closed, and at the same time, numerous barriers were activated inside the Azura arena. A transparent light barrier covered the entire battleground in order to prevent fallout from the battle from spreading outside the arena. Following the activation of the barrier, the environment of the entire battlefield changed rapidly as towering ancient trees rose from the ground. It was a strange sight to see. The environment in the Azura arena would change randomly, which was something Yang Kai had known for more than 10 years. The last time he fought Yu Luo Sha, their battle had taken place in a desert. This time around, it seemed to be a forest. Soon after, a booming voice sounded throughout the Azura arena, explaining the rules. The voice was neither fast nor slow, but it was very penetrative. It clearly resounded in one's ears despite the clamoring noises of the countless cultivators in the stands. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4214, Instant Kill. Under the watch and cheering of countless people, Yang Kai stood on the platform and smiled brightly at Yu Luo Sha, who stood opposite him before lightly asking, "Junior Sister Yu, can I admit defeat?" Yu Luo Sha's beautiful eyes narrowed at those words. "Are you mocking me?" Her pretty face was filled with rage, and her tender fists were tightly clenched. She had waited for more than 10 years for this moment, all so she could have a proper fight with him. Now that he had finally returned to the Star City, how could she possibly accept a result like that? "I guess it won't work after all." Yang Kai gave a leisurely sigh. "My original intention was to admit defeat immediately. After further consideration, I came to the conclusion that a woman with as much pride as you would not give up even if I admit defeat. You will definitely continue to pester me in the future. In that case, I figured I might as well fight you and create a chance for you to land the winning blow. That way, I can resolve this troublesome matter. Create a chance for me to land the winning blow." She gritted her teeth, uttering those words with great emphasis as though she had suffered great humiliation. Her chest heaved erratically. "Indeed." Yang Kai remained calm. "Judging by your words, you seem certain that I am not your opponent," she said coldly. "There is no one beneath the open heaven realm who is my opponent." He looked at her nonchalantly. Even if she had a calm temperament and her mind was as tranquil as an ancient well, she still could not help becoming angry at his words. "Senior brother, are you not worried that these nonsensical words of yours will come back to slap you in the face later? I was certainly no match for you more than 10 years ago, but I am different from before. I'm afraid it won't be so easy for you to defeat me like you did back then." Yang Kai nodded. "I know that you have grown tremendously over the past few years, Junior Sister Yu. However, this senior brother has not been idle either. It's just that this senior brother is very kind to women. Junior sister, you have such a pretty face. It would be bad if your beautiful face was injured in the fight. Why don't we do this instead? Junior sister, why don't you take the initiative to admit defeat? The conversation between these two might be taking place within the Azura arena, but every single word that was spoken was transmitted clearly through the barriers and into the ears of the cultivators in the audience. Everybody heard it loud and clear. The originally noisy audience abruptly fell silent. Everybody stared at Yang Kai in dumbfounded amazement. In the next moment, an uproar louder than the noisy chattering just now erupted from the audience. Countless people mocked Yang Kai for boasting shamelessly. Some even clamored for Yu Luo Sha to beat Yang Kai Black and Blue. The commotion in the audience was extremely loud for a while, drowning out even the voice that was reading out the rules. Yang Kai turned to look at the audience and shouted furiously, "Shut the hell up, you bunch of trash! You'll soon be compensating me with all your bets." Yu Luo Sha tilted her head to look at him and faintly said, "If it's about how glib one's tongue is, then I admit I am not your match, senior brother. We don't need to compete in that regard. I will admit defeat." Yang Kai chuckled. "Looks like we still need to fight in the end. Huh, I never wanted to let this situation develop this far. However, you are wholeheartedly pursuing the peak of the martial Dao. For an opponent like you, this senior brother can only show my respect for you by going all out." After saying that, his expression abruptly changed. His originally faint and nondescript aura suddenly erupted outward like a tsunami. The sudden change was so great that Yu Luo Sha couldn't help narrowing her eyes. She instinctively surged the power in her body as a crimson blood mist instantly permeated the air around her. At the same time, the voice that had been explaining the rules in Azura Arena also finished and shouted in a low voice, "Life and death shall be decided in battle. Let the match begin." The platform beneath Yang Kai's feet exploded without warning and turned into countless pieces of gravel that shot out in all directions. His entire body turned into a stream of light as he charged towards Yu Luo Sha and appeared just 10 meters away from her in an instant. Yu Luo Sha's expression changed greatly as a chill spread from the soles of her feet to the top of her head. In her vision, what charged towards her was not an Emperor Realm cultivator who had yet to even reach the half-step open heaven realm, but an ancient ominous beast that crossed through time and came from prehistoric times. The violent aura wrapped around her, causing her to become unable to breathe. It felt like her entire body was being pressed under a mountain, and she didn't even have the strength to move a single finger. Meanwhile, the ferocious beast stretched out a claw while charging towards her and reached for her face, tearing through space and causing the world to collapse wherever it passed. Yu Luo Sha was shocked. She had made a name for herself in the Azura arena. Ever since she advanced into the Emperor Realm, she had fought in the Azura arena and experienced at least 1,000 battles over the years. During this time, she met both strong and weak opponents. The most difficult opponent she had ever fought was during the battle where she took first place in the Earth rankings. In order to reach the top of the Earth rankings, she first had to defeat the previous top ranker. Her opponent had been on par with her in terms of strength, and they were both in the half-step open heaven realm, only one step away from advancing into the open heaven realm. Her opponent had also condensed 6 types of 6th-order elements and was a core disciple of another cave heaven. Their battle lasted for half a day before they could determine the winner between them. However, even the previous top ranker in the Earth rankings had been extremely cautious when challenging her. They had taken their time to figure out each other's strength before they went all out towards the end of the battle, who would charge in so violently and savagely from the start. What scared Yu Luo Sha even more was the sense of oppression that Yang Kai gave her. Countless people had looked down on Yang Kai and believed that he was not her opponent, but she had never once thought that way. How could the person who defeated her 10 years ago be weak? As he mentioned just now, she had shown tremendous growth during these past 10 years. But likewise, he could not have been idling away either. That was why she never underestimated him. On the contrary, She had always regarded him as an opponent who could put up a hard fight against her. Nevertheless, she immediately realized she had underestimated him when he actually made his move. Compared to his shocking, imposing aura, she felt like a firefly in front of the bright moon. Absolutely insignificant. At that moment, she felt as though the person before her was an invincible existence. Be that as it may, she was a core disciple of Azura Heaven and had experienced hundreds of battles before, so she quickly composed herself. Her aura surged as the strength inside her body exploded outward. Kicking off the platform lightly, Yuluo Sha gave a wave of her hand. Flower petals shot out and rained down on Yonkai, each one dancing through the air and formed from the purest power she could condense in an ever-changing and unpredictable storm. She had condensed sixth-order elements, so the strength she wielded displayed as such. The golden flower petals were like indestructible swords, representing the metal element. The red flower petals were like blazing flames, representing the fire element. Meanwhile, yellow represented the earth element, green the wood element, white the water element, and black the Yin element. Thousands of flower petals danced to form an imposing array that could shred everything to pieces and covered Yonkai in an instant. Even so, Yuluo Sha did not feel the slightest sense of triumph. On the contrary, her heart pounded as though an inexplicable sense of crisis was looming over her. Then, she saw a large hand in the shape of an eagle's, claws stretching out of the flower storm. Countless petals destroyed the man's clothes, but they were blocked by a dirt-yellow light barrier. Sparks flew from the contact between the flower petals and that light barrier, while no harm befell his body at all. How can that be? She practically exclaimed in shock, her heart sinking to the bottom of the abyss. The myriad flowers array was basically her trump card. She generally did not use this move because it consumed too much strength, and ever since she climbed to the top of the earth rankings 3 years ago, few people have been able to force her to use this move again. The only ones who could force her to use this move were opponents in the half-step open heaven realm. These people had all condensed the fifth order or sixth order elements and were also the elite disciples of various cave heaven or paradises. Faced with Yonkai's head-on charge that resembled a ferocious, ominous beast, she immediately brought out her trump card. She originally thought that it would stop him for a moment, maybe even cause him to fall into a precarious situation. But who could have imagined this result instead? Before she could understand what was going on, Yonkai's figure burst out of the myriad flowers array. Countless flower petals shattered with a loud explosion, turning into bits of light that shot out in all directions like a meteor shower. Yuluo Sha stared blankly forward, only to see that Yonkai's expression was still as tranquil as an ancient well. His eyes were as cold and cruel as ice. Roaring to inspire herself, her tender body tensed and a boundless blood mist gushed out of her, turning into a sea of blood that drowned both of them inside. The audience was completely silent as countless people stared blankly at the sea of blood in the Azura arena, unable to comprehend what had just happened. It wasn't until 3 breaths later that somebody murmured, "Did that Yonkai just destroy Yuluo Sha's myriad flowers array?" Nobody answered the question. The myriad flowers array had indeed been destroyed, and Yonkai had emerged from it without being bothered in the slightest. The main question was, how did he do it? Nobody had seen clearly. Before anybody could figure out the answer, the sea of blood in the Azura arena began squirming madly as though struck by a powerful impact. The sea of blood shattered, and the figures of 2 people swiftly fell out of the sky. Under everybody's gaze, those figures suddenly vanished. Even though it had only been for a moment, almost everybody saw Yonkai grabbing Yuluo Sha by the face with a large hand and viciously smashing her towards the ground. Yuluo Sha was not willing to just give up and admit defeat. Both her slender jade hands and long legs, every part of her body had been transformed into a weapon that bombarded Yonkai indiscriminately. On the other hand, Yong-kai remained as stubborn and unchanging as a mountain. Motionless, he ignored whatever attacks she unleashed against him. Hong. The entire Azura arena shuddered, and countless cultivators in the audience also felt the ground shaking beneath them. A cloud of dust rose up at the spot where the two fighters landed. Numerous ancient towering trees crashed to the ground, forming a straight line that stretched out for several hundreds of meters. The scene was chaotic, and the figures of both Yong-kai and Yuluo-sha could no longer be seen amidst the dust. Everybody hurriedly lifted their heads and looked up at the sky, where a huge projected image of the battle between those two under the effects of the spirit arrays in the Azura arena stood. What entered their eyes made them draw a deep breath of cold air in surprise. Inside that enormous light barrier, Yong-kai was kneeling with one knee on the ground. He had one large hand pressing against the ground, his black hair and clothes flapping from the impact. As for Yuluo-sha, she was smashed into the ground with her face still in the grip of his hand. The long stretch of empty space behind them resembled a large mouth, mocking soundlessly. Martial Peak. Chapter 42:15 Compensation. The entire arena was silent. Everybody looked up stupidly at the projection in the sky. They couldn't help feeling a sense of absurdity, almost as though they were stuck in a dream. Yuluo-sha had been utterly defeated, the top ranker in the Earth rankings, the woman who was only one step away from advancing into the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, the woman who was said to be an existence that was invincible among those beneath the Open Heaven realm. She had been defeated in an instant. Moreover, the person who defeated her was a little-known man by the name of Yong-kai. How could this be? How could there be something so ridiculous in the world? Countless people frantically rubbed their eyes and pinched their thighs, hoping that everything was just an illusion. Unfortunately, the reality of the image burned into their eyes was extremely clear. It could not be more real. Yuluo-sha had been defeated by Yong-kai. She seemed powerless to fight back against the violent attacks of the other party. Furthermore, no more than 10 breaths had passed since the beginning of the battle. Inside a certain private room, 3 young lords dressed in black, green, and white respectively were staring fixedly at the Azura arena in shock. They were the 3 young lords who spoke to Yong-kai previously. Their mouths were gaping so wide that they could practically stuff their own fists into them. After a while, the young lord in black suddenly let out a cry of surprise. He turned around and shouted furiously, "Why did you pinch me?" The young lord in white looked extremely depressed. "I wanted to see if I was dreaming." The young lord in green wiped at the cold sweat on his forehead. "I can't believe that senior brother turned out to be so strong." Thinking back to the various advice they gave Yong-kai just now and how they asked him to hold out for longer, they couldn't help shuddering all of a sudden. Inside another private room, Pei Buwan slumped limply into the chair. His entire being looked like a balloon that had run out of air. His complexion had also gone white as a sheet as he was murmuring to himself, "It's over. It's over. It's all gone. My 10 million open heaven pills." After saying that, he clutched at his chest as though he was so heartbroken that he could not breathe. He coldly snorted. "Serves you right." She had no goodwill towards a shopkeeper of 100 Refinings Hall who bet 10 million open heaven pills on Yong-kai's defeat. Inside the Azura arena, Yong-kai slowly stood up and reached up to brush the hair out of his face. Lowering his head to take a good look at Yuluo-sha, who was lying unconscious on the ground, he smiled in satisfaction. "I didn't injure her pretty face. As expected. I'm somebody who cherishes women indeed." His words were transmitted throughout the Azura arena via the spirit arrays, so everybody heard him clearly. His tone might be warm and kind, but his words sent a chill down the backs of countless people. Before this battle, the entire Star City believed that Yuluo-sha was the strongest master below the Open Heaven realm. Nobody could be her opponent as long as the Open Heaven realm masters did not step forth. However, Yang Kai had knocked out the future rising star of Azura Heaven in less than 10 breaths. If Yu Luosha was the strongest master below the open heaven realm, then what did that make Yang Kai? Besides, his offensive had been so violent and ferocious. He gave off the vibe that he was going to skin her alive right from the start. Those were not the actions of a person who cherished women, right? Just how shameless could he be to utter such words? Sneak attack. How dare you perform a sneak attack? How shameless! A furious yell suddenly rang out in the Azura arena. That shout was particularly jarring in the silent arena. In the next moment, the others joined in. Countless people accused Yang Kai of being shameless and despicable. They claimed that he must have maliciously launched a sneak attack. Otherwise, Yu Luosha would not have been defeated in one blow. Yang Kai swept a cold gaze over the audience and scolded, "You bunch of trash! If you're willing to gamble, you must be willing to lose. You're all just bitter because you lost everything down to your underwear, right? Ha ha ha." He burst into maniacal laughter, inciting the anger of all the people in the arena, tempting them to rip his corpse into 10,000 pieces. Nevertheless, his words were the truth. Countless people went bankrupt because of this battle. After all, everybody had looked down on Yang Kai before the battle began, and almost everybody placed a bet on Yu Luosha as a result. The odds might be lower, but it was just as the young lord mentioned before, if they bet more, then they would win more. Unfortunately, Yang Kai smashed their beautiful dreams to pieces with brute force in less than 10 breaths. It was no wonder that they were accusing him of being despicable and launching a sneak attack. Strictly speaking, Yang Kai had not launched a sneak attack. He only made his move after hearing the voice sing, "Let the battle begin." There were no doubts regarding whether or not he had launched a sneak attack. It was just that some of those people were not happy about losing. That was why they threw those accusations at him. It wasn't until this moment that the voice explaining all the rules earlier rang out again. This time it sounded extremely dry. "Winner Yang Kai." In the next moment, a man slipped into the arena and stopped in front of Yu Luosha. He reached out 3 fingers to check whether she was still breathing. When he confirmed that she had just passed out and was in no danger, he seemed slightly relieved. He then bent down and picked her up. Then he raised his head and glared at Yang Kai furiously before leaving in a hurry. Yang Kai scratched his nose, knowing that he made himself stand out too much. The person who carried Yu Luosha away was most likely one of Azura Heaven's disciples. Yu Luosha could be considered one of the Azura Arena's golden signboards. So now that he smashed that signboard to pieces, it would be strange if he did not attract some grudges. Yang Kai had not wanted to stand out. It was just that Yu Luosha was just too bullheaded. She would not have given up and would simply continue to pester him in the future unless he gave her a taste of despair. Fortunately, Azura Heaven was one of the 36 cave heaven, and the Azura Arena was its primary business. Even if Azura Heaven was upset with him, it would not stoop so low as to secretly get rid of him. Besides, it was not that there was no precedent of Azura Heaven disciples dying in the Azura Arena. Azura Heaven had never held a grudge against others because of something like that. As far as the cave heaven was concerned, death was deserved if one was lacking in talent. Seeing as the countless cultivators in the audience were still cursing endlessly, Yang Kai decided to ignore them and leisurely walk towards the exit instead. At the exit, he saw the elderly man who led him into the arena, previously looking at him as though looking at a ghost. The attitude of the elderly man at this moment was much more polite than the nonchalant attitude from before. Upon returning to the waiting room, Yang Kai immediately saw Pei Buwan sitting there wallowing in depression and laughed. "Shopkeeper Pei, why are you acting like that? It's only 1 million open heaven pills. Just think of it as a monetary loss that allowed you to avoid disaster instead." Pei Buwan gritted his teeth. "What do you mean by 1 million? It was 10 million. 10 million. How bold, Shopkeeper Pei." Yang Kai teased. When he questioned Pei Buwan earlier, Peibuan had only raised a single finger in response and did not provide an exact answer. Hence, he mistakenly thought that Peibuan had bet just 1 million against him. Who could have known that Peibuan had bet 10 million instead? "Little brother Yang, you've ruined me." Peibuan's facial features were scrunched up together as he was literally on the verge of tears. "If you had such ability, why didn't you let this big brother know in advance? If I had known, I would have bet on you." Yang Kai was amazed. "I sent you he to place an enormous bet on myself, didn't I? Shopkeeper Pei, you were the one who did not believe in me. How can you blame me?" Peibuan was rendered speechless when he thought back on it. Yang Kai had dared to bet on his own victory with such confidence. So how could he be uncertain about his chances of winning? It was just that Yu Luo Sha's invincible image was so deeply rooted in Peibuan's heart that he did not dare to believe in Yang Kai. Such a great opportunity to make a fortune had been placed right in front of him, but he had failed to grasp the opportunity. It had to be said that the odds against Yang Kai were 10 to 1. Peibuan lifted a hand and slapped himself hard in the face. His chest was hurting as though somebody was squeezing his heart, making it hard for him to breathe. While they were speaking, one of the people in charge of the Azura arena walked in. That person glanced at Yang Kai before glancing at Peibuan, who was grieving as though he had lost his parents. That person nodded in acknowledgement. "Junior, you are here too." Peibuan suppressed the sorrow in his heart and hurriedly got to his feet. "Old Zhou." Old Zhou said, "You lost your bet? How could you lose if you are together with nephew Yang?" Peibuan reacted as if he was struck by lightning, but said nothing, feeling as though somebody had rubbed salt into his wounds. Old Zhou ignored Peibuan and cupped his fist at Yang Kai. "Nephew Yang." Although Yang Kai did not recognize this person, he echoed Peibuan's words and cupped his fist. "Old Zhou." Old Zhou smiled. "Today's battle has really opened this old master's eyes, nephew Yang." Yang Kai politely responded, "Old Zhou, you are too polite. I was just lucky." Old Zhou stared at Yang Kai meaningfully. Defeating Yu Luo Sha in 10 breaths cannot be considered luck. The disciples of Azura Heaven are not that easy to defeat. If just any random person could defeat the disciples of Azura Heaven, then Azura Heaven would have lost the right to call itself one of the 36 cave heavens a long time ago. Yang Kai asked, "Why did you come here, Old Zhou?" Old Zhou handed over a space ring. "Before the battle started, you bet a 100 million open heaven pills on your victory, right? This contains your bet and your winnings." Yang Kai immediately took the space ring in high spirits. Sweeping his divine sense to check the contents, he exclaimed in surprise, "This number seems a bit higher than it should." Combined with his original bet of 100 million, the Azura arena should only need to hand over 1 billion open heaven pills to him. Such a large sum of open heaven pills was not something just any great force could bring out so easily. Only a place like the Azura arena, where countless open heaven pills flowed through every single day, could do something like that. But what surprised Yang Kai was that the space ring seemed to contain more than 1 billion open heaven pills. 2 billion. Old Zhou confirmed. Yang Kai was puzzled. Where did the extra 100 million come from? Old Zhou smiled. "Nephew Yang, your strength is extraordinary. In the future, your name will surely spread across the 3,000 worlds, so this old master will not play games with you. That extra 100 million is a form of compensation from Azura Arena." "Compensation for what?" "Nephew Yang, please do not set foot in any of the Azura arenas of any of the star cities ever again." Old Zhou replied bluntly. Yang Kai could not help blinking in surprise. However, he soon understood what Old Zhou meant. He had displayed a terrifying power that was strong enough to crush any opponent under the open heaven realm in his battle today. It was a given that nobody could be his opponent if he were to set foot in another Azura arena again. And if everybody bet on his victory, then how would the Azura arena make money? The Azura Arena was one of the most important foundations of Azura Heaven, which delivered large amounts of open heaven pills to it every day. If the Azura Arena kept suffering losses, then Azura Heaven would be in trouble too. It was only natural for old Zhou to consider the future. Be that as it may, he took out 100 million open heaven pills to offer as compensation without even batting an eyelid. It could be seen just how wealthy and powerful the Azura Arena was. Pei Bu Wan was dumbfounded. As far as his memories went, this was the first time the Azura Arena had ever offered such generous conditions to a cultivator. Azura Heaven was one of the 36 cave heavens, after all. Aside from the other cave heavens in the outer universe, there was no need for Azura Heaven to give face to any other great force. After all, Azura Heaven had that kind of power. Marshall Peak, Chapter 42:16, Exposure and Warning. Yang Kai smiled at old Zhou. What if I refused? Old Zhou calmly said, You have no reason to refuse, nephew. Fighting life-or-death battles in the Azura Arena might be able to help a person grow extremely fast. But there is no point in participating if you're simply going to one-sidedly crush your opponents. Even you Luo Sha could not last for more than 10 breaths against you. There are few below the open heaven realm in this vast universe who have the qualifications to stand before you. You won't be able to meet a suitable opponent even if you enter the Azura Arena again. In that case, why would you waste your time by returning to the Azura Arena? Besides, even if you do enter the Azura Arena again, the Azura Arena can adjust the odds, so while we won't make money, we can minimize our losses. That is why I believe that you have no reason to refuse. What do you say, nephew Yang? Yang Kai considered those words for a moment and nodded. What you say does make sense, old Zhou. Old Zhou grinned lightly at Yang Kai. So, do we have a deal? Yang Kai laughed. It's not like I can't agree to never set foot in the Azura Arena again. But I have to ask that you restrain junior sister, you old Zhou. I'm worried that she might not be convinced even after the battle today. Old Zhou replied, Please don't worry about this, nephew. Xiao Yuer might be stubborn, but she is not a fool. I'm certain that she will not challenge you again when she knows that she cannot defeat you and that her actions will only humiliate herself once more. Nevertheless, this old master will restrain her. And about the compensation. He raised an eyebrow at Yang Kai's words, nephew Yang. Do you think that it is too little? Yang Kai rubbed his fingers together and said slyly, How can there ever be such a thing as too many open heaven pills? Old Zhou pondered for a moment and came to a decision. This old master can give you another 50 million. What do you think, nephew? Yang Kai's expression became stern. 50 million doesn't sound that nice. Why don't you round it up to a whole number instead? Old Zhou's expression became stiff. Nephew Yang, you should show some propriety. Don't be too greedy. This is already the limit that this old master can provide under his authority. If you ask for more, this old master will have to pay you out of my own pocket. If you agree to this deal, you'll not only receive a large amount of open heaven pills, but also the friendship of Azura Heaven. This is a very good deal for you. After saying that, his eyes flashed for a moment, and he looked at Yang Kai seriously before adding, Coincidentally, this old master heard of a name recently. That name is exactly the same as yours, nephew Yang Kai. Yang Kai smiled. The 3,000 worlds is extensive. There are trillions upon trillions of living creatures scattered across the vast universe. I'm sure there are people out there with the same name as me. Old Zhou gently nodded. Indeed. It's not strange for a few people to have the exact same name and surname. What's strange is that this person's cultivation is also similar to yours. Don't you find that rather strange, nephew Yang Kai? Yang Kai's expression changed, and his eyes flashed. What else did you hear about old Zhou? Old Zhou said slowly, I also heard that this Yang Kai was involved in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary incident. He made a huge fortune there, and even condensed several high-rank open heaven elements. It seems he is very ambitious and intends to break through to the high-rank open heaven realm directly. Say, nephew Yang Kai, don't you agree that this person has no fear of the heavens? Yang Kai quickly replied, cultivators all seek to reach the peak of the material Tao. How is that having no fear of the heavens? It is difficult for a rogue cultivator to directly achieve the high-rank open heaven realm. This old master believes that this person will suffer a catastrophe in the future, since he does not have any background nor support to rely upon. If he does not survive the catastrophe, then things would simply end with his death. What if he survives the catastrophe? Yang Kai looked at old Zhou. Old Zhou studied Yang Kai for a moment and gave a soft chuckle. If he can survive the catastrophe, then this old master will cut off his head for him to kick around like a ball. Yang Kai couldn't help but coldly snort in response. Don't get too high and mighty with your words, old Zhou. Like water that has been spilled, the words you speak can never be taken back again. Old Zhou shook his head. That is fate. If this old master says that he won't be able to survive the catastrophe, then he won't. Forcefully pushing forward will only cause his soul to be extinguished. This old master hopes that he can change his mind as soon as possible. If he only takes a step back, then all will end well. Otherwise, it will be too late for regrets by the time the catastrophe strikes. Yang Kai looked livid. Then, old Zhou abruptly changed the subject. There's no point in speaking about such irrelevant matters. Nephew Yang, have you considered the offer this old master has given you? Yang Kai stretched out his hand, handed over. Old Zhou smilingly took out another space ring and handed it to Yang Kai. That space ring contained an impressive 50 million open heaven pills. He said meaningfully, Nephew, this old master has a word of advice for you. Those who understand how to be flexible will rise higher. Yang Kai muttered, Many thanks for your advice, old Zhou. I will keep your words in my heart. Old Zhou gave Yang Kai a measuring look and seemed to see the determination in his eyes. Thus he sighed and shook his head before taking his leave. Next to them, Pei Buwan bowed and sent old Zhou off. It wasn't until old Zhou was gone that he looked at the 2 space rings in Yang Kai's hands with an envious look. Those space rings contained a whopping sum of 25 billion open heaven pills. It was an amount he would never earn even if he worked all his life. A moment later, he suddenly jumped in fright. Little brother Yang, why is your expression so terrible? Yang Kai randomly came up with an excuse. I was wounded by Yu Luo Sha. Pei Buwan was surprised for a moment. Then a wave of understanding washed over him. I guess the battle just now was not as easy as it seemed on the surface. Yang Kai probably paid a heavy price to defeat Yu Luo Sha within 10 breaths. It's just that it doesn't show on the surface. Shopkeeper Pei, until we meet again. Yang Kai cupped his fists and led Yu He away, his expression still as gloomy as before. He knew that he could not hide his identity after what happened in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, or the fact that he had condensed a high-rank elements and was intending to reach the high-rank open heaven realm directly. So many people had witnessed what happened in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary after all. It was a given that the news would spread out. It was only a matter of time. Calculating the time, nearly 2 years had passed since he came out of the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. If Azura Heaven could learn about the events inside the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, then it would not be surprising for them to know about him. Looking for a person in this vast universe was no different from looking for a needle in a haystack. Unfortunately, old Zhou had noticed something during this battle in the Azura arena and ascertained that Yang Kai was the same person mentioned in those rumors. Yu Luo Sha had condensed the 6th order element powers after all. She could be considered an invincible existence among those below the open heaven realm. As such, one needed to have a greater heritage than hers in order to defeat her within 10 breaths. If Azura Heaven was already aware of this fact, then that was probably the case for all the other cave heavens and paradises. Yang Kai had always known from the proprietress that his journey towards the high-rank open heaven realm was not going to be easy, and he was very likely going to be suppressed by the various cave heavens and paradises. It was just that he had never revealed himself in the eyes of the world before. He had simply taken over void land and quietly strengthened himself. It could be considered a fairly stable lifestyle. On the contrary, he had been completely exposed after the battle today. In any case, it was not something that could be helped. Even without today's battle, it was simply a matter of time before his whereabouts were discovered by those who were interested in him. Unless he hid himself in void land forever and never showed his face anywhere, it was impossible to remain anonymous. Be that as it may, there was no need to worry about being suppressed for the time being. He had only just condensed for elements after all. There was still a long way before he could advance into the open heaven realm. Even if the cave heavens and paradises planned to suppress him, they would not make their move so quickly. They had reputations to worry about, so they had to be mindful of how they took action. A cultivator's road to advancing into the open heaven realm was long. In addition, there were many variables that could affect the final outcome. Just like the wooden boards that make up a wooden barrel, how much water a barrel could hold depended entirely on the shortest board. They only needed to ensure that his water barrel had a single wooden board that was below the high rank to get the results they wanted. Upon considering all of this, Yang Kai felt a little more at ease. Old Joe's words today might seem like nothing more than kind advice, but they were actually a kind of warning, one that came from the various cave heavens and paradises. He did not dare to say that it was the will of all the cave heavens and paradises, but their opinions would likely be quite consistent when it came to this matter. After passing through a long and dark corridor, the bright light ahead seemed to welcome him. Yang Kai tightly clenched his fists and looked up into the sky with a smirk on his lips. Forget a trivial warning. Even if I have to make the entire world my enemy, my determination to achieve the high-rank open heaven realm will not be shaken. Brat, why are you smiling so exaggeratedly? Bai Chi's face suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai with an infinitely curious expression. Yang Kai was astonished. What are you doing here? Old Bai chuckled and waved the space ring in his hand slightly. Yang Kai blinked and quickly caught on to the meaning. Did the proprietress ask you to place a bet? Old Bai delightedly replied, It's a good opportunity to make a fortune. Who would willingly miss out on such an opportunity? The proprietress prepared this long ago. Those who did not know Yang Kai might not have been optimistic about his prospects, but the proprietress knew him very well. How could she not know how strong he was? She started preparing for Bai Chi to place a bet the moment Yang Kai decided to accept Yu Luosha's challenge. It's a pity. The proprietress did not have many open heaven pills on hand, so he could only place a 30 million wager. Bai Chi complained with some dissatisfaction. Yang Kai was dumbstruck. The proprietress had placed a bet of 30 million with 10-to-1 odds. In other words, she had won 300 million open heaven pills, combined with the 25 billion open heaven pills that he received. The Azura Arena must have lost basically its entire betting pool this time. There was no saying how long it would take for them to recover from these losses. We'll have enough money for the auction now. Ha ha ha, Bai Chi chuckled softly. Auction. Yang Kai immediately became interested when he heard those words. Where is the auction? Wind and Cloud Auction House? Thousand Birds Territory, Star City, had an auction house by the name of the Wind and Cloud Auction House. It was a place Yang Kai was familiar with as it was an industry owned by Wind and Cloud Paradise. Back when Yang Kai and Old Bai went there to collect debt payments, Wind and Cloud Auction House had made all sorts of excuses to avoid paying them. The two had been so annoyed that they snuck into the auction and made multiple malicious bids, which resulted in the auction being ruined. The person in charge of the Wind and Cloud Auction House at the time was a fourth-order Open Heaven Realm Master by the name of Yun Jinhua. Due to the malicious bids that Yang Kai and Bai Chi made during the auction, most of the auction items had basically fallen into their hands, However, they refused to settle the bill with open heaven pills. It stood to reason that Yun Jianhua would not let this matter slide, so he imprisoned them inside Wind and Cloud Auction House. This provoked the proprietress, who subsequently flew into a rage and attacked Wind and Cloud Auction House as a result. Thus, a grudge was formed between them because of this incident. Later, Yun Jianhua teamed up with Yu He, Qin Ji, and Ling Chenqiu to ambush the proprietress. Yun Jianhua was ultimately killed on the spot, and his soul was extinguished inside the sealing Yang domain of Golden Rainbow Province when Yang Kai used his last Miameng Golden Feather. When Yang Kai heard Bai Qi mention the word auction, Wind and Cloud Auction House immediately came to mind. Bai Qi sneered, "First In and Wind and Cloud Auction House are at odds with each other. How could we possibly participate in any of their auctions? This time we are participating in an auction held by Red Cloud's auction house." Knowing that Yang Kai was not very familiar with the Star City, he went on to explain, Red Cloud's auction house is owned by Red Cloud's Cave Heaven. Their heritage is far greater than Wind and Cloud Auction House, and they have branches in many star cities. Furthermore, they tend to hold a large-scale auction in a random star city every 5 years or so. The large-scale auction this time will be held in Thousand Birds Territory Star City. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4217, Red Cloud's Auction. Red Cloud's Auction House? Yang Kai gently nodded. When will this auction take place? Half a month at the earliest to 1 month at the latest. Bai Qi winked at Yang Kai. Rest assured, the proprietress knows that you will be interested in something like this, so she will surely bring you along with her. But it won't be easy for you to find any high-rank materials there. High-rank materials generally do not appear even at an auction of this scale. As far as I can remember, high-rank materials have only appeared in an auction twice over the last 100 years. Both times, people went crazy in an attempt to compete for those resources. Yang Kai said, "I am aware of that. Even if there were no high-rank materials, it would be great if there were sixth-order materials. The great emperors were currently cultivating in retreat back in Void Land, so their consumption of sixth-order materials was great. Leaving aside the great emperors, even you, he needed sixth-order materials for her cultivation now." During his journey, Yang Kai passed through several star cities, but only managed to purchase one sixth-order material. It would be best if he could obtain some in the auction. He currently had more than 1.5 billion open heaven pills, so even for sixth-order materials, he had enough to purchase up to several dozen. Unfortunately, a competition of this level would surely be extremely fierce, and it would cost him a lot of unnecessary money. Returning to First In, Yang Kai went to the proprietress to inquire about the auction before entering retreat in peace when he learned that it would not be held until half a month later, a tea present. His cultivation was stuck in an awkward position. He was unable to proceed without suitable resources. However, it was not a problem for him to comprehend the various powers in his body and consume dragon blood pills to further enhance his dragon clan bloodline. He consumed dragon blood pill after dragon blood pill, and though he could not sense any obvious changes in his body, he was certain that his dragon vein was continuously being purified. The golden divine dragon source was also subtly affected by these changes. What left him feeling speechless was that he had been comprehending the wood, earth, and water element powers in his body for so long. But even so, he had failed to gain insight into another divine manifestation like the golden crow casts the sun. The power of a divine manifestation was boundless, and it had always been a power that only those in the high-rank open heaven realm possessed. But Yang Kai had comprehended a divine manifestation as an emperor realm cultivator. He did not dare to claim that there was no precedent before him or that there would not be similar occurrences in the future. But it was still an astonishing feat. It could already be considered a lucky coincidence for him to have comprehended the golden crow casts the sun. Therefore, it was undoubtedly extremely difficult for him to repeat it. Nevertheless, Yang Kai was not discouraged. He would immerse his mind in comprehension whenever he had the time. Even if there were no benefits, it could still be regarded as a kind of accumulation. He believed that these accumulated experiences would lead to qualitative changes eventually. Time passed while Yang Kai was cultivating in retreat, and in the blink of an eye a month passed. Yuhi knocked on the door and entered to inform Yang Kai that the auction was starting. Only then did he stop cultivating, adjusted his clothes, and strode out of the room. The proprietress was waiting for him in the hall, and when she saw him, she nodded lightly and called out, "Let's go!" Then she led the way ahead. There were a total of 4 people on this trip. The proprietress was the leader, followed by Yuhi, Yang Kai, and Bai Qi. Although their numbers were few, except for Yang Kai, who was in the Emperor realm, the other 3 were in the 5th order open heaven realm and above. It could be said to be a very powerful lineup. Along the way, they passed through numerous bustling streets and came to the entrance of a shop within an incense stick of time. There was a plaque above the entrance of the shop with the characters Red Clouds Auction House written on it in shining gold. Yang Kai looked up and saw that the characters seemed to contain a mysterious power, constantly twisting and changing in his eyes. It was very mysterious. A chill gripped his heart as he realized that this plaque must have been written by an extremely powerful open heaven realm master. These words most likely contain the martial truth of that master. It was not harmful, but it gave off a profound feeling. There was no doubt that this was one of the ways for Red Cloud's auction house to demonstrate its strength and heritage. Beneath the plaque, numerous cultivators of Red Cloud's auction house hurried back and forth to guide the people participating in the auction into the auction house with bright smiles on their faces. Before the 4 of them could arrive at the door of Red Cloud's auction house, somebody greeted the proprietress. Yang Kai glanced in that direction and discovered that the person was a mid-rank open heaven realm master. As for what order that person was in, he could not infer from the situation. The proprietress seemed to be very friendly with the other party, so she smiled and exchanged a few pleasantries. Under Yang Kai's perception, he found that many barriers had been placed inside the room to prevent outsiders from spying into it. The private room faced one side of the auction hall, with a transparent crystal partition to block out prying eyes and noise from the outside. Everything in the hall could be seen through the transparent crystal partition. However, nothing inside the room could be seen if a person were to glance at the room from inside the hall. The proprietress was the shopkeeper of First Inn. Moreover, her cultivation was in the 6th order open heaven realm. It was only natural that she was qualified to enter a room like this. Yang Kai glanced around his surroundings and discovered that there were dozens of similar rooms. In other words, at least several dozen mid-rank open heaven realm masters were participating in this auction. Such a large-scale auction could only be described as a grand occasion. It was much grander than the auction he participated in back at Wind and Cloud Auction House. After the 4 of them took their seats, the maidservant immediately served several platters of fruit. The spirit fruits on the platters were crystal clear and very fragrant. Yang Kai randomly grabbed one and tasted it, only to have his mouth filled with sweetness in an instant. Thus, he quickly grabbed another and tossed it to Yuhi. He caught the fruit with a small smile and began to eat in dainty bites. Yang Kai had only eaten 2 when he saw Bai Qi storing these spirit fruits into his space ring. His actions made the maidservant in the room snicker softly while the proprietress glared at him fiercely. However, Bai Qi was very thick-skinned and did not seem to care. He even winked conspiratorially at Yang Kai. The hall was soon bursting at the seams with people, and a short while later, the sound of gongs and instruments played. The lights in the auction hall dimmed, leaving only a single beam of light that shone in the center of the stage. The light was emitted from a strange stone on the roof. At that moment, be it in the hall or the various private rooms, everybody's eyes were drawn to the stage. At some point, a thin and stiff-faced old man had appeared in the middle of that beam of light. He bowed in a circle and said, "Many thanks to all our honored guests for taking the time out of their busy schedules to participate in the auction held by Red Cloud's auction house. Many of you have worked tirelessly to travel here from great distances. If nothing else, this old master guarantees that this auction will not disappoint you. Without further ado, let the auction officially begin. The old man was probably from Red Cloud's auction house and was in the fourth order open heaven realm at least. When he finished speaking, the light in the hall brightened considerably. A tall maidservant walked out from backstage, carrying a tray with a sweet smile on her face. The maidservant walked over to the old man's side where he raised his hand and removed the red cloth covering the tray. The first item on auction is a sixth order scarlet een sand. There are a total of 999 grains of sand. If those beneath the open heaven realm were to refine and absorb them, they would have a chance to obtain the scarlet een sandstorm divine ability. The effects of this divine ability are extremely powerful and cover an extensive area. It is capable of taking a person's life without any trace. The reserve price for this item is 10 million open heaven pills, and each subsequent bid cannot be less than 500,000. Those who are interested may place their bids now. The hall flew into an uproar while the sound of many people inhaling sharply came from the various private rooms. A cultivator required 7 elements to advance into the open heaven realm. They were yin, yang, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Among these 7, the yin and yang elements were much rarer. As such, compared to the other 5 elements, they were also more expensive. Yang Kai himself had a lot of experience in this matter. Regardless of whether it was the wealth he obtained from the grand ancient ruins boundary or the purchases he made at all the star cities he passed through along his journey, yin and yang element treasures were far more difficult to find than those of the 5 elements. As a consequence, the price for them became much more exorbitant despite being in the same order. Red Cloud's auction house was definitely worthy of its reputation as a direct industry of a cave heaven. Their first item was already a material of the yin element. Moreover, it was a 6th order material. It was understandable that Red Cloud's auction house wanted to use the first auction item to create enthusiasm. In doing so, they would draw out the excitement and anticipation of the people participating in the auction. Most auctions would carry out similar practices. It was just that bringing out a 6th order yin element material right from the start was beyond most people's expectations. 6th order materials were hard to find after all. Even the mid-rank open heaven realm masters participating in this auction would not have the chance to obtain such materials under normal circumstances. As soon as the remarks of the old man handling the auction rang out, the atmosphere felt like a handful of salt was thrown into a pot of boiling oil, and the sounds of bidding rang out incessantly. In the span of 10 breaths, the base price of 10 million rose to 15 million. Not to mention, the price was not final yet. 16 million, 17 million, 18 million. The price soon passed through the 20 million mark. 21 million, 22 million. It was not until the price reached 23 million that the bidding gradually died down until only 2 parties were fighting over the material left. This price had far exceeded the value of a typical 6th order material. Even if it was a yin element material, the actual value should not be over 20 million. It had to be said that Yang Kai only spent 17 million to purchase a 6th order material in one of the star cities on his way here. The price of this yin element treasure was much higher. Not to mention, the price was also driven up by the bidding. Nevertheless, 23 million had far exceeded the limits of what most people could accept. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4218, Heavenly Yuan Seal, Stabilizing Pill. Not everybody became rich overnight like Yang Kai or had several billion open heaven pills in their possession that could be spent without a care in the world at will. In the 3,000 worlds, any low-rank open heaven realm master who could gather several hundreds of thousands of open heaven pills could already be considered wealthy. Only mid-rank open heaven realm masters had the qualifications to accumulate several million open heaven pills. On the other hand, high-rank open heaven realm masters were the only ones that could possess tens of millions of open heaven pills. Be that as it may, that was only relevant towards the financial resources possessed by individuals. How much money one would have when backed by a great force was a whole other matter altogether. The stronger a person was, the more wealth they could accumulate. At the same time, their consumption was also greater. Take Yu He, for example. If she were to cultivate without regard for anything else, she would consume at least tens of thousands of open heaven pills a day. That was why it was extremely difficult for any open heaven realm master to accumulate wealth. Money did not simply rain down from the heavens. Therefore, 23 million was truly a huge sum, unless one was in urgent need of this sixth-order scarlet sand. They would not stubbornly bid for it. A sixth-order material was very different from a seventh-order material. Although they were scarce, it was not as though they could not be found. The two people who were still bidding among themselves were undoubtedly eager to purchase the scarlet sand. It might be for their own use, or it might be in preparation for their juniors or disciples. Yang Kai turned to look at the proprietress. "Proprietress, are you not going to bid?" The proprietress was in the sixth-order open heaven realm, so it was just right for her to refine this sixth-order scarlet sand. Yet the proprietress lazily replied, "These things are useless to me for the time being." Yang Kai was taken aback by her words, but he immediately understood what she meant. She had most likely reached a bottleneck in her cultivation. She advanced into the sixth-order open heaven realm a long time ago, so she was probably already at its peak. It stood to reason that she did not need the scarlet sand to enhance the heritage of her small universe. If she went one step further, she would be in the seventh-order open heaven realm. It was just that she once made a heart demon oath to crush the headquarters of several great forces. As long as she did not fulfill the requirements of this oath, she would never break through to the seventh-order open heaven realm. She had flattened you, his small orchid palace, but Golden Rainbow Province and Boundless Altar were still thriving. Golden Rainbow Province might have the word province in their name, but it was a genuine second-class great force. Needless to say, Boundless Altar was also a second-class great force. Moreover, Qin Ji and Ling Chunqiu were both in the fifth-order open heaven realm. When Yang Kai led you, he to attack Blood Swan Continent previously, it had taken him quite a bit of effort to succeed, and Blood Swan Continent was only a third-class great force. With the proprietress' current strength, it was a hopeless wish to trample flat the headquarters of a second-class great force alone. It wouldn't work even with Yu He and Bai Chi's cooperation. The defensive grand array of a second-class great force could not be regarded in the same category as the defensive grand array of a third-class great force. It was impossible unless one could find a chance to slowly kill off the mid-rank open heaven realm masters of these two great forces, one by one. This was a matter that needed further consideration. Since the proprietress had no need for the sixth-order scarlet sand, Yang Kai could make his move without scruples. The price of the scarlet sand had been raised to 24 million open heaven pills. It was just that the two open heaven realm masters fighting over this material had to consider their choices carefully before they made a new bid at this point. After all, the price increased by 500,000 every time they bid, which was not a small sum. At this juncture, Yang Kai's voice resounded throughout the audience. 25 million! On the auction stage, the old man with the stiff expression, who looked like all the people in the world owed him money, immediately looked over in this direction. His voice became a little excited. The guest from room A3 has bid 25 million open heaven pills. Are there any higher bids? Schwa, schwa, schwa. Many people in the hall also turned to look at Firstin's private room, hoping to catch a glimpse of the person who placed a bid at the last moment. Unfortunately, they were obstructed by the array and could not look into the private room. The old man from Red Cloud's auction house gave 2 more consecutive calls. Then, one of the people who made a bid previously quickly shouted out, 5 million! Without waiting for the other person to finish speaking, Yang Kai immediately followed up, 26 million! His tone was brisk but not stressed. revealing his confidence in his wealth and his determination to win. Sure enough, nobody else made a bid after that. The old man banged the gavel 3 times to sound the final offer, and Yang Kai won the bid for the scarlet Een sand. The first auction item had gotten things off to a good start. It was sold for an astoundingly high price that was nearly 20% higher than market value. Thus, the lively atmosphere in the auction hall instantly became burning with anticipation. The second auction item was only a 4th-order material, but it still sold for a price that exceeded market value by 10%. 4th-order materials were easy to find and could be found in any star city. However, it had to be said that each material had its own characteristics. A cultivator might be able to realize various divine abilities and secret techniques by refining these materials. For that reason, the price and level of competition for materials might differ slightly even though the materials were of the same element or in the same order. Take the scarlet Een sand, for example. If a cultivator beneath the open heaven realm refined and absorbed this material, they might be able to realize a divine ability like the scarlet Een sandstorm. Another example would be the Yuan magnetic divine stone. The Yuan magnetic divine stone could allow cultivators to comprehend the Yuan magnetic divine, light divine ability. Take the various water element treasures as another type of example. Despite being classified as water element treasures, one might be the crystallization of the drizzling rain that snuck in with the spring wind during the night to moisten the earth in silence. Another might be a drop of water so heavy that it weighed 10,000 kilograms. There might even be a liquid poison that corrodes everything it touches. If a certain material in the same order and the same element could allow a cultivator to realize a more powerful and effective divine ability, then its price would naturally be higher than average. That was why cultivators would usually put great thought into choosing the materials they condensed for their Yin, Yang, and 5 elements, unless they had no choice. Given a choice, they would combine the unique characteristics of their physique and consider the various differences of each divine ability to select the most appropriate option. Yang Kai had never encountered this problem before. That was because he never had a choice. High-rank materials were already extremely hard to find, and it was already a great fortune just to come across any one of them. How could he afford to be picky about his choices under those circumstances? But then again, the 4 powers that he had condensed so far were all extremely impressive existences, even among high-rank materials. Therefore, there was nothing for him to regret. All the auction items chosen by Red Cloud's auction house today were the rarest and most precious materials in their respective orders. They could allow a cultivator to realize various extraordinary divine abilities and secret techniques, so they naturally attracted many people to compete for them. A lot of items were presented, and none of them went unsold. Moreover, every auction item was sold for a high price. Yang Kai himself placed many bids and bought a considerable number of 4th-order materials of the Yin and Yang elements, filling the gaps in his shopping spree from before. As for the 5th-order materials, he still showed no intention of buying them at all. There would be a steady stream of 5th-order materials with the gourd vine living in Voidland, so there was no need to purchase them from external sources. Moreover, the gourd vine in itself was a whole entity that could produce all 7 types of powers. Yang Kai was curious to see if a cultivator would experience any special changes if they completely refined all their Yin, Yang, and 5-element powers from the gourd vine. Cultivation materials of various orders were not the only things sold at the auction. There were also many pills, herbs, secret arts, secret techniques, and artifacts. Seeing these items really opened Yang Kai's eyes to the world. For hours later, the auction was halfway through. Another maidservant walked onto the auction stage with a tray in hand. The old man from Red Cloud's auction house lifted the red cloth, and everybody looked in that direction only to see a jade bottle. There was a jade slip placed next to the jade bottle. Thus, everybody immediately understood that this auction item was most likely some sort of spirit pill. It was just that nobody understood the reason for the jade slip. Just as everybody was whispering among themselves, the old man picked up the jade bottle and gave an explanation, Ladies and gentlemen, the next auction item is this bottle of spirit pills in this old master's hand. I will be honest with you. There is only one spirit pill in this bottle. This item is useless to those in the open heaven realm and above. However, it will be of great benefit to those beneath the open heaven realm, especially for those who are about to advance into the open heaven realm. After hearing those words, many of the open heaven realm masters in the private rooms instantly lost interest in the item. On the other hand, many of the cultivators in the hall immediately paid closer attention. The cultivators in the hall were generally weaker, and most of them were below the open heaven realm. Since this spirit pill was useful for those below the open heaven realm, it stood to reason that this item would catch their interest. A heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill, which also comes with a pill recipe for the spirit pill. The starting price is 2 million open heaven pills. Honored guests, please place your bids. Unlike the previous chorus of voices calling out their respective bids, the entire auction hall fell silent after the old man finished speaking. Thousands of cultivators in the hall stared at the stage blankly, seemingly having trouble believing their ears. Just moments ago, the old man had announced that the spirit pill was only useful for those beneath the open heaven realm after all. That was why they mistakenly believed that the price would not be too high. Who could have known that the reserve price would be 2 million open heaven pills? For a moment, they thought that they had heard wrongly. On second thought, how could the person presiding over this grand auction make such a mistake? But if it was not a mistake, then which person below the open heaven realm could afford the price of 2 million open heaven pills? More importantly, just what was this so-called heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill? Just as everybody in the hall was mired in confusion, a somewhat uncertain voice came from one of the private rooms in B block. Is this heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill some kind of spirit pill that can increase the success rate of a cultivator advancing into the open heaven realm? The old man on the stage nodded. Indeed. After a brief silence, an uproar broke out in the hall. Countless cultivators stared at the jade bottle with a burning look in their eyes, almost as though the jade bottle contained some sort of substance that drew their eyes to the bottle like a magnet. Not everybody could succeed when advancing into the open heaven realm. Despite going through all sorts of hardships in addition to spending a great deal of time, energy, and resources to condense their yin, yang, and 5 elements, there was still a huge risk when trying to actually break through to the open heaven realm. If one could not withstand the yin, yang, and 5 elements or the impact of heaven and earth splitting apart in one's body, then it would undoubtedly end with one's soul being extinguished. There was no other possibility. That was why cultivators, no matter who they might be, would only choose to do what they could within the limits of the strength that they could withstand. If a person's limit was the 3rd order, their life might not be endangered if they were to forcibly condense 4th order elements. However, they would surely face a disaster when advancing into the open heaven realm. Many bearers who left the grand ancient ruins boundary would eventually face this problem. They had been forced by the divine spirits to condense powers that exceeded their limits, so their advancement into the open heaven realm would become a life-or-death catastrophe. Take Ding Yi, for example. His inherent aptitude was not bad, but it was not enough for him to withstand a 7th order power. Unfortunately, he was forced by Bai Fong to condense a 7th order fire element. It placed a huge burden on his body every time he exerted this power, so the dangers surrounding his advancement would be even greater. Be that as it may, even a cultivator who had chosen to work within their limits faced the risk of failing during their advancement into the open heaven realm. Splitting heaven and earth in one's own body required one to harmonize yin, yang, and the 5 elements to mutually enhance and suppress each other. Furthermore, the process of forming a small universe in itself was an extremely difficult task. This aspect had nothing to do with the order of the open heaven realm that one was trying to achieve. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4219, he has world source liquid. Many people could die on the spot, even if they were only advancing into the 1st order or second-order open heaven realm. Of course, it was less likely for a person to fail when trying to advance into a lower order of the open heaven realm under the same conditions. That was an indisputable fact. There was no method or auxiliary aid to improve this situation in entire 3,000 worlds, much less a spirit pill that could help to improve the success rate of a cultivator in advancing into the open heaven realm. There might have been such knowledge in the past, but as time went on, this knowledge was lost or eliminated for various reasons. It was no wonder that the audience was in an uproar when this heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill appeared at auction in Thousand Birds Territory, Star City. That was something that had been lost with the ages, after all. On the stage, the old man said, "Although I cannot say that this heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill is able to guarantee absolute success in one's advancement, it can increase the success rate by 50%. There was another commotion in the hall. Increasing the success rate by 50% was a terrifying figure. It could almost be said that as long as a cultivator was fully prepared, success in the advancement into the open heaven realm was guaranteed. Many tyrannical divine senses extended outward from the various private rooms, hoping to catch a glimpse of the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill. If this heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill was a genuine product, then the starting price of 2 million open heaven pills was definitely not expensive. If one were to consider that this deal also came with a pill recipe, it could even be said to be an extremely cheap transaction. After all, who did not have several juniors or disciples with excellent aptitude? Used in the right place, this spirit pill could create a very powerful master. How could the worth of such a master be measured by a mere 2 million open heaven pills? Even a price of 20 million would be worth it. It was just that, what could their spying tell them? It didn't take long for these divine senses to be retracted in disappointment. The person who spoke just now asked, "This king would like to go on stage to inspect the item. Can you accommodate my request?" Red Cloud's auction house seemed to have anticipated this situation, so the man's request had only just rung out when the old man on the stage nodded in response, "Of course." The door to AB Block private room opened, and a middle-aged man with a brave and heroic figure walked out. He came to the stage in a few steps and cupped his fist to the old man before he carefully picked up the jade bottle. Opening the bottle cap, he studied the contents carefully and took a sniff of its fragrance. His eyebrows would wrinkle slightly before relaxing again from time to time. Having only heard of the existence of the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill, himself had never seen it before. Therefore, he could not determine whether this heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill was the real deal either. A short while later, he put the jade bottle down and picked the jade slip up. Closing his eyes, he perceived the contents of the jade slip for a moment. Then he slowly shook his head. He placed the jade slip down and turned around to return to the private room. Although the jade slip contained the pill recipe for the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill, there were many seals placed on the jade slip. There was no way to catch a glimpse of the full pill recipe without breaking these seals. That person's examination would only allow him to observe what Red Cloud's auction house allowed, such as the main ingredients needed to refine the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill. The old man on the stage said, "Are there any others who would like to come and inspect the items? You are free to come and have a look for yourself." There were indeed many people who wanted to check the items, and so for the next quarter hour, many open heaven realm masters filed out of the private rooms and approached the stage to investigate the spirit pill and its recipe. Even the proprietress could not contain her curiosity and went to take a look. When she returned, Bai Chi asked, "Proprietress, is that a genuine product?" To which she replied, "Red Cloud's auction house is directly owned by Red Cloud's Cave Heaven. With their reputation at stake, they will not make fraudulent claims regarding auction items. The item itself should be real, but what? But even if that item is genuine, don't think that you can refine another heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill with that pill recipe. One of the main ingredients has long since gone extinct. Do you think they would have offered up the pill recipe if there's a way to refine the spirit pill themselves? The realization struck Bai Qi. The pill recipe is useless, but they offered the pill recipe together with the spirit pill. That will give people the illusion of having received a great bargain, so the price will naturally go up. Yang Kai asked curiously, "What is the main ingredient that has gone extinct?" Before the proprietress could answer, he heard somebody inside one of the private rooms exclaim loudly, "World Source Liquid is a treasure that can only be formed when new worlds are born. Where will we find something like that? This pill recipe is useless." Useless. Yang Kai was stunned by those words. World Source Liquid. The proprietress nodded. That's right. The main ingredient that has long gone extinct is World Source Liquid. Unless you can find a newly formed world. Why do you have such unnatural expressions? She looked up only to see Yang Kai and Old Bai staring at each other with extremely strange looks. Old Bai blinked and pointed at Yang Kai. He has World Source Liquid. Bai Qi was disturbed by Qin Ji, Ling Chunqiu, and Yu He during his advancement into the open heaven realm back in the Sealing Yang domain, and nearly lost his life as a result. In the end, Yang Kai had given him World Source Liquid with the mentality that giving a dead horse medicine couldn't harm it. That was what pulled him back from the brink of failure. He would not be alive today if not for Yang Kai. Consuming World Source Liquid was a wonderful experience. It felt as though his entire being had been transported back to the time when the world was first created, allowing him to witness the beginning of heaven and earth splitting apart. Even now, he could still recall the experience vividly. Both the proprietress and Yu, he turned to stare at Yang Kai with their beautiful eyes, unable to hide their surprise. "You really have World Source Liquid." Yang Kai nodded woodenly. "Where did you find World Source Liquid?" The proprietress was extremely shocked. He explained, "The universe world I came from had a sealed world that still retained the primordial atmosphere from when the world was just formed. I entered that place once before and obtained the World Source Liquid by chance." While Yang Kai was speaking, another person in the auction hall spoke up. "May I ask where you obtained this heavenly yuan seal, stabilizing pill, and its pill recipe?" The old man on the stage replied, "To tell you the truth, this heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill and its pill recipe were both obtained from a universe, cave heaven. The universe, cave heaven, was quite ancient, dating back at least a few hundreds of thousands of years. As for the specific details regarding the great senior who left behind this universe, cave heaven, please forgive this old master for having no comment." "And understandable," that person responded and stopped asking questions. Inside the private room, Yang Kai frowned slightly and asked, "What is a universe, cave heaven? Is it a universe world?" The proprietress shook her head slowly. "No. A universe world is a universe world. Likewise, a universe cave heaven is a universe cave heaven. They're also universe paradises. A universe cave heaven is the legacy left behind by an 8th order open heaven realm master after their death. On the other hand, the legacy left behind by a 7th order open heaven realm master is known as a universe paradise." Yang Kai was only more confused by her explanation and asked in puzzlement, "What do you mean?" So she tried to explain. "How should I put it? You know that open heaven realm masters have to split heaven and earth apart in their bodies to form a small universe, right? Possessing a small universe is what defines the open heaven realm. For an open heaven realm master to strengthen themselves, they need to increase the heritage of their small universe. The greater their heritage, the greater their strength. Nevertheless, there is still a difference between a universe world and a small universe, regardless of how powerful that small universe is." Yang Kai still did not quite understand her explanation. Still, she continued, "But if a cultivator advances into the high-rank open heaven realm and reaches the 7th order open heaven realm, their small universe will transform into an actual universe world, which is almost indistinguishable from a real universe world." His entire body shuddered at those words, almost indistinguishable. The small universe of high-rank, open heaven realm masters can even accommodate living creatures or allow countless people to settle down peacefully in it. It can be said that they themselves are walking universe worlds. In fact, most high-rank open heaven realm masters will bring living creatures, sometimes even humans, into their small universes once they reach the seventh order open heaven realm. If these living creatures and humans live and flourish within their small universe, then the small universe will be filled with life and will experience further development. Since doing so strengthens the small universe, it correspondingly strengthens the cultivator as well. Yan Kai was dumbfounded, as it was his first time hearing such information. But then again, he had not been in the outer universe for long and had next to no interactions with high-rank open heaven realm masters. So it was only natural that he was unfamiliar with such things. If he had not participated in the auction today, he might not have had access to such information for a very long time. As for what is the difference between a small universe and an actual universe world, the proprietress continued her explanation. When a high-rank open heaven realm master is about to die, he can choose to seal off his small universe. In that case, his small universe will not collapse and disappear with his death. Instead, it will be preserved as a peculiar existence that transforms into a universe paradise or a universe cave heaven. These universe paradises and universe cave heavens contain all the wealth of these high-rank open heaven realm masters. You will enjoy great benefits if you ever manage to enter any one of them. Yan Kai immediately understood. In other words, Red Cloud's auction house obtained the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill and its recipe by entering a universe cave heaven left behind by a dead ancient 8th order open heaven realm master. Is that right? That's probably the case. She gently nodded. Throughout the ages, the 3,000 worlds have given birth to countless high-rank open heaven realm masters. So even if only a small part of them chose to seal off their small universes at their moment of death, there are still countless universe cave heavens and universe paradises out there. It is just that not many people know where these universe cave heavens and universe paradises are located. Bai Qi smiled widely. Just because something is very rare doesn't mean that there are none out there, though. There are always people with heaven-defying luck who will receive the opportunity to obtain the legacy of such seniors. Their cultivation will generally soar as a result. During their conversation, the bidding for the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill had already started in the auction hall. Everybody knew that the main ingredient for refining the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill was long extinct. Even so, the spirit pill was a genuine product. Thus, the bidding scene was extremely lively. In less than 10 breaths, the price of the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill had climbed from the starting price of 2 million open heaven pills to 10 million open heaven pills. Moreover, it was still rising at an extremely fast rate. Leaving aside the powerful effects of the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill that might even save the life of an important disciple or junior and rescue the future hope of a great force at a critical moment in the future, just the pill recipe alone had research value. It might be possible to find substitute ingredients from existing materials. It did not matter even if the authentic Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill could not be refined. As long as a similar imitation product could be refined, it would bring in a steady stream of income for any great force. Among the many mid-rank open heaven realm masters in the private rooms, which one of them was not a sect master or elder who held real authority in their respective great forces, it was only natural that nobody was willing to give up on something that could benefit their entire sect. If they succeeded in their attempt, they could even make a huge contribution to their great force. The people who claimed that the pill recipe was useless earlier were either too biased or wanted to mislead the others and reduce their competition. Marshall Peak, Chapter 42:20. Friend, you're being excessive. It was a pity that all the mid-rank open heaven realm masters were all intelligent people. How could they change their minds just because of somebody's casual remarks? Many of the cultivators in the hall secretly felt helpless. They originally thought that Since the starting price for this spirit pill was only 2 million open heaven pills, the final price would not be too high. Who could have thought that so many of the mid-rank open heaven realm masters would be so determined to bid for this item from the very beginning? Therefore, many of the cultivators in the hall immediately gave up hope. This item was not something weaker cultivators like them could even dream about having. Only those backed by a powerful great force had the qualifications to participate in the competition. After 30 breaths, the price had risen to a whopping 15 million open heaven pills. In another 10 breaths, the price became 19 million open heaven pills. The entire hall was in an uproar. Up until now, the scarlet sand that Yang Kai acquired at a price of 26 million was the highest priced item sold at the auction. Since then, no other auction item has sold for more than 5 million. And now, the price of the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill in addition to its recipe had quickly broken through 20 million and might even surpass the price of the scarlet sand. It was just that a price like this had more or less reached the upper limits of the price range. There was only one Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill after all. The pill recipe might be valuable, but it was not guaranteed that one could obtain any results from researching it even after purchasing the item. If one could not figure out a replacement for the main ingredient, which was the famed world source liquid, then all the previous efforts would be in vain. The open heaven realm masters present were not fools. Even with the backing of their respective great forces, 20 million was not a small sum. It was not an amount that could be waved around casually. Hence, only 3 private rooms continued to bid for the auction item after the price exceeded 20 million. A short while later, another party bowed out of the bidding. Only room A5 and room B2 continued to compete against each other fiercely. The moment one party made an offer, the other party would immediately follow suit. It would seem that they were extremely interested in the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill and its pill recipe. When the price exceeded 25 million, the open heaven realm master in room B2 suddenly let out a gloomy sigh and spoke up loudly. "Brother Tingwang, this auction item is very useful for this ye. Can you concede to me this once? This ye will be very grateful and will owe you a favor, which will surely be repaid in the future." The moment this person's voice rang out, the proprietress looked pensive and soon muttered, "It's those two." Yang Kai became curious. "Proprietress, do you know those two?" She replied, "If I'm not wrong, then the person in room B2 is Yi Jian of Thunderclap Hall, while the other person Tung Wang of Clear Heart Palace. No wonder they are willing to go to such lengths to bid for this item." Sure enough, the person in room A5 responded, "Brother Yi Jian, are you saying that this item is useless to me just because it is very useful for you? I am going to win this auction." Yi Jian sighed. "Why do you have to do this? Competing between ourselves will only benefit others. Why don't we do it this way instead? Brother Tung Wang, this ye only wants the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill. If you are willing to back down, this ye will share the pill recipe with you. What do you think?" Tung Wang laughed. "What a coincidence. I was just about to suggest the same thing. Brother Yi Jian, if you are willing to back down, then I can also share the pill recipe with you." Inside room B2, Yi Jian fell silent for a moment before he revealed his dissatisfaction. "So you plan to compete with this Yi to the end, Brother Ting Wang?" "Brother Yi, feel free to quit early if you don't think you can win. That way, both sides won't have to suffer so much." "Humph, you sure are arrogant, Brother Ting Wang. It's not like this. Ye does not know exactly how much Clear Heart Palace can afford to spend here. Since you stubbornly insist, Brother Ting Wang, then let's compete to the end. We'll see who has the last laugh." The conversation between those two ended there, but nobody spoke another word, and the auction hall suddenly fell into a strange silence. Inside room A3, Old By curiously wondered, "Proprietress, these two guys are only interested in the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill. Although they are doing this for their juniors, isn't the price a little too high? The proprietress explained, "You don't understand. They have their reasons to compete so desperately. Let's talk about Tung Wang of Clear Heart Palace. He received a legacy disciple several hundred years ago. That disciple has extremely outstanding aptitude and was expected to advance into the sixth order open heaven realm directly. However, rumor has it that he damaged his Dao seal during a battle. Therefore, he has not dared to advance into the open heaven realm even though hundreds of years had passed since then. He has been holding off on condensing his final element power. If Tung Wang could obtain the heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pill, then his disciple could try breaking through. It is very possible that it will lead to the birth of a sixth order open heaven realm master in Clear Heart Palace." So that's how it is. Yang Kai understood. What about Yi Jian of the Thunderclap Hall? Bai asked. The proprietress continued her explanation. Their situations are similar. It is just that, in the case of the Thunderclap Hall, it is one of Yi Jian's sons who forcefully condensed sixth-order elements, despite not having the necessary aptitude. There was nothing to worry about at the beginning. But as the powers condensed in his Dao seal began to increase, the dangers subsequently became greater. Without some external aid to stabilize his breakthrough, I'm afraid Yi Jian's son will never reach the open heaven realm. He will die the moment he tries to advance. However, this dilemma will be solved with the heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pill. Yang Kai nodded in understanding. Compared to a sixth-order open heaven realm master, 20 million open heaven pills is definitely a worthwhile investment. If they can obtain a sixth-order open heaven realm master, then their heritage will increase like a rising tide that lifts all boats. Why would they worry about a trifling 20 or so million open heaven pills? She nodded. That is the case. Why else do you think these two parties are competing so fiercely? I understand now. Yang Kai nodded again and placed a bid without warning. 25 million! The proprietress just glanced lightly at him, not feeling surprised. Since he had world source liquid in his possession, there was no reason for him to ignore this auction. If she were in his shoes, she would also participate in the bidding. The reason Yang Kai kept quiet earlier was just that he could not be bothered to waste his energy. He currently had several billion open heaven pills in hand, so it could be said that he was very wealthy. Only by placing his bid at the last moment to finalize the offer could he display his overwhelming confidence. It also served as a method to screen out other bidders to a certain extent. Almost everybody in the hall looked towards room A3 the moment Yang Kai's bid rang out. Yi Jian and Tung Wang's last bid was only slightly over 20 million after all. Yang Kai had added almost 4 million open heaven pills to the bid in one go. It truly was, as the saying went, it never rains but pours. It was absolutely shocking the moment he made his move. Nevertheless, they immediately understood when they realized that it was the private room belonging to the person who bought the scarlet Yin sand earlier. Yang Kai was a person who spent 26 million to purchase one portion of scarlet Yin sand. It stood to reason that he would not care to spend another 25 million to purchase the heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pill and its pill recipe. 26 million! Tung Wang's voice came out from room A5. Yang Kai was stunned upon hearing that. Tung Wang and Yi Jian had clearly reached a point in their bidding where they could no longer afford to bear the cost. That was why the price increase was not large with each bid they made. If not for that, he would not have increased the price to 25 million in one go. It was to make Tung Wang and Yi Jian back down in the face of difficulties. Tung Wang had reached his limits, so why did he suddenly add another million to his bid this time? Before Yang Kai could understand the situation, Yi Jian's voice rang out from room B2. 27 million! Could it be that those two were just acting just now? Yang Kai was a little confused. Nevertheless, he could not be bothered to think too much about it. Unlike these two who were interested in the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill, he was only interested in the pill recipe. More so since he had world source liquid in his possession. The pill recipe might be useless to others, but it had the potential to play a huge role in his hands. Naturally, he needed to obtain the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill as well. If he could study the finished spirit pill, then he could understand the pill recipe much faster. Otherwise, it would take a lot of time and effort to refine a spirit pill just by referring to the pill recipe alone. Yang Kai immediately followed up after Yi Jian, 30 million. The sound of people inhaling sharply could be heard throughout the hall. Even the old man presiding over the auction looked surprised. It would seem that he never expected this item to reach such a high price. The auction house would assess the value of each item and estimate a price before the bidding even began. Red Cloud's auction house had estimated the value of this heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill and its pill recipe to be around 20 million or so. But now it has exceeded their estimation by 50%. Moreover, it seemed that this was not the end yet. This was a huge, pleasant surprise for the auction house. Be that as it may, the auction house would surely hope that the price would go as high as it possibly could. After all, who would dislike earning more money than expected? 31 million. Tang Wang's voice sounded like he was gritting his teeth. It was no longer as calm and relaxed as before. 32 million. Similarly, Yi Jian's voice was anxious and annoyed. Yang Kai couldn't help scratching his head and murmuring under his breath, "What is up with these two?" He initially thought that 25 million open heaven pills would be the final price for this item. Who could have expected Tang Wang and Yi Jian to continue even though he went so far as to raise the price to 30 million? On the other hand, the proprietress was as intelligent as she was beautiful and solved the mystery with a single sentence. They're probably cooperating with others. Cooperating. Yang Kai glanced over suspiciously. She replied, "Both Tang Wang and Yi Jian mentioned previously that they only wanted the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill. That was why they both refused to back down earlier. However, there are so many great forces present here. Not everybody desires the spirit pill. On the contrary, more people will be interested in the pill recipe. It is probably that one or more great forces have approached Tang Wang and Yi Jian with a proposal to share the pill recipe if they win the auction. In that case, those great forces will only need to contribute a few million open heaven pills each. If they pooled their contributions together, they would gain the chance to obtain a rare pill recipe. Even if the pill recipe proves useless afterward, the losses for them will not be too large." After listening to her explanation, Yang Kai immediately understood. It was the truth that the previous price of over 20 million had reached the limits of what Tang Wang and Yi Jian could bear. Being so cautious when increasing their bid had not been an act. Rather, the reason they could be so bold at this point was that they received financial aid from others. If you wish to continue bidding, then you only need to bid once more. She smiled slightly. Even if they received funding from others, the amount would not be too large. Slightly over 30 million should be their limit. They won't follow up again unless they are insane. As such, Yang Kai did not hesitate. 35 million! Inside room A5, Tang Wang was furious and roared, "Who is this fellow who is playing jokes with this king? Announce your name." Yi Jian also said, "Friend, you are being excessive." The proprietress sneered and spoke for the first time. "Why are you making so much noise just because this great aunt is bidding for something? Go ahead and increase the price if you have the money. If not, then shut up. Don't embarrass yourselves here." Marshall Peak, Chapter 4221, Twists and Turns. Emma Madame Lawn. Tang Wang's voice, coming from room A5, rose by an octave. "It is this queen. Do you have something you wish to say?" "And no, of course not. So it is Madame Lawn, haha. Since you have interest in this item, Madame Lawn, this Wang will respectfully withdraw." His voice sounded a little bitter and reluctant. Although his disciple required the heavenly yuan seal, stabilizing pill, the price of 35 million open heaven pills was simply too expensive for him. Even if he had somebody helping him from the shadows, they had reached the limit they could afford. He was powerless to continue pushing forward. Rather than offending Lan Yurua, it was better to take this opportunity to earn her favor. Besides, there was no guarantee that his disciple could successfully advance into the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, even if he did manage to win the bid on the heavenly yuan seal, stabilizing pill. Any investment was bound to come with certain risks. If his disciple were to fail in the advancement process, the loss of several millions was enough to shake Clear Heart Palace's foundation. Now that the price for the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill and its pill recipe had been raised to 35 million in one go, Teng Wang had no choice but to withdraw from the bidding. Even Yi Jian from room B2 fell silent. On the stage, the old man from Red Cloud's auction house waited for a short moment before asking, "The gentleman from room A3 has placed a bid of 35 million open heaven pills. Are there any higher offers?" The entire venue was silent. The old man probably knew that the price of this item had reached its limit. The auction house's original valuation of this item was only 20 million open heaven pills, while the current price had nearly doubled that estimation. Thus he no longer hesitated and shouted, 35 million going once! 35 million going twice! Inside room A3, Yang Kai was silently making plans. Once he obtained the heavenly yuan seal, stabilizing pill, and its pill recipe, he could immediately begin his research to see if he could fully understand its recipe and refine it. If he succeeded, then there was no need to worry about the Void Land's finances again in the future. A spirit pill that could increase the chances of success of a cultivator breaking through to the open heaven realm was an all but non-existent commodity, even in the 3,000 worlds. Void Land's wealth would soar in a short period of time, just by selling a few such spirit pills for several million open heaven pills each. Besides, he had quite a lot of world source liquid that was required to refine this spirit pill. This Yi has something to say. Please temporarily halt the auction. Just as the old man was about to call out the final confirmation, Yi Jian's voice rang out from within room B2. Yang Kai furrowed his brow and couldn't help glancing in the direction of room B2. What is Yi Jian up to? He instinctively sensed that the bidding for this auction item would not go smoothly. Fortunately, he currently had more than 1 billion open heaven pills in his possession. It could be said that he was very rich, so he was not worried even if Yi Jian managed to borrow some money or find somebody to help provide funds. The old man on the stage said, "Hall Master Yi, please speak if you have something to say." The door to room B2 opened all of a sudden. A fair and beardless middle-aged man walked out of the room with a solemn expression. Yang Kai guessed that that man was Yi Jian. Yi Jian arrived on the stage in a few steps. He cupped his fist at the old man and handed over a space ring. His lips wriggled slightly as though he was silently whispering something to the old man. The old man looked suspicious at first, but his expression stiffened when he heard what Yi Jian said to him and soon revealed an expression of great astonishment instead. Immediately after that, he checked the contents of the space ring and looked up at Yi Jian again. "Hall Master Yi, are you certain? This item is extraordinarily valuable." Yi Jian gently nodded with a look of determination. The old man continued, "If you insist, Hall Master Yi, this old master will not persuade you otherwise. Please wait a moment." After saying that, his divine sense surged as though he was communicating with somebody else. A long while later, he nodded and said, "Red Cloud's auction house has agreed to your request, Hall Master Yi. Please return to your seat for now." "Many thanks." Yi Jian cupped his fists with a serious expression. Turning around, he bowed in the direction of room A3. "Madame Lan, this you would like to apologize in advance. Please don't take offense at my following actions." The proprietress stared at the stage calmly before she suddenly whispered, "Brat, you've met a real challenger. You'd best prepare for some heavy bleeding." "What do you mean?" Yang Kai had yet to understand what was going on. At that moment, Yi Jian returned to room B2 and immediately shouted, 40 million! After hearing that shout, Yang Kai finally understood what the proprietress meant. Yi Jian had increased the price by 5 million open heaven pills in one go. This not only required great courage, but also immense wealth. Moreover, he had never increased the price by such a large margin before when he placed his bids previously. It was almost as though he was a different person altogether. Hence, Yang Kai felt his teeth hurting. The old man on the stage lifted the space ring in his hand up high. "For your information, Hall Master, he has just pledged an item to the auction house. Please forgive this old master for not disclosing the value of this item. However, Hall Master Yi has the ability to bid and provide payment." He provided an explanation because he was worried that other people might misunderstand. The price of the auction item was terrifyingly high after all, so he might be suspected of deliberately driving the price up otherwise. Yang Kai slowly let out a breath and gazed towards room B2 pensively. The space ring in that old man's hands contains the item that Yi Jian pledged just now. Just what did he pledge for him to have the courage to raise the price by 5 million in one go? More importantly, where is his bottom line? He might have over 1 billion open heaven pills in his possession, but he did not wish to waste his money for no reason. If only I knew Yi Jian's bottom line, then I can minimize my losses to the best of my abilities. Unfortunately, I don't even know what item he pledged. How can I figure out his bottom line? Hall Master Yi placed a bid of 40 million. Are there any others with a higher bid? The old man shouted. Yang Kai considered for a moment and cautiously threw out a bid. 41 million. 45 million. Yi Jian followed up without hesitation. Yang Kai was stunned. The proprietress commented, "There is a difference between a disciple and a son after all. It looks like Yi Jian is determined to compete with you." Teng Wang's disciple required the Heavenly Yuan seal, stabilizing pill, as did Yi Jian's son. It was just that Teng Wang pulled out of the competition when the price reached 35 million. On the other hand, Yi Jian was still stubbornly trying to win. It was obvious that he loved and cherished his son deeply. Also, he believed that his son would definitely advance into the 6th order open heaven realm as long as he had the Heavenly Yuan seal, stabilizing pill. Why else would he be so fixated upon this item, even if they were father and son? Why don't you discuss with him to each pay half? You take the pill recipe while he takes the spirit pill. I'm sure he won't reject your offer. The proprietress suggested. Yang Kai considered for a moment before shaking his head. The Heavenly Yuan seal, stabilizing pill, has never appeared before. In order to refine this spirit pill, the results will be different if I can study a finished product first. Once the spirit pill falls into his hands, it will be difficult for me to research the spirit pill again. There is no other way then. With the spirit pill in hand, the hopes of refining a Heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pill would increase significantly. Although it would cost him a lot of open heaven pills, this investment was undoubtedly worth the money. 46 million. Yang Kai raised the bid once more. 50 million. Yi Jian's voice trembled slightly. Even if he could afford to pay this amount, the terrifyingly high price was still heartbreaking. After placing his bid, he added, "Madame Lan, my son is young and foolish. He made a huge mistake and desperately needs this Heavenly Yuan seal, stabilizing pill. Only then will he have the hope of progressing forward. Madame Lan, please listen to my request." The proprietress pretended not to hear and said nothing in response. After all, she was not the one who was participating in the auction. It was Yang Kai. Although she used her identity to scold Teng Wang earlier, it was only her way of helping Yang Kai. How could she say anything under these circumstances? Seeing that there was no response from room A3, Yi Jian felt his heart sinking to the bottom of the abyss. Sure enough, a voice soon came from that direction to place a higher bid. The price was increased by just 500,000. Inside room B2, Yi Jian's expression crumbled, looking like he had aged several dozen years. Beside him, a young man with large eyes and thick brows smiled bitterly. "Father, let's forget it. This price is far too high." Yi Jian clenched his fists tightly. "No, I have not lost. I can still continue." The young man said, "It's enough, father. Even if the item we pledged far exceeds 50 million in value, that is a treasure that belongs to the sect. If the losses we suffer are too high, it will be difficult for us to provide a sufficient explanation when we return. Father, let's stop here." Yi Jian muttered painfully, "I am aware of that. How can I not be? But oh." The young man smiled bitterly. "Don't worry, father. In the worst case, I will simply never advance into the open heaven realm. Who knows? Things might change in the future. There is no need to waste so much money at this juncture, especially since everyone else in the sect also requires a lot of resources for cultivation. You don't need to worry too much about me." Yi Jian opened his mouth to speak, but finally let out a heavy sigh. The old man on the stage called out the countdown. Finally, the bidding for the Heavenly Yuan Seal, stabilizing pill, and its pill recipe came to an end. The auction item was sold at a terrifyingly high price of 5 million open heaven pills. The old man presiding over the auction had maintained a stiff expression on his face throughout, but his complexion was quite ruddy at the moment. He felt as though he had gotten the greatest bargain in the world. This round of bidding also caused countless people to become hooked to the excitement, be it the regular cultivators in the hall or the open heaven realm masters in the private rooms. They had never witnessed such a brutal and unexpectedly complex bidding war before. When the price first hit 20 million open heaven pills, everybody thought that it would be the limit. Who could have known that Teng Wang and Yi Jian would secretly receive funding from others? Thus, the price rose to 30 million. By the time the price exceeded 30 million, everybody thought that it was the end. Who could have expected somebody to appear out of nowhere and forcibly compete with Yi Jian for the auction item? The price was raised to 50 million as a result. Throughout the history of all the auctions in the 3,000 worlds, the only other time an auction could beat this round of bidding in terms of price was when high-rank resources appeared in the world. This was only halfway through the auction as well. The second half of the auction had yet to take place, so who could say what other good things might appear? It might have been that the auction had reached a climax, so the auction house decided to take a short break. During the break, Red Cloud's auction house delivered the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill and its pill recipe over. Yang Kai paid the 5 million open heaven pills and received his items. Nobody had ever seen the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill before, so they were very interested in the item. The jade bottle was passed around between the proprietress, Old Bai, and Yuhi. On the other hand, Yang Kai carefully studied the pill recipe. After some investigating, he was secretly speechless. It was apparently not difficult to refine the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill. He was confident he could refine the spirit pills with his abilities. It was just that many ingredients were required. There were a total of 9 main ingredients. Leaving aside the world source liquid, there were 8 others. In addition, there were a total of 72 kinds of adjuvants, and many were herbs he had never even heard of before. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4222, The Map and the Jade. Yang Kai handed the pill recipe to the proprietress for a look, and after a while commented, "The 72 auxiliary ingredients are quite common. Aside from the world source liquid, the remaining 8 main ingredients are all pretty rare, but they can be found if you are determined to find them. It's just the price won't be cheap." Yang Kai asked, "Proprietress, how much do you think it will cost to refine this spirit pill?" She pondered for a moment. "At least 100,000. The production cost of a heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill was 100,000. That was not inclusive of the failures during the refining process. If the costs of the failures during the refining process were included, then it would double the price at the very least. So it would be 200,000. Naturally, that was just the cost of the other materials, excluding the world source liquid. If the cost of the world source liquid was included, world source liquid had practically gone extinct, as it could only be formed when new worlds were first created. Therefore, the value of something like that could not be measured. In any case, the cost was extremely high. One could not be fooled by Yang Kai's current spending, where he could move several tens of millions at a time. For most cultivators, accumulating open heaven pills was an extremely difficult task. Even third-class great forces could not accumulate more than several tens of millions of open heaven pills with the strength of their entire sect. However, if he could successfully refine the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill, then the price of a single heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill would not be measured in just 1 or 2 million open heaven pills. Just like how Teng Wang was willing to increase the price to 30 million for a spirit pill, not to mention Yi Jian, who was willing to quote a terrifying price of 50 million open heaven pills. Needless to say, this price was only feasible because this was an auction. Moreover, the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill was the only one in existence. The price would not be as high if the spirit pill was mass-produced for sales. Be that as it may, selling the spirit pill for several million was not an issue. Which great force would not have several highly valued disciples? Just by spending several million on a heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill, they could ensure that their disciple had a smooth advancement, which would result in the enhancement of the sect's future hope and strength. Yang Kai's eyes brightened, as though he could see the grand Tao of fortune right in front of him. In addition, if the refinement of this spirit pill were successful, it would be highly beneficial to void land in the future. Instructing you, he to bid at her discretion during the subsequent auctions, Yang Kai picked up the jade bottle and took out the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill. Then he carefully scraped off a layer of pill powder and began to examine it carefully. As time passed, the auction started up again. Yang Kai completely immersed himself in the research of the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill, constantly deducing the refinement process in his mind. He paid no attention to anything else, unable to extricate himself from his research. He did not know how long had passed when he suddenly heard a gasp of exclamation coming from beside him. Unable to help himself, he pulled his mind back to the present and looked to the side. Old Bai was staring at the stage with an expression of shock, almost as though an amazing item had appeared on the stage. Even Yu He and the proprietress looked solemn. Yang Kai frowned, not knowing what was going on. Just as he was wondering about the situation, he heard the old man on the stage say something. "Ladies and gentlemen, you have not misheard. This old master is holding a map of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Although it is not complete, it should cover at least 20% of the entire Blood Monster Cave Heaven's territory. It might be even more. The auction house has made a total of 100 copies of this map. They will be sold in batches of 10 during the auction. The starting price is 500,000 open heaven pills. Please place your bids." The moment the old man finished speaking, numerous voices calling out various bids rang out incessantly from the private rooms. Even the proprietress joined in. Yang Kai was confused. Old Bai is the Blood Monster Cave Heaven part of the 36 Cave Heavens. It had not been long since he first arrived in the outer universe, but it had not been a short time either. There were countless great forces in the 3,000 worlds, so he might not be familiar with most of them, but he had at least heard of each of the 36 cave heavens and 72 paradises. Upon further consideration, he had never heard of the name Blood Monster Cave Heaven before. Old Bai licked his lips and said, "The Blood Monster Cave Heaven is not one of the 36 cave heavens. It is a universe cave heaven." Yang Kai was stunned. Then he immediately exclaimed in a loud voice, "A universe cave heaven!" He had just heard the proprietress mentioning the existence of the universe, cave heavens, and universe paradises. She claimed that a universe cave heaven was the small universe left behind after the death of an eighth-order open heaven realm master, while universe paradise was the small universe left behind after the death of a seventh-order open heaven realm master. There was a high possibility that they contained the wealth of a high-rank open heaven realm master accumulated over their lifetime. Anybody who could encounter one was bound to experience leaps and bounds in their growth. Yang Kai had taken a great interest in this topic when listening to the proprietress' previous explanation, but he never expected that such a lucky coincidence would fall into his lap. Red Cloud's auction house was auctioning off the map of a universe cave heaven. This shocked him very much. If Red Cloud's auction house can produce such a map of the blood monster cave heaven, doesn't that mean that they've already entered it before? Old Bai's gaze was burning intensely. You don't understand. The blood monster cave heaven is an extremely special universe cave heaven in the 3,000 worlds. It is the legacy left behind after the death of an eighth-order open heaven realm master by the name of Blood Monster Divine Monarch. Unlike other universe cave heavens and universe paradises that are concealed from outsiders, the Blood Monster Cave Heaven is a sealed world known across the 3,000 worlds. Moreover, it opens once every 200 years. Any cultivator under the open heaven realm can enter the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. If you are lucky, you can obtain all sorts of precious resources. You might even obtain the inheritance of Blood Monster Divine Monarch. Yang Kai jumped in surprise. The inheritance of Blood Monster Divine Monarch. The small universe, left behind after the death of an eighth-order open heaven realm master, would contain his entire lifetime's worth of assets and his true inheritance. It was only natural that it would attract countless people's attention. Even if he was currently rich enough to buy a country, Yang Kai couldn't help coveting those riches. He was tempted to rush into the Blood Monster Cave Heaven right now to explore the place thoroughly. Although the Blood Monster Cave Heaven has opened countless times since the death of Blood Monster Divine Monarch, and many of the resources have been taken by others before us, there are many who obtained great benefits each time the Blood Monster Cave Heaven opened. It generally resulted in their strength soaring. Calculating the years, the Blood Monster Cave Heaven is indeed about to open again. Red Cloud's auction house planned this all out. The Blood Monster Cave Heaven was about to open, and Red Cloud's auction house suddenly brought out a map for this auction. It was obvious that they were planning to use this opportunity to earn a huge fortune. Yang Kai licked his dry lips. How long before the Blood Monster Cave Heaven opens? Old Bai said, around half a year or so. Yang Kai suddenly recalled something when he heard those words. Glancing at the proprietress, he asked her a question. Proprietress, you previously asked me to wait for half a year for an opportunity. Could it be related to the Blood Monster Cave Heaven? When he asked her to help him keep an eye out for high-rank resources, she had returned a less than optimistic answer. She only told him that he had to wait for half a year for a possible opportunity. Judging by the situation, it was most likely related to the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Sure enough, the proprietress nodded. Somebody once found a seventh-order material inside the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. That place might have what you need. Yang Kai's eyes couldn't help blazing with excitement. Thinking about it again, it was not surprising. That was the small universe left behind after the death of an eighth-order open heaven realm master, after all. It contained all the wealth accumulated by Blood Monster Divine Monarch during his lifetime. What were seventh-order materials in comparison? There might even be eighth-order materials inside. While they were conversing with each other, the first round of bidding for the map of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven ended. The cultivators in 10 of the private rooms had won the maps, though everybody was very restrained in their bidding. The starting price was 500,000 and the final price was only 700,000. Red Cloud's auction house had brought out 100 copies after all, so there was no need to compete too hard. After several rounds of auction, all 100 copies of the map had been sold. The entire process had only taken an hour or so. They were basically sold at prices ranging from 7 to 800,000 open heaven pills each. Yang Kai silently made some calculations. Just from the map alone, Red Cloud's auction house obtained a profit of close to 70 million open heaven pills. Thus, he couldn't help feeling extremely envious. If Void Land could have such skills one day, then he had nothing to worry about anymore. Right after the map was sold, the old man on the stage took out a piece of jade that was one part of two halves. This is the next item for auction. It might be an array jade. It might also be a key. This jade came from the blood monster Cave Heaven. As soon as those words rang out, the audience was shocked. The auction house had first sold off 100 copies of the blood monster Cave Heaven's map. Then they brought out this jade from the blood monster Cave Heaven to auction. Anybody could tell that the blood monster Cave Heaven was probably about to open. This jade might come from the blood monster Cave Heaven, but nobody knows what it is used for. That is why this old master mentioned that it might be an array jade or even a key. We don't even know what kind of benefits one will obtain after this jade plays its role. Nothing might come from it. It might be a complete waste of money. But what if it turns out to be the key to Blood Monster Divine Monarch Treasure House? Upon hearing that sentence, many people secretly scolded the old man for being a treacherous old dog. He obviously knew that the Blood Monster Cave Heaven contained the wealth accumulated by Blood Monster Divine Monarch throughout his life. The value of his treasure house could only be imagined. It would be amazing if this jade turned out to be the key to the Blood Monster Divine Monarch's treasure house. One unknown piece of jade. The starting price is 1 million. Ladies and gentlemen, please place your bids. The old man had only just finished speaking when Yang Kai immediately shouted, 10 million! Inside the private room, the proprietress and the others turned around in unison to stare at him as though they were looking at a fool. What's wrong? He scratched his nose awkwardly. The proprietress sighed and explained, since Red Cloud's auction house is willing to auction off this jade, then they must have sent their own disciples to test its uses before. It is only after confirming that the jade cannot be used for anything that they are willing to bring it out. How can you start off bidding 10 million? Yang Kai couldn't help looking blank. She teasingly continued, It doesn't matter. You have a lot of money, so you can act as you please. Yang Kai did not understand. What do you mean? She gave him an amused look. You can be willful because you are rich. He was rendered speechless. As if to verify her words, nobody else in the auction house placed a bid, aside from him. The old man waited for 10 breaths and quickly said, Room A3 has placed a bid of 10 million open heaven pills. Are there any higher offers? 10 million going once. 10 million going twice. Congratulations to the gentleman in room A3. The transaction was finalized. Yang Kai nearly spat blood. Only then did he understand that he had been overly eager. Leaving aside whether or not the jade would be useful, even if it turned out to be useful, there was no guarantee what kind of benefit it would bring. It could be said that this was an extremely risky investment, aside from someone extremely rich like him, who would purchase this jade at such a high price. If the price was only 1 million open heaven pills, the other great forces might have been willing to take a gamble. However, he had directly offered 10 million from the beginning. Who would be willing to follow up his offer? The corners of Yang Kai's mouth twitched, but he soon comforted himself in his heart. Who knows? I might be able to obtain something great from this. Even if I don't, well, it's not that expensive. Marshall Peak. Chapter 42-23. Senior Brother Gua. The jade was the final item. The old man on the stage gave a polite speech on the stage, thanking everybody who participated in the once more. Only then did he announce the successful conclusion of the auction. Many of the cultivators in the hall stood up and left. However, the proprietress remained motionless. She simply sat there calmly, as if waiting for something. Yang Kai was puzzled, but did not ask any questions. Instead, he began to take stock of what he had obtained from this auction. He had bid for quite a few things. Aside from the sixth order scarlatine sand and the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill, he purchased many fourth order materials. He also, of course, won the auction for the jade at the end of the auction. While he was researching the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill, he had made a move several times to bid for several sixth order resources. The auction house had delivered those items a long time ago. All in all, he had spent around 150 million open heaven pills. These expenses were not a small sum to other people, but it was within an acceptable range for Yang Kai. Be that as it may, no high-rank resources had appeared even in such a high-end auction, so he couldn't help feeling a slight sense of disappointment. Even the sixth order materials were not many. It could be seen that his hopes of finding the high-rank resources he needed in places like various auction houses were not very realistic. Yang Kai soon finished taking stock of his newly acquired items, and then returned to working on the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill. He had already finished studying the pill recipe, be it in terms of the materials or the refining process. The technique was not very difficult for him. There should be no problem as long as he practiced diligently and overcame a few failures to accumulate experience. At present, he was studying the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill itself. In the eyes of others, a spirit pill was nothing more than a spirit pill that could be consumed and used for different purposes depending on the medicinal efficacies it contained. However, for an alchemist, a finished spirit pill contained an extensive amount of information. An accomplished alchemist could even deduce the pill recipe for refining a particular spirit pill just from studying a finished spirit pill. They might not be able to decipher everything, but it was not difficult to deduce an almost complete pill recipe. Although Yang Kai was devoted to the martial Tao, he also had deep attainments in the alchemic Tao. Now that he had the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill and its pill recipe in hand, he could learn many things from these two items. He placed the bit of pill powder that he scraped off from the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill earlier into his mouth and savored the taste carefully. His expression changed continuously. From time to time, he would suddenly frown or show a look of epiphany. His mind was racing like crazy, creating sparks from the collision of his thoughts. An hour later, he finally pulled his mind back to the present with much greater confidence in his ability to refine the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill. At this moment, the door opened all of a sudden. The old man with a stiff expression who presided over the auction just now pushed open the door but did not enter the room. He simply stood at the entrance of the room while stretching his hand out in a polite gesture. "Madame Lan, please come this way." The proprietress was not surprised and simply nodded lightly before standing up. Afterwards, the old man turned around and led the way. Yang Kai followed behind the proprietress and asked curiously, "Where are we going?" The proprietress didn't even turn around as she sent a divine sense transmission to him. "Didn't you want to find some high-rank materials? We're going to try our luck. But I can't guarantee whether any high-rank materials will appear or whether you can obtain them even if they do." He was stunned. "What do you mean?" She said, "So many mid-rank Open Heaven Realm masters came today. Did you really think they came here just for that auction?" Upon hearing those words, Yang Kai immediately realized that the situation earlier was strange indeed. Some good stuff had appeared in the auction, enough that they could even cause the mid-rank Open Heaven Realm masters to compete for those resources. Even so, most of the people in the private rooms had not made any bids from beginning to the end. Aside from the second to last round when they bid for the map of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, they mostly remained as nothing more than spectators throughout the entire auction. Most of the Open Heaven Realm masters in those private rooms came from various far-flung, great territories, with some being trillions of kilometers away. There was no need for them to put so much effort into coming here just to end up as a spectator, right? If they're not here for the auction, then what are they here for? He wondered. The proprietress replied, they only joined the auction to take part in the excitement since they were already here. They are actually here for the exchange meeting after the auction. An exchange meeting. Yang Kai raised his brow at those words, gaining a vague understanding of the situation. There are many who obtain treasures but do not have a use for them, nor do they wish to put them up for auction. Even if they obtained open heaven pills, they would still need to go out and search for the items that they really need after all. As such, they prefer to exchange items with each other in private. For example, if I need a 6th order earth element treasure but only have a 6th order fire element treasure, I can trade with somebody else during this exchange meeting. Since both items are 6th order materials, their prices are pretty similar. In this way, the exchange can be carried out and everybody is happy with the exchange. I got it. Yang Kai nodded. But you should not get your hopes up. High-rank materials are hard to find. Even if they appear, you might not get your hands on them. Yang Kai grinned. The only thing I fear is that they won't appear. If they do appear, then I will get my hands on them, even if I have to use money to beat them into submission. The theoretical price of a 7th order material was around 150 million open heaven pills. Naturally, that was just in theory. If one were to include a premium for its rarity, it was acceptable for its price to range from 170 to 180 million. Would those people refuse to sell if Yang Kai threw out 200 or 300 million open heaven pills at them? In any case, those were open heaven pills he won through gambling. It was not heartbreaking to spend them. Thus, Yang Kai was secretly looking forward to the exchange meeting. Under the old man's guidance, the group of 4 passed through several corridors and came to a secret room. There were quite a few people already waiting inside, and they were clearly the open heaven realm masters who sat in the private rooms during the auction earlier. When those people saw the proprietress, many of them nodded at her lightly. Inside the secret room, everybody was randomly seated. There was a large table in front of them, and several platters of spirit fruits were placed there to enjoy. The seating arrangements formed a circle with a 1-meter-high platform placed right in the middle. The platform was made entirely of flawless white jade. Madame Lan, please make yourself comfortable. The old man spoke briefly before turning around to leave. He was probably going to invite others to this place. The proprietress led Yang Kai and the others over to an empty spot and sat down before taking a look around. There were already quite a few open heaven realm masters inside the secret room. Some of them were alone, while some of them arrived with several people in tow, just like the proprietress. Yang Kai also saw many Emperor Realm cultivators like himself, looking around curiously, just like him. These Emperor Realm cultivators were probably the juniors or disciples of the Open Heaven Realm Masters. They were probably using this opportunity to learn more about the outside world. While he was looking around his surroundings, Yang Kai saw 2 familiar figures. It was a man and a woman, one young and one old. They were none other than old Zhou and Luo Sha of Azura Heaven. Thinking about it again, it was not strange. Red Cloud's auction house and Azura Arena both had establishments in Thousand Birds Territory Star City. It was only natural that they were invited to participate in an auction here. In Thousand Birds Territory Star City, these 2 were not the only businesses belonging to first-class great forces. Wind and Cloud Auction House was an industry of wind and cloud paradise. Gathering Virtue Emporium was an asset of 9 Stars Paradise, and even 100 Refinings Hall was supported by one of the paradises. At this moment, the representatives of these first-class great forces gathered inside this secret room. Old Zhou of the Azura Arena smiled and nodded at Yang Kai. Yang Kai returned the greeting with a bow. Yu Luo Sha was looking at Yang Kai with a complicated expression, but she also nodded in greeting. There was no hostility in her demeanor. Rather, her fighting spirit was burning. Thus, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a sense of respect for this woman. He believed that she would definitely achieve great things in the future. The previous battle had not affected her martial heart negatively in any way. Instead, it became the driving force for her to strive to become even stronger. There was no sign of Peibu Wan anywhere, as he probably lost everything the other day, so he did not have the money to participate in this exchange meeting. During this waiting period, countless people kept entering the secret room, found seats, and sat down. All of a sudden, a middle-aged man with a golden crown on his head appeared at the entrance. He was dressed in luxurious robes, and the aura around him was extremely powerful. A tall girl with picturesque features followed behind him. Her cultivation was not high. Like Yang Kai, she was only in the Emperor realm. Her intelligent eyes studied her surroundings with great curiosity, giving her an ethereal feeling. Many young juniors couldn't help glancing in her direction with a look of admiration and adoration on their faces. Likewise, Yang Kai glanced over in that direction just in time to see the middle-aged man leading the tall and slender girl in their direction. The middle-aged man arrived not far from him within a few steps. The proprietress stood up and gave an elegant bow. "Senior brother Gua." Old Bai also respectfully greeted the middle-aged man. "Greetings, Senior Gua." Surprised, Yang Kai and Yu, he hurriedly got to their feet. Judging from the tone of the proprietress and by Chi's voices, they seemed to be familiar with this middle-aged man, surnamed Gua. Their relationship also seemed to be rather intertwined. Otherwise, the proprietress would never address the man with the title Senior Brother. It had to be said that most mid-rank Open Heaven Realm masters were the ones to greet the proprietress first when they encountered her. After all, the order of etiquette also served to represent the level of their respective statuses. In other words, this man, surnamed Gua, was more powerful than the proprietress. Yang Kai was secretly speechless, judging by the way the proprietress addressed this man. Could it be that they had a senior brother-junior-sister relationship with each other? Senior brother Gua smiled slightly. "Junior sister Lan, there is no need to be so polite. Please take a seat." After saying that, he took the lead and sat down. Only then did the proprietress return to her seat. He then said, "It has been several dozen years since we last saw each other. You have a noble bearing, as usual, junior sister Lan. It is truly gratifying." She replied with a slight smile, "Many thanks, Senior Brother Gua. You are as handsome as usual." He laughed. "I've gotten old. I can't compare with the younger generation anymore." Suddenly, he turned to look at Yang Kai with a measuring gaze. Then he narrowed his eyes and asked, "Isn't this the boy who defeated Yu Luo Sha in the Azura arena?" Yang Kai suddenly had the illusion that he was being stared at by the ancient, ominous beast under that measuring gaze. For a moment, he felt as though he was being crushed under the pressure of a dozen mountains and could barely breathe as a result. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4224. What the hell do you count for? Fortunately, that terrifying pressure soon dissipated into nothing, almost as if the feeling just now had been nothing more than an illusion. Yang Kai bowed. "Greetings, Senior Gua." "Yes, it's very similar." Senior Brother Gua nodded repeatedly. Yang Kai was taken aback. He didn't quite understand what those words meant at first, but he soon understood. Senior Brother Gua was referring to his appearance. It was the reason why the proprietress had taken such good care of him in the past, as well as why he addressed him as young master. Apparently his appearance was very similar to that of the proprietress' younger brother, Lan Tingyu. One's appearance was determined by the heavens, so he was unable to change anything about his appearance. Besides, there were trillions upon trillions of living creatures in the 3,000 worlds. It was not surprising that some people would look similar to each other. Yang Kai did not feel that his appearance had caused him any trouble. Rather, it could even be said that it had brought him great luck. If not for that, how could a humble person like himself become acquainted with somebody like the proprietress in this vast universe? They might look alike, but they are two different people. The proprietress smiled softly. "I was very shocked when I first met this brat." Senior Brother Gua gently nodded. "Once this matter is over, let me bring this boy back to meet the old man. His aptitude is not bad. If he is personally taught by the old man, he will surely have great accomplishments in the future. The old man. The proprietress' expression changed slightly. Is that what he wants? Senior brother shook his head in response. The old man has not heard about this yet. I only just learned about it myself when I arrived here. Her expression became gloomy and uncertain as she glanced at Yang Kai worriedly and shook her head. Senior brother Gua, this boy does not belong to First Inn. If you wish to bring him back to meet the old man, you will have to ask him for his opinion. Not part of First Inn. He seemed a little surprised by those words. Yang Kai was a little confused by the flow of the conversation. He did not know who this old man they were talking about was, but a person who could be addressed so formally by two Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters could not be a trivial person. Senior Brother Guo laughed. Since he does not belong to First Inn, then there's no need to ask you. He turned to look at Yang Kai and continued, Kid, do you have any interest in joining Xian Yuan Cave Heaven? Xian Yuan Cave Heaven. Yang Kai was shocked. Each of the 36 cave heavens and 72 paradises were extremely famous. They had more than one great territory under their command, were known as first-class great forces in the 3,000 worlds, and every one of them was led by high-rank open heaven realm masters. Out of all of them, Xian Yuan Cave Heaven was ranked in the top 10 even among the 36 cave heavens. Yang Kai had long since guessed that this person by the name of Senior Brother Gua came from a very powerful background. There was a high possibility that Senior Brother Gua came from one of the 36 cave heavens or the 72 paradises. It wasn't until this moment that Yang Kai learned that he belonged to Xian Yuan Cave Heaven. Did that mean that Xian Yuan Cave Heaven was the great force behind First Inn? Why else would the proprietress and Senior Brother Gua address each other as Senior Brother and Junior Sister? Senior Brother Gua said, The aptitude of you, Luo Sha from Azura Heaven, is pretty amazing. The fact that you can defeat her in one move must mean that your aptitude is even more impressive. An aptitude like that is enough for you to join Xian Yuan Cave Heaven. What do you think? If you are interested, you can follow me back to Xian Yuan Cave Heaven once this matter is over. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. If a cave heaven had tried to recruit him when he first arrived in the 3,000 worlds, he might have joined them eagerly without a second thought. That way he could enjoy the cool shade under a big tree after all. Backed by such a powerful force like Xian Yuan Cave Heaven, his future would be very promising. He wouldn't even need to worry about his cultivation resources. He would only need to ask his elders for what he needed, and somebody would immediately satisfy his needs. Unfortunately, the current Yang Kai was no longer the same person who just arrived at the outer universe. He was now in charge of Voidland and had more than 600,000 people under him. What would happen to Voidland if he left? Besides, his path to becoming a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master would most likely be cut off halfway if he joined Xian Yuan Cave Heaven. The proprietress once mentioned that only those disciples with excellent aptitudes who were born into and grew up in the various cave heavens and paradises had the qualifications to achieve the high-rank Open Heaven Realm directly. That was because the cave heavens and paradises had no need to worry about their loyalty. However, who would dare to allow the birth of a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master if they were an outsider? What if that person cultivated to the level of a 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master? Who could suppress them then? Especially somebody like Yang Kai, who only joined as a disciple halfway through. Nobody could guarantee his loyalty towards the sect. After considering all this, Yang Kai vaguely realized something. He had exposed his identity in the Azura arena. So many people probably had their eyes on him now. Senior Brother Gua was just one of those people. It was only because he was an old acquaintance of the proprietress that he took the lead to try and win Yang Kai over. If I agree to join Xian Yuan Cave Heaven, I will only be allowed to achieve the 6th Order Heaven Realm at most. I will never be allowed to achieve the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm. Yang Kai turned to look to the side, and sure enough, the proprietress was staring at him in anxiety and worry. He made up his mind seeing that, and carefully said, "Many thanks for your praise, Senior Gua. Unfortunately, this junior has too many obligations to fulfill and must regretfully refuse your kindness." Senior Brother Gua became livid upon hearing those words. His stern and majestic eyes suddenly transformed to become a bottomless abyss, almost as though he wanted to drag Yang Kai's soul into them. "I can't believe this." Senior Gua immediately turned hostile the moment we disagreed. "He truly is subject to shifting moods." Yang Kai trembled for a moment, feeling his Tao seal vibrating uncontrollably. Sparks danced in his vision as he grit his teeth and shouted, "Senior Gua, are you trying to silence the witness to your crime?" He originally hoped to cause a scene large enough to attract the attention of the people around him so that this Senior Gua would be more mindful about taking action. This was Red Cloud's auction house's territory after all, so he would not be allowed to do whatever he wanted. To Yang Kai's surprise, though, his voice never came out. His mouth opened and closed like a goldfish stranded on land, making him look extremely funny. "Senior Brother Gua." The proprietress let out a sharp cry. All of a sudden, the terrifying pressure disappeared. The power that was tugging at Yang Kai's soul and Tao seal also vanished without a trace. He came back to his senses and saw Senior Brother Gua looking at him with a smile, almost as though what he experienced earlier was all an illusion. But cold sweat drenched his entire body, and he knew that what he felt just now was not a figment of his imagination. "Your appearance is similar, as is your attitude. I just hope that the path you walk won't be that similar." Senior Brother Gua uttered that sentence meaningfully. "Otherwise, the ending that will befall you won't differ much either. Junior Sister Lan, you don't wish to see history repeating itself, right?" The proprietress' expression was extremely dark as she snapped, "Senior Brother Gua, please mind your own business. I will take care of this boy myself." "That would be for the best." He nodded. "It took a lot of effort for the old man to settle that matter for you in the past. You wouldn't want to cause trouble for him again, right?" Rubbing his chin, he abruptly changed the subject. "Speaking of the old man, I suddenly remembered something. When the old man brought the golden crow's carcass back, he was muttering about how most of the essence from its body was missing for some reason. It's obvious now that it was the doing of this brat." Only then did Yang Kai finally realize who the old man's senior brother kept mentioning was. The golden crow's carcass had fallen into the hands of the owner behind Firstin, an old man known as C2 Kong. Before handing the golden crow carcass over, Yang Kai had absorbed most of the golden crow's true fire and to condense his fire element power. He originally thought that he had been very secretive about what he did, but who could have known that his actions had been noticed so quickly? Judging by the current situation, C2 Kong belonged to Xian Yuan Cave Heaven, and first and was indeed backed by the powerful force. The proprietress spoke firmly. "Please don't speak nonsense, Senior Brother Gua." Senior Brother Gua sneered. "I was just speculating. What are you so nervous about, Junior Sister Lan? Even if it is true, the old man failed to notice the issue on the spot. So you don't expect him to come after this brat after so long, right? What would come of the old man's pride? At his age, what he cares about the most is face. He would not do something that would slap himself so terribly." His expression turned cold and his voice became solemn. "There is no evidence regarding this matter, but is your intention to take down the Golden Rainbow Province and the Boundless Altar? Or is this also this senior brother talking nonsense?" She replied calmly, "What are you talking about, Senior Brother Gua? This junior sister does not understand." He turned to look at her. "Don't give me that nonsense. These two great forces held a grudge against you in the first place. It was only because the old man and the other great forces intervened in the past that this matter was settled calmly. Not too long ago, you caused another huge ruckus. Did you think you could hide the truth?" Do you think you can still stand here alive if the old man had not intervened again when you killed Yun Zhenhua of Wind and Cloud Paradise? She looked at him leisurely. What do you know, senior brother? He said, even if Yun Zhenhua provoked you first, you should not have killed him. He belonged to Wind and Cloud Paradise, after all. In the end, the old man had to clean up your mess again when you killed him. She became angry. Are you saying they are the only ones who can attack me and I can't defend myself? What kind of logic is that? He retorted, with your strength as a sixth order open heaven realm master, running away would be a piece of cake for you. Why should I run? They dared to provoke this great ant. In that case, this great ant will dare to slice off their necks. I will cut down every single person they send after me. I'll see just who in the 3,000 worlds would dare to provoke me again, she said furiously. He slowly shook his head, stop causing so much trouble and manage first and properly. She stared at him fixedly. Is that what the old man wants? He replied, it's what I want. What the hell do you count for? She threw a contemptuous look at him. He sighed. The old man is getting on in age. How long more do you think he can continue to shelter you? What will you do when all your enemies come at you simultaneously following his death? Forget your enemies. Many people don't like you even within the cave heaven. Let them come. I'll take the opportunity to settle my grudges against them. She gnashed her teeth together. Damn it. The old man has lived for so long. Why isn't he dead yet? His mouth fell open in shock and he looked speechless. After a long time, he angrily muttered, brainless woman. Then he turned to the tall girl next to him and said, remember this martial Aunt Lon of yours. Don't be like her in the future. Otherwise, you will never get married. Look at her. Even now, nobody is interested in her. That's the reason. The young girl pursed her lips and smiled. On the other hand, the proprietress glared fiercely. Senior Brother Gua ignored the proprietress and pointed at Yang Kai. Don't forget this person's face either. Don't ever become his enemy. You should ask him to rescue you if you are ever in danger. The young girl nodded obediently. Her beautiful eyes stared at Yang Kai seriously for a moment before she replied softly, I've memorized it. Yang Kai was stunned by those words. He did not understand the meaning behind Senior Brother Gua's words. This young girl looked like one of Xian Yuan Cave Heaven's elite disciples at a glance. Also, what kind of danger would she face that he would need to rescue her from? Marshall Peak. Chapter 42:17. Red Cloud's Auction. Red Cloud's Auction House? Yang Kai gently nodded. When will this auction take place? Half a month at the earliest to 1 month at the latest. Bai Qi winked at Yang Kai. Rest assured, the proprietress knows that you will be interested in something like this, so she will surely bring you along with her. But it won't be easy for you to find any high-rank materials there. High-rank materials generally do not appear even at an auction of this scale. As far as I can remember, high-rank materials have only appeared in an auction twice over the last 100 years. Both times, people went crazy in an attempt to compete for those resources. Yang Kai said, I am aware of that. Even if there were no high-rank materials, it would be great if there were sixth-order materials. The great emperors were currently cultivating in retreat back in Voidland, so their consumption of sixth-order materials was great. Leaving aside the great emperors, even you, he needed sixth-order materials for her cultivation now. During his journey, Yang Kai passed through several star cities, but only managed to purchase one sixth-order material. It would be best if he could obtain some in the auction. He currently had more than one. 5 billion open heaven pills. So even for sixth-order materials, he had enough to purchase up to several dozen. Unfortunately, a competition of this level would surely be extremely fierce, and it would cost him a lot of unnecessary money. Returning to First Inn, Yang Kai went to the proprietress to inquire about the auction before entering retreat in peace when he learned that it would not be held until half a month later. At present, his cultivation was stuck in an awkward position. He was unable to proceed without suitable resources. However, it was not a problem for him to comprehend the various powers in his body and consume dragon blood pills to further enhance his dragon clan bloodline. He consumed dragon blood pill after dragon blood pill, and though he could not sense any obvious changes in his body, he was certain that his dragon vein was continuously being purified. The golden divine dragon source was also subtly affected by these changes. What left him feeling speechless was that he had been comprehending the wood, earth, and water element powers in his body for so long. But even so, he had failed to gain insight into another divine manifestation like the golden crow casts the sun. The power of a divine manifestation was boundless, and it had always been a power that only those in the high-rank open heaven realm possessed. But Yang Kai had comprehended a divine manifestation as an emperor realm cultivator. He did not dare to claim that there was no precedent before him or that there would not be similar occurrences in the future. But it was still an astonishing feat. It could already be considered a lucky coincidence for him to have comprehended the golden crow casts the sun. Therefore, it was undoubtedly extremely difficult for him to repeat it. Nevertheless, Yang Kai was not discouraged. He would immerse his mind in comprehension whenever he had the time. Even if there were no benefits, it could still be regarded as a kind of accumulation. He believed that these accumulated experiences would lead to qualitative changes eventually. Time passed while Yang Kai was cultivating in retreat, and in the blink of an eye a month passed. Yuhi knocked on the door and entered to inform Yang Kai that the auction was starting. Only then did he stop cultivating, adjusted his clothes, and strode out of the room. The proprietress was waiting for him in the hall, and when she saw him, she nodded lightly and called out, "Let's go." Then she led the way ahead. There were a total of 4 people on this trip. The proprietress was the leader, followed by Yuhi, Yang Kai, and Bai Qi. Although their numbers were few, except for Yang Kai, who was in the Emperor realm, the other 3 were in the 5th order open heaven realm and above. It could be said to be a very powerful lineup. Along the way, they passed through numerous bustling streets and came to the entrance of a shop within an incense stick of time. There was a plaque above the entrance of the shop with the characters "Red Clouds Auction House" written on it in shining gold. Yang Kai looked up and saw that the characters seemed to contain a mysterious power, constantly twisting and changing in his eyes. It was very mysterious. A chill gripped his heart as he realized that this plaque must have been written by an extremely powerful open heaven realm master. These words most likely contain the martial truth of that master. It was not harmful, but it gave off a profound feeling. There was no doubt that this was one of the ways for Red Cloud's auction house to demonstrate its strength and heritage. Beneath the plaque, numerous cultivators of Red Cloud's auction house hurried back and forth to guide the people participating in the auction into the auction house with bright smiles on their faces. Before the 4 of them could arrive at the door of Red Cloud's auction house, somebody greeted the proprietress. Yang Kai glanced in that direction and discovered that the person was a mid-rank open heaven realm master. As for what order that person was in, he could not infer from the situation. The proprietress seemed to be very friendly with the other party, so she smiled and exchanged a few pleasantries. Meanwhile, Yang Kai looked around and was secretly surprised. In such a short time, he saw many mid-rank open heaven realm masters entering the auction house with their followers or their juniors. Some did not have obvious auras, while others displayed wanton arrogance. There was no shortage of masters in the 5th order and 6th order open heaven realm. This discovery both shocked and delighted him. Yang Kai was shocked that the auction had attracted so many masters to this place, and these people were only the ones that he saw. There were probably more that he did not see. On the other hand, what delighted him was the presence of so many masters. It could only mean that a lot of good things would be offered during the auction. Why else would these masters travel for billions upon billions of kilometers from various great territories to come here? The proprietress was very well connected, and she immediately greeted several masters in a very short time. They lingered around the entrance for a full incense stick before the proprietress led their group inside. Under the guidance of a young maid working in the auction house, they stepped into a private room. The private room was not that big, but it was more than enough to accommodate 4 people. On the other hand, Yang Kai was a little stunned as he gripped his space ring in his hands. He had spent 26 million to buy a 6th order scarlet Een sand, but that was because it was an Een element material. Een element materials were much rarer, so their prices tended to be on the higher side. Most 6th order resources were worth around 17 or 18 million. Thus, he originally believed that he had a promising chance of obtaining the echoing, thunder, purple bamboo. Who could have known that the old man of Red Cloud's auction house would not choose him? It would seem that it was not a pricing issue. Rather, the Divine Fire Union probably offered something that the old man was more interested in. The first transaction had gone smoothly, and the old man stepped down from the platform after a few polite words. A figure immediately flew up and stood on the platform. It was a petite woman. She bowed with a bright smile and lightly parted her red lips to speak. The value of what this mistress wants to exchange is not that great. Please excuse me, senior brothers and senior sisters. While saying so, she took out her item. Yang Kai looked up and his eyes immediately brightened. What she had taken out was a bug-like thing with a fiery red body that was slightly more than a palm length long and as thick as an arm. When his divine sense swept over this item, Yang Kai could even sense the vitality coming from it. This worm was a living creature. A 10,000-year fire silkworm. If fed properly, it will produce a 10,000-year fire silkworm chrysalis every 10 years. The order of the fire silkworm chrysalis is uncertain. It might be 3rd order, 4th order, or 5th order. There is even a possibility it will be 6th order. It all depends on your luck. The woman looked down with a smile. She was smiling so brightly that her eyes were crescent-shaped. This mistress would like to exchange this item for a few 5th order resources. The attributes are not limited, and the number is, naturally, the more the better. She stuck her tongue out playfully. The people below immediately showed interest in this item. The 10,000-year fire silkworm was extremely rare. If one could get their hands on it, then they could harvest an open heaven material every 10 years in the future. Although the order was uncertain and completely based on luck, the winning factor lay in the fact that it was continuous. There would always come a time when it would produce 5th order and 6th order materials. In the short term, this would definitely be a huge loss. But in the long run, it would be a money-making business. It was just that this kind of item was not suitable for individuals. After all, the investment was bound to be big and the break-even cycle was very long. On the other hand, it was very suitable to become part of the heritage of a great force. Yang Kai was also rather interested in this item. Void land might have a divine medicine, like the gourd vine, that could continuously produce 5th order materials. But there was no means of producing 3rd order, 4th order, or 6th order resources. If he could bring this 10,000-year fire silkworm back with him, then it would help offset this deficiency. Junior sister, what does the fire silkworm eat? Someone asked. She turned to look in that direction and smiled. Naturally, it eats items of the fire attribute. It eats anything in the fire attribute and is not a picky eater. Does it mean that the more valuable the food we feed it, the higher the order of the silkworm chrysalis produced? Theoretically, that should be the case, but it also produced a 5th order silkworm chrysalis when I previously fed it with some broken fire crystals and fire jades. On the other hand, it only produced a 3rd order silkworm chrysalis when I occasionally fed it with some 1st order or 2nd order fire element materials. This fire silkworm is very naughty. Many thanks, junior sister, for clearing up the confusion. The speaker cupped his fists. A few other people also asked some questions, and she answered all of them one by one. There were some questions that she herself had never encountered before, so she could not provide any answers. A short while later, everybody made their bids. Yang Kai also handed over the space ring that contained the 20 million open heaven pills from the previous round of bidding after consulting the proprietress' opinion. Quite a few people were interested in this fire silkworm, so the woman received more than a dozen space rings in total. After checking through the rings, she kept only one of them and returned the rest. What left Yang Kai feeling speechless was that he had not been chosen either this time around. The price of 20 million open heaven pills was definitely not a low price. Since the other party did not select his space ring, then it could only mean that she was more interested in the other bids. Judging from this situation, it would seem that open heaven pills were not omnipotent. It was true that mid-rank open heaven realm masters also needed open heaven pills, but in comparison, they seemed to value various cultivation resources even more. This discovery left Yang Kai feeling speechless. He originally hoped to throw a huge sum of open heaven pills to bid for the high-rank materials he needed if they appeared here. Who could have expected this situation? It stood to reason that he would definitely succeed if he was willing to harden his heart and throw out 100 million open heaven pills in the transaction. However, he was not a fool. How could he possibly make such a money-losing move? He secretly felt that this method of transaction was hugely advantageous for the person standing on the platform. That was because the bidders had no idea what the bottom line was like for the others. There was no way to tell what kind of item the others were offering in exchange, so there was no way for the bidders to up their offer. On the contrary, it would maximize the interests of the person standing on the round platform. Even if the bids offered were unsatisfactory, that person could simply choose not to trade with the others. There would be no loss for either party. The woman's 10,000-year fire silkworm was successfully traded. After she stepped off the platform, many others consecutively stepped onto the platform. They would first display the items that they wanted to trade, then put forward their own requirements before waiting for the others to bid for their item. Most of them managed to trade their items for other items that they wanted. There were also some whose requirements were too high or too niche, which naturally led to the failure of their request. Martial Peak, Chapter 4226, 7th Order. Primordial Yang, Profound Ginseng. Yang Kai even saw somebody driving up the prices. That person ultimately held on to 2 space rings. Then he told the owners of the 2 space rings that he was very interested in the items inside these 2 space rings, but could not choose between them. He also mentioned that it would be great if one of them could add a little something to the bargain. As a result, his remark egged the 2 owners of the space rings to quickly add more to their offer. As time passed, master after master stepped onto the stage, and the exchange meeting proceeded in an orderly manner. In this exchange meeting, each person would only have one chance to take the stage during each round. Even so, some people would choose not to go up the stage. Hence, one round quickly ended in less than 4 hours, even though there were so many open heaven realm masters present. When the second round began, fewer people went up the stage to trade. Yang Kai watched the entire process with great interest, and even got hooked on the excitement. This exchange meeting was much higher end than the earlier auction. Many precious materials appeared one after another. Aside from cultivation resources, there were also some pills and precious treasures. The experience greatly opened his eyes. Furthermore, the cultivation resources that appeared in this exchange meeting were at least in the 5th order. Even 6th order materials could be found everywhere. The sight of these resources absolutely dazzled him. Those participating in this exchange meeting were mid-rank open heaven realm masters, after all. Nobody would bring out low-rank materials and invite the scorn of others upon themselves. All of a sudden, a tall, straight-backed, fair-faced, and beardless middle-aged man stepped onto the stage. Looking around, he cupped his fists in greeting. Yang Kai immediately recognized this person as Yi Jian of Thunderclap Hall. Thus, he could not help gnashing his teeth in secret. He had hoped to win the bid for the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill and its pill recipe for slightly more than 30 million open heaven pills during the auction earlier. It was this person who kept raising the price until it reached 50 million open heaven pills, forcing him to spend an extra 20 million open heaven pills for no reason. 20 million open heaven pills was practically equivalent to the price of a sixth-order material. It was an unmistakably huge loss. During the first round of trading, Yi Jian had already been on the stage once to trade for a sixth-order material with another open heaven realm master. For him to go up the stage once more showed that he had a lot of good stuff on hand. Under everybody's gazes, he took out a long box. The box was as white as jade. Moreover, it exuded a hint of coolness the moment it appeared and enveloped the entire secret room with a slight chill. The box was around the length of half an arm and the width of 4 fingers. There were mysterious patterns continuously surfacing and changing on the box. It was very mystifying. Heavenly Een Jade! Somebody suddenly exclaimed. The expressions of the others in the room stiffened abruptly at those words, and their gazes instantly became scorching. Brother Yi sure is extravagant. I can't believe he made a mere box out of fifth order, Heavenly Een Jade. Only then did Yang Kai know that this clean and flawless jade box was also a fifth-order material. It was most likely a Een element treasure. Otherwise, it would not have given off such a cool feeling when it was brought out. Just this jade box alone was extremely valuable. There was no telling what was placed inside that jade box. The proprietress suddenly reached out and nudged Yang Kai. What you are looking for may have appeared. What? Yang Kai was so stunned that he could not react for a moment. She gestured towards the round platform with her mouth. On the round platform, Yi Jian smiled slightly and responded to the person who spoke earlier. You have a good eye, Brother Zhao. That's right. This is a jade box made from fifth order, Heavenly Een Jade. However, what this he wishes to exchange this time is not this jade box, but what is inside. Saying so, he formed several hand seals before light flashed at his fingertips and flowed into the jade box. Then, the jade box slowly opened to reveal the item inside. Everybody looked in that direction with great interest. The item inside the jade box was a ginseng that was as thick as a baby's arm. The ginseng roots were dense, and one could tell that it was very old at a glance. Moreover, this ginseng had already begun to take a humanoid-like form. A ginseng like this was undoubtedly in existence among the ginseng kings. That was not all. The entire ginseng was a strange pale gold in color and exuded a strong yang element power. It was a yang element ginseng king. Yang Kai felt his entire body stiffening in shock and his heart pounding wildly in his chest. His eyes seemed to have grown roots in the way he stared fixedly at the ginseng king. Many restrictions had been placed on the ginseng king with numerous peculiar forces, sealing the yang element power that it was exuding from its body. Even so, these forces were unable to completely seal the yang element power away. So bits of it constantly clashed with the power of the Heavenly Een Jade. While everybody was still in shock, Yi Jian's voice sounded once more, a seventh-order primordial yang, profound ginseng in exchange for some sixth-order cultivation materials. If there are any interested parties, please place your bids. Yang Kai's heart pounded even harder than before, and his lips went dry. His brain buzzed with a loud humming sound, leaving only the words seventh order echoing around in his head. His gaze was fixed intently on the primordial yang, profound ginseng, and he could barely hold back the urge to throw his head back and laugh madly. A seventh-order yang attribute material. This primordial yang, profound ginseng, is a seventh-order yang attribute material. It really appeared in this exchange meeting. During the first round of trading, he had not seen anything he really wanted. Hence, he had already given up hope. Who could have known that his wish would come true during the second round of trading? Forcefully composing himself, Yang Kai secretly gashed his teeth. I have to obtain this seventh order, primordial yang, profound ginseng, no matter what. Who knows when I will come across another chance like this if I let this opportunity slip through my fingers? Whilst he was being absent-minded, a series of whispered discussions rang out in the secret room. Many people constantly released their divine sense to investigate the authenticity of the seventh order, primordial yang, profound ginseng. Some of them even revealed a fanatical look. Yang Kai observed the situation around him and felt his heart sinking downward. Looks like there will be many competitors, but regardless of how many competitors there are, I have to obtain this primordial yang, profound ginseng. A gaze landed on Yang Kai from the side. Feeling the gaze, Yang Kai turned to look to the side and saw Senior Brother Gua smiling at him. Senior Brother Gua's expression became extremely meaningful when their eyes met. Yang Kai felt his heart thumping loudly. This guy isn't planning to get in my way, right? Senior Brother Gua's previous words had been filled with the intention of recruiting and threatening. It was obvious that he knew Yang Kai was in need of seventh order materials. Yang Kai was not worried even if Senior Brother Gua tried to get in his way. It was just that he did not know how much money he would need to pay for no reason now. Nonchalantly withdrawing his gaze, Yang Kai began pondering how much he had to bid in order to impress Yi Jian. Generally speaking, cultivators would never exchange high-order materials for materials in a lower order. That was because high-order materials were much harder to obtain. However, the Thunderclap Hall that Yi Jian belonged to was just a second-class great force. The strongest master in Thunderclap Hall was only in the sixth order open heaven realm, and there were no existences in the seventh order. Therefore, this primordial yang, profound ginseng, had little practical value to Thunderclap Hall unless one of them could advance into the seventh order open heaven realm in the future. As such, it was more practical to exchange it for some sixth order materials that could be used for cultivation purposes. Yang Kai suddenly recalled something. During the auction earlier, Yi Jian had pledged an item to Red Cloud's auction house. Afterwards, he had significantly increased his bid. From the looks of it, the item he pledged earlier had been the primordial yang, profound ginseng. A seventh order yang attribute material would be worth 200 million at least. Its value might be even higher than that, which certainly could give him enough confidence for his actions. If he had ruthlessly decided to continue bidding for the Heavenly Yuan Seal, stabilizing pill, the price might have been raised to 100 million between him and Yang Kai. Fortunately, he decided to back down when it was only 50 million. Judging by the situation, he either did not wish to waste so many open heaven pills, or the primordial yang, profound ginseng belonged to the entire Thunderclap Hall, and not just him alone. Recalling the previous auction, Yang Kai's eyes shone brightly. He secretly came up with a plan. Coincidentally, the proprietress also secretly sent him a voice transmission at this time. Her idea happened to coincide with his own. The reason Yi Jian bid for the Heavenly Yuan Seal, stabilizing pill, was out of consideration for his son. Yang Kai had already noticed the young man with thick eyebrows and large eyes standing beside Yi Jian. Their appearances were not that different from each other, so he was probably Yi Jian's son. Yi Jian's willingness to spend 50 million to bid for the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill showed just how much he cared for his son. It would certainly catch his attention if Yang Kai used the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill to trade with him. Needless to say, the value of a Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill was far from that of the primordial yang, profound ginseng. Be that as it may, Yang Kai could make up for the difference. He originally planned to investigate the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill thoroughly later. But now that the primordial yang, profound ginseng had appeared, he could not afford to care so much. In any case, he had already scraped off some pill powder earlier, which was enough for research purposes. The moment the thought came to mind, he immediately stuffed 200 million open heaven pills in addition to the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill into a space ring. He was about to hand the space ring over when he decided to stuff another 20 million into the ring just to be on the safe side. It was not suitable for an Emperor Realm Jr. like Yang Kai to make such an offer. Even though all the cave heavens and paradises were basically keeping an eye on him by now, it was still too eye-catching for a mere Emperor Realm cultivator to participate in the transaction of a seventh-order material. Hence, he immediately handed the space ring to the proprietress for her to trade on his behalf. Following a brief moment of shock and discussion inside the secret room, those who were interested in trading for the seventh-order materials had already taken out their cards. Yang Kai looked around and saw that not many people were participating in the trade. There were only a dozen or so, while the rest were merely spectators. Yang Kai quickly understood the situation. Those who were participating in this trade were the representatives of the cave heavens and paradises. They were backed by first-class great forces with high-rank open heaven realm masters who could put these seventh-order materials to good use. There were many open heaven realm masters from various second-class great forces, but none of them could use the seventh-order materials. Therefore, there was no point in trading for it. As expected, Senior Brother Guo also handed a space ring over. The proprietress turned to glance at him, and he returned her look with a smile. Yang Kai instantly got a bad feeling. He was becoming more and more certain that Senior Brother Guo was going to cause trouble for him. Thus, he couldn't help worrying about his gains and losses. Should I have added even more open heaven pills? 220 million open heaven pills in addition to the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill. It's certainly an amount on par with or higher than the seventh order primordial yang profound ginseng. But who can say what the other bidders are offering? Right now, I can only hope that Yi Jian really cherishes his son. That is the only way the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill can impress him. With more than a dozen space rings in hand, Yi Jian began to check their contents carefully. He was a sixth-order open heaven realm master, so his temperament was exceptional. The items contained within these space rings were extraordinary, but his expression remained as tranquil as an ancient well. It was difficult for others to guess what he was thinking from his expression alone. On the other hand, Yang Kai was extremely nervous and secretly vowed that he would immediately increase his bid if Yi Jian did not select him. In the worst case, he would just spend even more open heaven pills. It was no big deal. This primordial yang profound ginseng was going to be surnamed Yang today, no matter the cost. Martial Peak, Chapter 42-27. Pandering to one's desires. In front of everyone's eyes, Yi Jian stood on the round platform in the center and carefully checked the space rings in his hand one by one. At a certain moment, he paused and looked up at the proprietress. Even though he concealed his emotions very well, there was not a single person present who failed to notice the flash of joy in his eyes at that moment. The memory of room A3 and room B2 fervently bidding for the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill during the auction earlier was still very fresh. For that reason, many people realized what had happened when they saw his action. First, it had probably offered the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill from the auction just now. This was certainly pandering to Yi Jian's desires. After all, he had been extremely interested in the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill. This spirit pill would certainly be able to catch his interest. For a moment, many people secretly felt a deep sense of regret. They would have also competed for the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill had they known about this earlier. For all they knew, they could have used this Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill as bait to obtain a seventh-order material in exchange. The old man from Red Cloud's auction house smiled bitterly. The one who regretted the most was none other than Red Cloud's auction house. They had brought out the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill for auction. But in the end, Furston was using it against him by making it a bargaining chip to compete for the primordial yang profound ginseng. The old man couldn't help feeling as though he had lifted a stone only to smash his own foot with it. On the round platform, Yi Jian composed himself. He returned most of the space rings, except for two. One of those space rings belonged to Yang Kai, while the other was from an unknown party. Yang Kai was secretly ecstatic upon knowing that he was only one step away from achieving his goal. Yi Jian had held on to the space ring belonging to Yang Kai. That could only mean that the heavenly yuan seal, stabilizing pill, had an impact on him. It could be seen from this incident that he really did cherish his son. Thinking about it, it was not that strange. The young man had condensed sixth-order elements, so he had the hope of advancing directly into the sixth-order open heaven realm in the future. That was not just his desire, it was the future hope of Thunderclap Hall. It was worth the extensive investment. Yang Kai finally felt a sense of relief as the burden lifted from his heart. He had been most afraid that the heavenly yuan seal, stabilizing pill, would not impress Yi Jian. If that was the case, then the 220 million open heaven pills would not have had much competitive ability either. At present, there was only one more opponent left to defeat before he obtained the primordial yang, profound ginseng. But he had to figure out the owner of that space ring before that. Without waiting for Yang Kai to figure out the answer, Yi Jian gave a wry smile from where he stood on the round platform. He cupped his fist slightly at the old man from Red Cloud's auction house. To be honest, between the two rings that this Yi retained, Red Cloud's auction house has provided a better offer in terms of value. Yang Kai was stunned. At the same time, he immediately understood that the other space ring belonged to Red Cloud's auction house. It was not surprising if he thought about it. Red Cloud's auction house had known about the existence of the primordial yang, profound ginseng in advance when Yi Jian pledged this item during the auction. It was easy for them to guess that Yi Jian had brought this item with the intention of participating in the exchange meeting. Seeing as they had known about it in advance, then the auction house would definitely make preparations beforehand. It was only natural for them to bring out something that could impress Yi Jian. On the other hand, the others had to quickly prepare their bids at a moment's notice. It was difficult for them to compete with Red Cloud's auction house. It was only because Yang Kai had pandered to Yi Jian personally that he unexpectedly garnered a chance to stand against Red Cloud's auction house. In other words, Red Cloud's auction house had provided the highest value offer out of all the other bids. However, Yi Jian suddenly turned the conversation around. It is just that Madame Lana first and has something that this Yi is deeply interested in. I apologize, but this Yi will be choosing Madame Lan's offer. The old man from Red Cloud's auction house nodded. You are free to trade with whom you please. Please don't worry about it, Brother Yi. He regretted putting the heavenly yuan seal, stabilizing pill up for auction, and that feeling was only growing stronger. Although the heavenly yuan seal, stabilizing pill, had sold for a high price, seventh-order materials were not things that money alone could buy. The auction this time around was equivalent to giving first in a great opportunity in vain. Then Yi Jian turned to look at the proprietress again and cupped his fist. Madame Lan, this Yi is more inclined to choose your bid, but this Yi has a request. The proprietress nodded lightly. Hall Master Yi, please speak. He continued, Madame Lan, I know that you bought a large number of sixth-order materials during the auction earlier. This Yi wants those sixth-order materials. The remaining deficit can be made up with open heaven pills. What do you say, Madame Lan? She pondered silently for a while until she received a reply from Yang Kai via transmission. That's not a problem. Although Yang Kai was a little reluctant to part with those sixth-order materials, he could not afford to care so much if he wanted to obtain the primordial yang, profound ginseng. Sixth-order materials could be bought at large-scale auctions or exchange meetings like this one, but that was not the case for seventh-order materials. Comparing the two, this amount of sacrifice was worth it. It didn't matter even if he suffered some losses. Good. Yi Jian smiled and nodded. Just when Yang Kai was secretly feeling elated over the assumption that the situation had been settled, he heard Senior Brother Guo's voice coming from the side. Please wait, Brother Yi. This Guo wants to make another bid. On the platform, Yi Jian couldn't help showing a troubled expression. I will be honest with you, Brother Guo. I have my own reasons for choosing Madame Lan. Even if your bid is more valuable than hers, this Yi... Senior Brother Guo smiled slightly. You are free to choose whomever you want, Brother Yi. But you might as well take a look at what I'm offering first. Who knows? You might turn out to be more interested in this Gua's bid. Yang Kai glared furiously at Senior Brother Gua from the side, wishing that he could summon the Azure Dragon Spear and stab the other party to death. I knew this bastard was up to no good. I had the feeling that he was going to get in my way. But I can't believe it really turned out like this. Suppressing the rage in his heart, he sent a divine sense transmission to the proprietress. Is that allowed in this exchange meeting? Likewise, the proprietress scowled. The exchange meeting is all about freedom. Nothing is forbidden. Yang Kai immediately grit his teeth and secretly vowed to himself, in the worst case, I can just throw out all the open heaven pills I have on hand. I have to get my hands on the primordial yang, profound ginseng, no matter what. I don't believe that surnamed Gua can come up with something worth more than 1 billion open heaven pills. On the round platform, Yi Jian nodded after hesitating for a bit. He was not in the position to embarrass Senior Brother Gua in public. In that case, please go ahead, Brother Gua! Senior Brother Gua immediately threw a space ring to Yi Jian. Under Yang Kai's extremely nervous gaze, Yi Jian checked the space ring and immediately frowned. His expression wavered to reveal a look of indecision. Yang Kai's heart sank at the sight. He could tell that Senior Brother Gua's bid had tempted Yi Jian. This bid had nothing to do with monetary value. Rather, it might be what Yi Jian required at the moment. Yang Kai secretly cursed and swore in his heart. He was not sure what offer Senior Brother Gua had made. Otherwise, he could have countered the offer. Yi Jian smiled bitterly. Brother Gua, this is extremely troubling. While speaking, he raised his head and glanced at his son. Senior Brother Gua responded with a small smile. I believe you will make a wise choice, Brother Yi. Yang Kai seriously felt like punching that surnamed Gua at the sight of the latter's smug expression. However, the more triumphant Senior Brother Gua looked, the more uneasy he felt. Based on his observation, the interval that Yi Jian's eyes were lingering on Senior Brother Gua's ring was becoming longer and longer. In other words, he seemed to be more interested in trading with Senior Brother Gua. The situation is bad. Yang Kai's heart sank. He was just about to ask the proprietress to increase his bid when he suddenly sent him a stealthy transmission. Her message startled him for a moment. Then his eyes lit up. He had only been thinking about the difference in value between his bid and Senior Brother Gua's bid. Thus, he completely forgot the reason as to why he won the bid by surprise in the first place. The bid offered by Red Cloud's auction house had clearly been more valuable, but Yi Jian had still chosen to trade with him. That was because he had offered something that Yi Jian desperately desired. If it were anybody else, they could only use this method once, even with the heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pill in hand. However, he could use that very method one more time. It was fortunate that he had reminded him about this, or else he would have forgotten that he still had a certain useful item in his possession. He immediately prepared his bid and secretly handed a space ring to the proprietress along with a transmission. The proprietress turned to glance at him, but did not ask further questions. She simply said, Hall Master Yi, I wish to increase my bid as well. Yi Jian was currently caught in a dilemma and at a loss for what to do. Therefore, he quickly replied when he heard those words, Madame Lan, please go ahead. She tossed the space ring Yang Kai had passed to her over to Yi Jian. At the same time, she turned a meaningful look toward Senior Brother Gua, one filled with a look of authority and confidence. Senior Brother Gua scratched his nose and turned to the side, seemingly feeling rather guilty. This is... On the platform, Yi Jian let out an exclamation of shock after he checked the contents of the space ring. He widened his eyes that were blazing with excitement. Everybody looked in his direction, feeling curious about what was contained inside the space ring. Unfortunately, they could not tell. Consequently, their curiosity gave them an itch in their hearts that they could not scratch. Even the proprietress did not know what Yang Kai had handed to her. Judging from Yi Jian's expression at this moment, it was obvious that he had obtained something incredible. Otherwise, how could a sixth order open heaven realm master lose his composure like this? Ha 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 ha. Yi Jian suddenly threw his head back and laughed wildly. It's true that the heavens will always leave open a path. Good. Very good. While saying so, he immediately tossed the space ring belonging to Senior Brother Gua back to its owner and cupped his fist. Brother Gua, forgive me. This Yi has decided to choose Madame Lan's bid. For your information, this Ye's choice is not a matter of value. It's just that Madame Lan's bid is something this Yi desperately needs. The audience went into an uproar. It was not until this moment that they learned something shocking. Even though Madame Lan had increased her bid, what Senior Brother Gua offered was still more valuable. It could be seen that Senior Brother Gua had offered a fortune in this trade. Even so, it was still not enough to win off Yi Jian. Just what did Madame Lan offer for Yi Jian for him to be willing to give up on such huge benefits? Beside the proprietress, the extremely nervous Yang Kai clenched his fists and let out a great sigh of relief. There was an obvious look of glee and excitement when he met Yuhi's eyes. Although the handover had yet to be completed, Yi Jian's response indicated that the primordial yang profound ginseng was as good as his unless somebody else could come up with an offer that would impress Yi Jian even more. It was just that the possibility was extremely unlikely. Senior Brother Gua held his space ring and pondered for a while. Nevertheless, he was pretty carefree and did not continue to cause further trouble. He simply smiled and said, "Congratulations, Brother Yi." "Many thanks. Many thanks indeed. Ha ha ha." Yi Jian's expression was radiant. He was unbelievably happy, which made many people watch him curiously. Now that he made his decision, he no longer hesitated and immediately traded with the proprietress. According to Yi Jian's previous request, Yang Kai took out all the sixth order materials that he had purchased during the auction, then calculated the remaining deficit in value so that he could use open heaven pills to make up the difference. In less than an instant, the handover between both parties was completed and everybody involved was happy. The proprietress nonchalantly put the primordial yang profound ginseng away, as though nothing had happened. In the meantime, the exchange meeting continued. It was just that the rest of the transactions were much more muted following the trade of a seventh order material. Yang Kai was so happy that he felt like he was floating among the clouds. He couldn't wait to enter retreat in order to refine the primordial yang profound ginseng, so he no longer had any mood to participate in the exchange meeting. Approximately 2 hours later, the exchange meeting finally ended and many of the open heaven realm masters got up and dispersed. Marshalled Peak, Chapter 4228, Refining the Yang Element. The group of 4 from First In said their goodbyes to the old man of Red Cloud's auction house under the leadership of the proprietress. Yang Kai walked along the streets in a good mood, trying hard to suppress his excitement. Old Bai turned to look at Yang Kai. "Laugh if you want to. Why do you have to hold it in so painfully?" Yang Kai immediately burst into laughter, causing other people to look sideways at him repeatedly as though thinking that this person had problems with his head. The proprietress pursed her lips. "I'm very curious about what you added into your bid at the ending that made Yi Jian so happy that he immediately decided to trade with you." Yang Kai shook his head lightly. "Proprietress, you are so beautiful and intelligent. Why don't you take a guess?" She reached out and flicked a finger at his forehead, angrily. "Are you trying to test me?" To which he replied unhappily, "Proprietress, I'm an adult. You can talk, but you should not resort to violence so often, okay?" The moment the words left his mouth, her leg flew out from under her skirt to kick him in the calf. He immediately staggered and lost his balance. For a moment, he grimaced in pain and clutched at his leg while hopping around in agony. She smiled lightly. "You first used the heavenly yuan seal, stabilizing pill, to impress Yi Jian. That's what made him choose you. Judging by his actions, he cherishes his son, Yi Ziying, very much. Otherwise, he would not have declined the offer from Red Cloud's auction house. I'm guessing that the item you offered at the last moment was also something that will be useful for Yi Ziying. Yang Kai and he looked at each other. Then Yang Kai gave the proprietress a thumbs up. Yi Ziying's problem is very simple. It's a case of forcibly condensing sixth-order elements despite not having enough aptitude, which caused his Dao seal to become unstable as a result. He will face a huge risk during his advancement. While the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill can alleviate this situation a little, it cannot guarantee that he will succeed in his advancement. In that case, what you brought out can also increase the success rate of his advancement. While saying so, the proprietress smiled slightly, but precious treasures that can increase the success rate of advancing into the open heaven realm are extremely rare throughout the vast universe. Normal people will never get the opportunity to come across these items. Nevertheless, you have one such item in your possession. So, I'm guessing that it is probably world source liquid. There was a slight pause, after which she frowned deeply. That's not right. The Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill is a spirit pill refined from world source liquid, so they will have the same effect. Moreover, the effects will be stronger with the refined spirit pill. If I were Yi Jian, I would not have been interested in world source liquid since I already have the Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill in my possession. After all, these things do not work under the principle of the more the better for a cultivator. Under the premise that the Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill works, world source liquid will not further improve the success rate of Yi Ziying's advancement. Yang Kai nodded. It's not the world source liquid. Has proprietress ever heard of the divine Dao water? Divine Dao water. She was taken aback by those words and stared at him in astonishment. You actually have divine Dao water in your possession. She was very well informed, so it was only natural that she knew about divine Dao water. The divine Dao water that he possessed was something Zhu Jiuyin had given to him in the grand ancient ruins boundary in order for him to strengthen his Dao seal. Back then, he had used around a dozen drops to fortify his Dao seal to its limit, but he still had some remaining. It was the perfect item to trade with Yi Jian for the primordial yang, profound ginseng. Yi Ziying's Dao seal is unstable. Compared to the Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill, the effect of the divine Dao water will be more suitable for his situation. The proprietress was enlightened by the realization. No wonder Yi Jian lost his composure and laughed so heartily. So that's how it is. Then she glanced at him again. You brat. You sure obtained quite a lot of good stuff in the grand ancient ruins boundary. Yang Kai just grinned meaningfully in response. Old by side. Now that Yi Ziying has the divine Dao water to strengthen his Dao seal, all his worries have been eliminated. Furthermore, he also has the Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill to aid in his advancement into the open heaven realm. It looks like Thunderclap Hall will have an additional 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master in the near future. The proprietress nodded. Thunderclap Hall has always been one of the top second-class great forces in the first place. Once Yi Ziying becomes a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, the strength of Thunderclap Hall will soar once more. Not to mention, Yi Ziying is different from Yi Jian. He advanced into the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm directly, so he has the possibility of growing into an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master in the future. He will be much stronger than his father. Bai Qi was very envious. Thunderclap Hall is flourishing now. Yi Jian sure received a great bargain. Similarly, Yang Kai was also very envious. Thanks to him, Yi Ziying would now have a bright and promising future. When will I be able to advance into the open heaven realm? I managed to obtain the primordial yang, profound ginseng, by chance today, so the problem regarding the yang element has been solved. But what about the remaining yin and metal elements? Maybe I should head to Golden Antelope Paradise to try my luck with a metal element treasure. When he first arrived in the 3,000 worlds, Zhang Ruo, she once told him that Golden Antelope Paradise was the only paradise that was open to all cultivators. There was a sealed world inside Golden Antelope Paradise, and any cultivator was able to enter it as long as they were willing to pay a certain entrance fee. There was a high possibility that he could find something like the Golden Blade Yuan Spirit inside the sealed world. The Golden Blade Yuan Spirit was a fifth-order metal element treasure. Zhang Ruo, she also mentioned that one could even find a seventh-order metal element treasure inside the sealed world if they were lucky enough. The reason she knew all this was that she had inherited the bloodline memories of her ancestor. As for how much one had to pay to enter the sealed world, she did not say. It was probably not cheap. On the other hand, it would be difficult to obtain a yin element treasure. Yin and yang materials had always been scarcer and more valuable than those of the other 5 elements. Take the primordial yang profound ginseng that Yang Kai acquired, for example. His initial bid was 220 million open heaven pills, plus a heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill. Although he paid 50 million open heaven pills for the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill and its pill recipe, the true value of the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill was not that high. Even so, judging from the competition between Yi Jian and Teng Wang, the value of the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill could not be less than 20 million. In other words, Yang Kai's initial bid was worth at least 240 million open heaven pills. Be that as it may, the bids from Red Cloud's auction house and Senior Brother Gua were even more valuable than that. Including the 2 drops of divine Tao water that Yang Kai added at the last moment, the total value of his bid was more than 260 million open heaven pills, possibly even higher. If he had only used open heaven pills to bid, he might not have been able to buy the primordial yang profound ginseng, even if he tossed out 300 million open heaven pills. In the end, these items were not things that could be bought just because one had a lot of money. Yang Kai secretly decided that if he failed to gain anything from the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, he would immediately set off for Golden Antelope Paradise. He was going to enter the sealed world to try his luck. The only problem he now faced was that his existence had been exposed to the various cave heavens and paradises. There was no saying whether Golden Antelope Paradise would be hostile towards him. At the moment, he was still far from advancing into the open heaven realm. Therefore, the cave heavens and paradises were not in a hurry to suppress him. They might even entertain the idea of trying to win him over, like what Senior Brother Gua had tried to do at first. In any case, there was no point in worrying about the future. His top priority at the moment was to refine his yang element power as soon as possible. Everybody was aware that Firstin had obtained the primordial yang profound ginseng, so there was no saying what kind of unexpected situation might occur if he did not refine it quickly. After returning to Firstin, Yang Kai immediately asked the proprietress for a secret room and went into retreat. All the barriers in the secret room were activated, and there were 2 sixth-order open heaven realm masters like the proprietress, and he standing guard nearby. Therefore, the defense could be said to be impregnable. In addition, nobody would dare to act recklessly in the Star City under the jurisdiction of Great Battle Heaven. Yang Kai sat down cross-legged and focused his mind. 3 days later, his mind was empty, free from distractions, and as tranquil as an ancient well. Only then did he finally take the heavenly Yin Jade box out of his space ring. A sense of coolness instantly permeated the entire secret room. The heavenly Yin Jade box itself was a 5th-order material. It was worth quite a lot, but it was nothing compared to the primordial yang profound ginseng contained inside. When Yi Jian first brought out the heavenly Yin Jade box, the proprietress had told Yang Kai that what he was looking for had appeared. She had probably guessed that an item held inside a box made from 5th-order material would not be something trivial. It was most likely a 7th-order material. In the end, it turned out that her guess was correct. Yang Kai took the primordial yang profound ginseng out of the jade box and studied the item carefully. He did not know how long the primordial yang profound ginseng had lived, as it had already begun to take on a humanoid shape, which made it look extremely lifelike and vivid. With the roots spread across its entire body, it was as thick as a baby's arm and approximately a forearm in length. Furthermore, it was exuding an extraordinarily pure and potent yang element power. Without any hesitation whatsoever, he took a bite. The taste was ordinary, almost like he was chewing on a normal carrot. There was a sense of crunchiness, but it was nothing special and even tasted slightly astringent. It was hard to imagine that this was a precious treasure he spent 200 to 300 million open heaven pills just to obtain. Yang Kai took a few consecutive bites, but at his third his expression suddenly changed, and he quickly resealed the rest of the primordial yang profound ginseng in the heavenly Yin jade box. Just as he finished doing that, he felt a burst of pure yang element power erupting in his belly. The eruption of power caused his internal organs to shift. Looking inward, he saw that his body was filled with a golden energy. More importantly, that energy was still expanding madly without pause. He had clearly eaten too much. He immediately knew that things were not looking too good for him. Although he had experience refining several high-rank materials in the past, he had never eaten a high-rank material to refine before. It was his first time, and his lack of experience had led to an unfavorable outcome. He immediately fell into a dangerous situation. Even so, he did not panic. If he were a normal cultivator, Yang Kai might have been injured by this mighty yang element power. Fortunately, he had an intrepid physique thanks to his dragon clan bloodline. So how could he be scared of something like this? He immediately adjusted his breathing and focused his mind. Mobilizing his strength, he guided the yang element power that was surging like a tumultuous sea in his body to flow into his Tao seal. At the same time, he separated a thread of his consciousness to circulate the defying yin-yang 5 elements profound universe heart scripture to maintain the stability of his Tao seal. Cultivators had to follow a certain step-by-step procedure when refining the yin, yang, and 5 element powers, in order to maintain the stability of their Tao seals. However, with the defying yin-yang 5 elements profound universe heart scripture, Yang Kai could ignore the specific sequence of elements. The price he needed to pay was that he needed to devote a thread of his consciousness to circulate this secret art at all times. Otherwise, his Tao seal would become unstable and result in endless negative consequences. In the past, he had skipped the metal element power and proceeded to refine his water element directly. He had already separated a thread of his consciousness for that purpose. In the long run, he was required to concentrate on 2 tasks at the same time no matter what he did. Now that he had refined the primordial yang profound ginseng, he would be required to concentrate on 3 tasks at the same time in the future. Fortunately, his soul was very powerful, so splitting his consciousness to do 3 things at once was nothing to him. Even so, it would place a heavy burden on his mind if things were to continue in this state for a long time. At some point, it would probably begin to affect his ability to engage in combat. Under the guidance of his Tao seal, the pure yang element power slowly poured into his Tao seal. The original 4 colors now had an additional faint golden radiance added. The golden color gradually blended into his Tao seal and complemented the other 4 existing colors. It was an extremely mysterious sight to behold. Martial Peak, Chapter 40, 229 Alchemy. After making it through the most difficult part, Yang Kai gradually felt that his stomach was no longer bulging so painfully. He had almost finished refining the yang element power, and the most notable change was that the golden color in his Tao seal had increased significantly. Taking the primordial yang profound ginseng out of the heavenly Yin jade box again, he determinedly took a few more bites. The golden yang element power exploded in his body once more, squeezing his internal organs together painfully. The energy filled his entire body, along with his physique and meridians. It even made his entire body emit a faint golden light. Mobilizing the power of his Tao seal again, he guided the yang element power into it. Yang Kai simply repeated these steps over and over again. He did not know how long had passed, but the yang element power in his Tao seal gradually became saturated, while the primordial yang profound ginseng he spent nearly 300 million open heaven pills to obtain was completely consumed in exchange. When the last bit of the primordial yang profound ginseng's medicinal efficacies dissolved into his belly and the yang element power poured into his Tao seal, Yang Kai suddenly felt an unusual change occurring in his body. He immediately understood what had happened. His yang element had been completed. That meant that there were only 2 more steps left before he advanced into the open heaven realm. Moreover, he had entered the half-step open heaven realm. Generally speaking, a cultivator could call themselves a half-step open heaven realm master once they condensed 5 elements. This was not a realm, but it was undeniable that they could exert more power than ordinary Emperor realm masters. Becoming a half-step open heaven realm master was of great significance to other cultivators. That was because they could look forward to advancing into the true open heaven realm once they reached this point in their cultivation. In addition, their strength would also improve by leaps and bounds. Unfortunately, it was useless to Yang Kai. That was because he was already on par with low-rank open heaven realm masters in terms of strength when he had only condensed 4 elements. Not to mention, he had to concentrate on 3 tasks at once now that he had refined the 7th order yang element power, since he needed to operate the defying yin-yang 5 elements, profound universe heart scripture, at all times to maintain the stability of his Tao seal. Therefore, his strength had not increased by much. It would not end at having to concentrate on 3 tasks at once. In the future, he might need to concentrate on 4 tasks at once upon condensing his yin element. The impact would be greater than what he was experiencing now. Hence, the best solution was for him to condense the metal element power first. That way he could correct the sequence, so that he no longer needed to work so hard to maintain the defying yin-yang 5 elements, profound universe heart scripture at all times. It was just that high-rank resources were hard to come by. Who could say whether he would obtain a metal element treasure or yin element treasure first? After calming down, Yang Kai checked his body and confirmed that there were no hidden dangers. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. A quick calculation indicated that he had taken almost 2 months to refine the primordial yang, profound ginseng. This period of time could not be considered long. If it were any other cultivator, they would likely have taken a year or 2 to complete the refinement process, and that was only if they actually succeeded in the end. It might even have taken them 3 to 5 years to complete the refinement process. Condensing the yin, yang, and 5 elements placed an extremely heavy burden on one's Tao seal after all. If one were overly hasty in the process, there was a high possibility that it would cause unnecessary trouble down the road. Which cultivator would not be cautious when refining their yin, yang, and 5 elements, lest their Tao seal become unable to withstand the internal pressures? Only Yang Kai, who had such a strong foundation and had taken more than 10 drops of the divine Tao water to strengthen his Tao seal to the limit, could ignore such consequences. Yang Kai waved his hand to remove the barriers around the secret room. After a while, the door to the secret room opened. Both Yu He and the proprietress entered together. They must have been waiting outside all this time. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for them to arrive so quickly. The proprietress came to a stop in front of him and glanced at him. "Is it done?" He nodded lightly. She seemed slightly surprised. That was fast. Meanwhile, Yu He did not seem surprised. Yang Kai had taken about the same amount of time to condense his earth element power back when they were in the grand ancient ruins boundary. "What about the items that I asked for?" Yang Kai looked at Yu He. "It's all in here." She immediately held out a space ring. He nodded and accepted the space ring from her. Then he swept his divine sense to check the contents. At the same time, the proprietress placed a hand on his forehead. The power in her body surged silently as she checked the situation with his Tao seal. After a while, she retracted her hand when she confirmed that there was nothing wrong with him. Her gaze was solemn as she stared at him. "Brat, The path you are threading is extremely dangerous. There's a very high possibility that it will lead to your death. Even if your life is not in danger, you will still face countless obstacles in your way. You must consider this matter thoroughly." He just grinned meaningfully, though. "Proprietress, you've warned me about this many times. Since I have these unique advantages, I might as well give it a try. Otherwise, I would definitely regret it for the rest of my life. As for the dangers and obstacles that I will face, I'll deal with them as they come." In the beginning, he had refined the essence of the immortal tree without knowing it. That had given him an extremely high starting point. He later obtained the golden crow's true fire, followed by the earth attribute great dragon's dragon bead. With such powerful heritage and advantages, how could he not strive to advance into the high-rank open heaven realm? It was only natural for people to aim high, just as it was the everlasting logic that water would always flow downward. She nodded lightly and said nothing more. He asked, "When will the blood monster cave heaven open?" She tidied her sleeves and said, "I've already sent people to monitor the changes in the blood monster cave heaven carefully. There has been no news yet. I'm afraid you'll have to wait for a few more months. In that case, I'll have to trouble you to continue keeping an eye on this matter, proprietress. I will continue to cultivate in retreat. Let me know as soon as possible if you receive news regarding the blood monster cave heaven. Don't worry, I will not let you miss this opportunity." She gave him a displeased look, knowing that he had other things to do. She said a few more things before leaving with you, he in tow. Inside the secret room, Yang Kai reactivated the barriers and took a short rest for 2 days to recover from his fatigue. 2 days later, he summoned an alchemy furnace. He took out the space ring that he had given him earlier and the pill recipe of the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill that he obtained from Red Cloud's auction house. He was going to refine the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill. This item was extremely invaluable. Yi Jian and Tang Wang had been willing to place a bid of more than 20 million open heaven pills just to obtain this spirit pill. Once he managed to refine this item, Void Land would never need to worry about cultivation or development resources again. 2 months ago, Yang Kai instructed you to purchase all the necessary alchemy ingredients according to the pill recipe. The Star City in Thousand Birds territory was a large-scale one where almost anything could be found for purchase with some effort. Not to mention, they were backed by an intelligence network of first-in. Acquiring the ingredients listed in the pill recipe had not been hard. At present, the space ring contained enough ingredients for him to refine 200 Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills. The Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill was meant for cultivators in the Emperor realm to consume when advancing into the open heaven realm. Therefore, it was not a high-grade spirit pill. It was just that the main ingredient had gone extinct, causing the spirit pill to be lost with the passing of time. With his alchemy skills, Yang Kai was confident he could refine the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill. However, it was uncertain as to what quality he could produce. He was neither expecting to succeed on his first try, nor to refine a spirit pill with pill veins or pill clouds. It would already be a huge harvest as long as he managed to successfully refine 10% of the 200 portions of ingredients. A short while later, he took out some of the pill powder that he previously scraped off from the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill, extracted a small pinch, and placed it in his mouth to savor the taste. In doing so, he slowly deduced the process of refinement from the medicinal efficacies. All sorts of thoughts flowed through his mind like a shower of sparks. Half a month later, he finally formed a plan in his heart and began warming the alchemy furnace. The Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill could increase the success rate of a cultivator when advancing into the open heaven realm, while World Source Liquid had the same effects. Back then, Old Bai had suffered from interference during his advancement and nearly died as a result. At the time, Yang Kai had used the World Source Liquid to pull him back from the brink of death. In comparison, the Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill, which was refined with world source liquid as its main ingredient, had even stronger effects. Not only did it have the effect of allowing a cultivator to experience the atmosphere of when a world was first born, but it also had the effect of stabilizing their Tao seal. In addition, each Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill only needed 1 drop of the world source liquid. Yang Kai had used 2 bottles of world source liquid to save old Bai's life back then, enough to produce several dozen Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pills. Therefore, world source liquid could not compare to the Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill in terms of the consumption rate either. Half a day later, Yang Kai frowned when he was concentrating on his alchemy. He could smell something burnt coming from the furnace and sighed before stopping what he was doing. When the furnace fire went out, he opened the pill furnace. The burnt smell became even more intense, to the point that it was almost pungent. His first attempt at refining turned out to be a failure. He had failed to grasp the heat at a critical moment, so all the materials in the furnace were ruined. This was perfectly normal, however. Although Yang Kai was quite accomplished in the alchemic Tao, it was still his first time refining the Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill, so he was unfamiliar with the various steps in the process. Still, he did not expect to succeed on his first try and was not discouraged as a result. After a brief rest, he reviewed what he had done wrong and started on his second attempt. Another half a day later, the materials in the second furnace were also scraped as a similar scorched smell wafted from the pill furnace. He did not make the same mistake as he did previously, though. This time he had failed to grasp the right timing for a certain critical step. Alchemy has always been a rigorous process. The slightest error could lead to complete failure. That was also the reason why alchemists were so widely sought after everywhere they went. Likewise, the worth of various rare spirit pills remained highly valued at all times. In the following month, Yang Kai kept attempting to refine the Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill. He built up his experience from his repeated failures, improved his techniques, and mastered the amount of heat required at every step of the process. Every failure would leave him reflecting over his mistakes for a long time, and every mistake he made allowed him to grow further. According to the proprietress' previous estimation, each portion of ingredients would cost almost 100,000 open heaven pills without taking the cost of the world source liquid into account. If the value of the world source liquid was added, then the worth of the spirit pill could no longer be estimated. It would cost at least 1 million open heaven pills. Over this period, Yang Kai had failed more than 100 times. In other words, he had suffered a loss of more than 1 billion open heaven pills. Nevertheless, this kind of investment was worth it, as long as he could successfully refine the Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill. It would turn into a steady stream of money in the future. He couldn't help but think about his Xia Ningchang. Although he was certainly talented to a certain extent in the alchemic Tao, his little senior sister possessed the sacred spirit medicine body that was born for the sake of performing alchemy. If she were here, she would definitely fare better than him. It wasn't until a certain day, 1 month later, that Yang Kai took out a spirit pill from the pill furnace. This spirit pill was no different from the spirit pill that he had bought from the auction house previously. He gently scraped off a layer of pill powder and tasted it. There was not much difference, be it in terms of taste or medicinal efficacies. Yang Kai finally let out a soft sigh, knowing that he had succeeded in refining the Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill at last. It had taken him more than 100 failures and a whole month to successfully refine the first Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill. It had not been an easy feat. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4230, setting out. This was only under the premise that Yang Kai had the pill recipe. Without the pill recipe, he was certain that he could never have refined a similar spirit pill in his life. He had to admit that refining the Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill was extremely complicated compared to other spirit pills of the same grade. Everything was bound to be difficult in the beginning. But now that he had a successful experience in refining the spirit pill, the process would only become smoother and smoother. Likewise, his success rate would surely increase steadily. Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills came out of the furnace, one after another in a steady stream. By the time he finished the ingredients he had on hand, Yang Kai had more than 20 Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills in his possession. Out of a total of 200 portions of ingredients, he managed to produce 20 spirit pills. That meant that he had a 10% success rate. Compared with his initial expectations, the results were barely up to the standard. Be that as it may, it was only just the beginning. Yang Kai had completely scrapped more than 100 batches of ingredients at the beginning without producing even a single spirit pill. It could be said that these 20 or so spirit pills were completely refined out of the few dozen portions of materials left towards the end. Yang Kai firmly believed that his success rate in refining the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill would only increase with the accumulation of experience. During the previous auction, Yi Jian and Tang Wang had raised their bids to more than 20 million open heaven pills in order to compete for this spirit pill. That was only possible since it was during an auction. Not to mention, it was under the premise that this spirit pill was the only one in the world. If Yang Kai were to actually sell this spirit pill, the price of 20 million open heaven pills was slightly on the higher side. Still, according to his estimation, there would be many people scrambling to buy these spirit pills if they were priced at 10 million open heaven pills. Even if a single spirit pill was only sold at 10 million open heaven pills, selling more than 20 of them would mean a profit of more than 200 million open heaven pills. However, Yang Kai had no plans to sell this spirit pill for the time being. The first reason was that everybody knew that world source liquid was the main ingredient to refine this spirit pill. More importantly, world source liquid was extinct in the current world. If he brought these spirit pills out to sell, anybody would be able to guess that he had world source liquid in his possession. Even with first in as a shield, it might attract unwanted attention and greed. Hence, the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill would not be released for sale until Void Land had enough strength to protect itself from external threats. The second reason was that Lang Qingshan and the others had been following him since they were in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. Most of them had condensed quite a few elements, so they were not far from their respective advancements into the open heaven realm. They could use these Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills. It should also be mentioned that Void Land would have a high demand for these spirit pills in the future. In the end, the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills had to first meet their own needs. Only the surplus would be sold to the public. That was also the reason why Yang Kai could not convert these pills into actual financial resources within a short period of time despite having access to such a huge fortune-making operation. In the meantime, Yuhi delivered more ingredients. Yang Kai worked without food or rest to refine Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills. When he saw batch after batch of pills leaving his furnace, he did not feel the slightest sense of fatigue. On the contrary, he became more and more energetic. It wasn't until he had almost accumulated 100 Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills that the tightly shut door to the secret room was opened from the outside without warning. The furnace fire in the pill furnace was affected by this unexpected disturbance and flared up all of a sudden. It was fortunate that Yang Kai quickly suppressed the flames in time. Otherwise, the herbs in the furnace would have been scrapped again. He turned to look in the direction of the door, only to see he walking in and nodding lightly at him. He immediately understood. The blood monster cave heaven was about to open. She would not have entered the room and disturbed him otherwise. Focusing his mind, Yang Kai finished refining the spirit pill inside the furnace before slowly getting to his feet. Yuhi stepped forward. Young master, Big Sister says that the blood monster cave heaven is showing signs of opening. She asks that you prepare to set off immediately. He nodded and strode out of the room. While walking, he asked, "Where are Guaziyan and Lang Qingshan?" "They have all returned." After exiting the secret room, Yang Kai came to the backyard where he immediately saw Guaziyan and the others standing in 2 rows. Every one of them was motionless and relaxed, but their entire bodies exuded the chilling sense of killing intent. When they noticed Yang Kai, they cupped their fists in unison. "Sir!" Their combined voices were thunderous, and the aura they gave off was extremely impressive. Yang Kai swept his gaze over them and noticed that their exposed skin was covered in countless injuries. Lang Qingshan even had a hideous scar that ran across his face, looking like a centipede baring its fangs fiercely. The wound stretched from his forehead and slanted downward to disappear around his lower jaw. Although Yang Kai did not know what caused Lang Qingshan's injury, he could tell that it had almost cost him his life. Ever since arriving at Thousand Birds Territory Star City, Guaziyan, Lang Qingshan, and the others had been participating in the Azura Arena's battles. Hence, they had experienced countless life-and-death fights over the past few months. The battles in the Azura Arena did not prevent casualties from happening, so every battle was fought with their lives on the line. Lang Qingshan was originally born with handsome looks. With the addition of this scar, his appearance suddenly became less handsome and more intimidating instead. The same was true for the others. Compared to how they were just a few months ago, they had all grown quite a bit. They resembled wild beasts that sprang out of the barren mountains and forests, ready to attack at any time. Yang Kai grinned. It looks like everybody had an exciting time over the past few months. Life-or-death battles were always the best catalyst for growth. He himself had crawled out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, so he had a deep understanding of this. Lang Qingshan and the others had pretty good aptitude, and under his vigorous training, they were bound to have a bright and promising future ahead. It was just that they lacked the experience of surviving against all odds in desperate situations, as well as the courage to fight without regard for anything else in order to survive. The few months of fighting in the Azura Arena had been enough to fully bring out their hidden potential. Compared to before, the strength of these people had definitely improved greatly. They had been little-known figures before they arrived at Thousand Birds Territory Star City, but now they were all listed in the heaven, earth, and mortal rankings of the Azura Arena. Guaziyan cupped his fists. "Sir, you urgently called for us to come back. Do you have orders for us?" Yang Kai replied, "The Blood Monster Cave Heaven is about to open. I'm planning to go on a rampage there. You can join me if you wish. If not, you can remain behind and continue your training in the Azura Arena." The Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Guaziyan raised his brow in surprise. Similarly, everybody else's eyes lit up at those words. The fact that the Blood Monster Cave Heaven was about to open was not a secret. Rumors regarding this matter had been flying around the Star City for the past few months. They might have been fighting day and night in the Azura Arena, but it was not surprising they had also heard about it. It was just that they had no idea when the Blood Monster Cave Heaven would open or what kind of qualifications were required for them to enter. They never imagined that Yang Kai called them for the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Thus, they immediately became excited at the prospect. Fighting in the Azura Arena was certainly a worthwhile experience, but that was also the case for the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Lang Qingshan said, "I've heard that elite cultivators from great territories all over the 3,000 worlds will swarm into the Blood Monster Cave Heaven every time it opens. This is a grand event that involves the entire outer universe." The shaved-headed man chuckled. It might have been dangerous if Open Heaven Realm Masters were to participate, but only Emperor Realm cultivators are able to enter, so what is there to fear? "Sir, I'm going with you." The others quickly responded, "I'm going too." Only Emperor Realm cultivators are able to enter. Yang Kai was stunned. He turned to look at Yu He and asked, "Is there such a thing?" The only thing Yang Kai knew about the Blood Monster Cave Heaven was its existence. If the shaved-headed man had not mentioned this prerequisite, he would not have known either. He gently nodded. The Blood Monster Cave Heaven is the small universe of Blood Monster Divine Monarch. It is said that he preserved his small universe in order to choose his own legacy disciple. Before his death, he placed a restriction on his small universe so that no open heaven realm masters could set foot inside. There have been people who tried to force their way in, but nothing good came of their attempts. Yang Kai frowned. Blood Monster Divine Monarch is an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. He may have been amazing in his time, but it's not as if there are no other 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters among the cave heavens and paradises. Are you saying that the restriction placed by a dead man is too difficult for the living to handle? A dead master is naturally inferior to a living one. The proprietress' voice came from the outside. He turned to look and saw her slowly making her way over from the hall. However, Blood Monster Divine Monarch is an extremely decisive and ruthless man. Nothing will happen if his restriction remains intact. On the other hand, the Blood Monster Cave Heaven will immediately collapse the moment his restrictions are broken. In other words, even if somebody were to take great pains to break his restriction, they would never be able to enter the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. So that's how it is. Yang Kai was stunned. It was true that nobody would waste their energy with a restriction like that in place. After all, cracking the restriction left behind by an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master after his death was no easy feat. She continued her explanation. The Blood Monster Cave Heaven only allows those under the Open Heaven Realm to enter for 2 main reasons. The first being that Blood Monster Divine Monarch is looking for his successor. The other being that he wants to prolong the existence of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven as much as possible. Prolong its existence? What does that mean? Yang Kai did not understand. If an open heaven realm is allowed to enter the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, won't they be able to refine and absorb the world force contained within at will? How will the Blood Monster Cave Heaven exist without world force to support it? He was surprised. Does that mean that the world force of Blood Monster Cave Heaven can also be refined and absorbed? She glanced sideways at him. The small universe of a high-rank open heaven realm master is no different from a real universe world. Since the world force of a real universe world can be refined, then why not the Blood Monster Cave Heaven? After giving it some thought, Yang Kai felt that her words made sense. The small universe of a high-rank open heaven realm master was no different from a real universe world. Just like how old ancestor Mo you once targeted the demon realm. The Blood Monster Cave Heaven would have been long gone if open heaven realm masters were allowed to enter. It would not have existed until today. Are you all ready? If you're ready, we can set off now. We will still need some time on the road, and it will be too late if we set off any later. The proprietress called out. Yang Kai turned to look at Lang Qingshan and the others, who cupped their fists at him. We will follow you to the end of the world, sir. He said, let's go then. Today, Firston was closed for business. It even hung up a close sign on its doors. The chef and accountant were standing together in the hall. Luo Hai was also standing next to them. The chef had packed many things. Heavens knew what was inside those bags, but he was holding his kitchen knife in his hand and grinned meaningfully when he saw Yang Kai approaching. Meanwhile, the accountant turned his dead fish gaze towards Yang Kai. You're the slowest, kid. Yang Kai smiled. Are you entering the Blood Monster Cave Heaven too? The accountant said, what's wrong? If you can go, then why can't we? We're also in the Emperor Realm. It's a great opportunity for us to earn some riches. Yang Kai hurriedly cupped his fist. Please take good care of me, senior brothers. The accountant snorted. Brat, don't worry. I will keep you safe inside the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. His reckless attitude seemed to say, below the heavens and above the earth, only I am supreme. The proprietress kicked him in the shin. Blabbermouth. He immediately clutched at his leg and hopped on the spot in pain. Marshall Peak. Chapter 4231. Information on the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Under the leadership of the proprietress, everybody hurried to the void dock. Yang Kai summoned the falling lotus when they arrived, which transformed into a gigantic lotus. Several dozen people entered the ship before it rotated slightly and sped off into the distance. They were not the only ones leaving from this void dock. There were many others besides them. There was an endless stream of flight-type artifacts in all shapes, sizes, and colors setting off at the same time. They departed one after another in a magnificent procession. Yang Kai was dumbfounded by the sight. Are all these people heading to the Blood Monster Cave Heaven? Bai Qi stood next to Yang Kai with a smile. Of course. What else do you think they were doing? Every time the Blood Monster Cave Heaven opens, it becomes a grand event that involves the entire 3,000 worlds. Who would not wish to claim a share of the pie? That is the small universe, left behind by an 8th order open heaven realm master, after all. If they could inherit Blood Monster, Divine Monarch's inheritance, TSK, they would gain glory overnight. Yang Kai looked around in a daze. There were nearly 100 flight-type artifacts just from what he could see, and there were many others that he did not see. There were nearly 1,000 people just from the Star City in Thousand Birds territory alone heading out. So what about Thousand Birds territory as a whole? What about the rest of the 3,000 worlds? If so many people flooded the place all at once, would he be able to find anything good? What if the place was filled to the brim when he entered the Blood Monster Cave Heaven? Old Bai patted Yang Kai on the shoulder with a laugh. Don't worry. Don't be fooled by the number of people here. Not many people will actually be able to enter. At most, only 10,000 will succeed. Why is that? Yang Kai glanced at Old Bai puzzledly. Could it be that there are other requirements to enter the Blood Monster Cave Heaven? There aren't any requirements in particular. How do I put it? Let proprietress explain. At this moment, the proprietress waved her hand and flung out a dozen or so streams of light that shot towards everybody. They immediately reached out and caught the light, which turned out to be a jade slip. She then spoke. The jade slip contains information on the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Read it carefully. The map I acquired from Red Cloud's auction house has also been recorded into the jade slip. Although the map is incomplete, it should prove to be useful still. Who knows? It might save your life at a critical moment. After listening to her explanation, everyone quickly immersed their minds into the jade slip to investigate its contents. Likewise, Yang Kai began reading. This jade slip was probably something the proprietress prepared specially for them. She knew that they were utterly clueless about the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. If they entered the Blood Monster Cave Heaven in their current state, it would be no different from going in blind. But that would change completely now that they had this information. The Blood Monster Cave Heaven would open every 200 years, and several thousand people would enter every time it did. Although many people would die inside, there were also many who survived and came out wealthier than before. It was not surprising for them to bring back some information regarding the situation inside. Something like that was not a secret. The cave heavens and paradises would generally retain the information. It was just that the information was not publicized anywhere. Fortunately, First specialized in collecting information, so gathering this intel was child's play for them. According to the information inside the jade slip, Blood Monster Divine Monarch was proficient in the Tao of Blood and the Tao of Beast Taming when he was still alive. Therefore, there were many blood beasts inside the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. These blood beasts were nurtured by Blood Monster Divine Monarch during his long life. For that reason, they were generally no different from ordinary monster beasts except for a few key points. In general, these blood beasts had strange abilities and ferocious strength, and over the years, most of the cultivators who entered the Blood Monster Cave Heaven would lose their lives to their claws. The strongest blood beasts could compare to low-rank open heaven realm masters in terms of strength. They were existences to be avoided at all costs. After all, the Blood Monster Cave Heaven was limited by a restriction that only allowed cultivators below the open heaven realm to enter. A blood beast with the strength of a low-rank open heaven realm master was basically an invincible existence inside the blood monster cave heaven. The blood beasts were vicious, but there were great benefits to killing them. That was because these blood beasts were nurtured by blood monster divine monarch personally, and were a little different from ordinary monster beasts in the sense that their monster core's attributes were often extremely singular and pure. They were known as blood beast cores and could be used as cultivation resources. According to the classification of order, there were blood beasts ranging from the first order to seventh order, and killing blood beasts of different orders would result in obtaining open heaven materials of matching orders. Yang Kai's eyes lit up at those words. If I can find and slay a seventh order monster beast in the blood monster cave heaven, won't I have the chance to obtain metal and Een element treasures? No wonder proprietress said that the blood monster cave heaven would be an opportunity for me. The only problem was that the strength of a seventh order monster beast would be extraordinary, no matter how singular the attributes of its monster core. It was still in the seventh order after all. Just like the Yuan magnetic divine bottle gourd in his possession, the sixth order Yuan magnetic divine light might have a singular attribute, but it was perfectly capable of dealing with low-rank open heaven realm masters. If that was the case for a sixth order power, then what more need be said about a seventh order power? A seventh order blood beast was definitely in existence on par with or stronger than a low-rank open heaven realm master. I wonder if there are any eighth order blood beasts inside? Blood monster divine monarch was an eighth order open heaven realm master after all, so it would not be strange if he managed to nurture some eighth order blood beasts. Besides, blood monster divine monarch has been dead for so many years now. The surviving blood beasts might have grown stronger since his passing. Regardless of the circumstances, it will be best to proceed carefully inside the blood monster cave heaven. In addition to the threat of blood beasts, the blood monster cave heaven was also filled with ancient traps and restrictions. Some of them had lost their powers over the years due to lack of maintenance, but some of them were still lethal. If these restrictions were activated, one would be heavily injured, even if they were lucky enough to survive. Aside from the blood beasts, the restrictions inside were the second largest cause of death among cultivators. Be that as it may, it didn't matter how powerful the blood beasts were or how amazing the restrictions inside were. Yang Kai knew that what he had to guard against the most were the other cultivators who entered the blood monster cave heaven. As long as there were people, there would be conflict. Compared to the restrictions and blood beasts with low to no sentience, scheming and treacherous people would always be more dangerous. The blood monster cave heaven might be extremely dangerous, but there were also many benefits to be gained. Leaving aside the fact that one could obtain cultivation resources of various orders by killing those blood beasts, the entire blood monster cave heaven itself was filled with numerous cultivation paradises. The blood monster cave heaven was the small universe of blood monster divine monarch. So it stood to reason that blood monster divine monarch's small universe was extremely stable when he was still alive. Unfortunately, it had been many years since his death. Despite the measures he took when he was still alive to preserve his small universe, the effects of time and nature had taken its toll over the years. The small universe was showing signs of instability. The yin, yang, and 5 elements had begun to split apart and accumulate in certain regions inside the universe, cave heaven. That was why it was very likely to come across an area where a certain element was extremely dense inside the blood monster cave heaven. Cultivating in these areas was not inferior to refining resources of various orders in terms of efficiency. In Seven Wonders Land, now known as Voidland, the 7 orchards were located at the places where the 7 powers of yin, yang, and the 5 elements accumulated. It was perfectly suitable for cultivators to cultivate in those areas and condense the powers into their dowseals. It was just that the power in the orchards was a very low order. Cultivating there would only allow one to condense a first-order power. If they did that, in the future, that person could only advance into the first-order open heaven realm. That was why it was rare for anybody to cultivate in the orchards. even among the workers and disciples of Seven Wonders Land. On the other hand, the cultivation paradises in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven were incomparable to the orchards of Void Land. These cultivation paradises could be regarded as the improved and upgraded version of the orchards. Needless to say, what order cultivation paradise one could find was completely based on one's own luck. Yang Kai secretly prayed that even if he couldn't kill a 7th order blood beast, he could find a place where 7th order metal element power and Yin element power converged. That way he could cultivate in those places for a while and condense the powers that he needed. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, he continued reading. A short while later, Yang Kai suddenly looked at the proprietress with a peculiar expression. There are people living in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. The information recorded in the Jade Slip indicated that there were people living inside the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. He couldn't help being surprised by the discovery. The proprietress said, "The small universe of a high-rank open heaven realm master is essentially no different from a real universe world. If monster beasts can live inside, then why can't people? Then these people are... They are the people whom Blood Monster Divine Monarch kidnapped when he was still alive. The prosperity of a universe world depends on the vitality of the creatures that are living in that particular universe world. The more living creatures there are, the more prosperous a universe world becomes. The same principle holds true for small universes. Compared to monster beasts, humans have much stronger spirituality. If they settle down and continuously multiply across the generations, it will deepen the heritage of a small universe. In that way, the strength that a cultivator can exert will also be stronger. It isn't just Blood Monster Divine Monarch. As far as I know, most high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters, if given a chance, will try to raise some humans in their respective small universes." Yang Kai couldn't help thinking of the Star Boundary. After the battle between the Great Emperors and Great Demon God, the Star Boundary had been on the verge of collapse. It had lost most of its auspicious spirit essence. At the time, it was only through the continuous reproduction and development of the remaining survivors that the decline of the Star Boundary was delayed. It would now seem that the existence of living creatures was extremely important to any universe world. Yang Kai soon thought of another possibility and hesitantly asked, "Are there any Open Heaven Realm Masters among the people living in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven?" "You don't need to worry about that." Proprietress laughed. Blood Monster Divine Monarch placed a restriction on his small universe to prevent any Open Heaven Realm Master from entering. In that case, it stood to reason that he would not allow the people living inside to advance into the Open Heaven Realm either. They are only in the half-step Open Heaven Realm at best. It is impossible for them to advance into the Open Heaven Realm. He nodded lightly. "But try not to provoke these people if you can. They are very xenophobic. They call cultivators like you, who enter the Blood Monster Cave, Heaven aliens. It will be troublesome if you are discovered by them." "I got it." Yang Kai responded before he continued to read the contents of the Jade Slip. There was a lot of information recorded, and he couldn't help feeling thankful that the proprietress had gathered all of it for him. Otherwise, he would have suffered badly if he had plunged into the Blood Monster Cave Heaven without knowing anything. The Jade Slip also indicated that the deeper one ventured into the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, the more dangerous it became. It was rumored that there was a Blood Monster Divine Palace in the deepest part of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. That was where Blood Monster Divine Monarch left his inheritance. If he could find that place, he would be able to obtain the entire legacy of an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. The Blood Monster Divine Palace not only contained Blood Monster Divine Monarch's inheritance, but also the entire fortune that he amassed throughout his lifetime. How amazing would the inheritance of an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master be? That was the reason why countless cultivators flocked to this place, not to mention the unimaginable wealth. If nothing else, just finding some 7th Order materials was enough to make a person rich overnight. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4232, blood monster territory. It was just that the blood monster cave heaven only opened once every 200 years. Nobody had ever managed to enter the deepest part of the blood monster cave heaven throughout all these years. So nobody had ever found the blood monster divine palace either. It could even be said that nobody was certain whether the blood monster divine palace actually existed. Yang Kai couldn't help recalling the jade that he acquired for 10 million open heaven pills. That jade was one half of a two-piece jade, apparently. It could be a key, or it could be used to control a particular grand array. It could even turn out to be useless. If the blood monster divine palace really does exist, then will the jade be of any use? He couldn't help but daydream about all sorts of fanciful ideas. An hour later, he finally finished reading and understanding everything that was recorded inside the jade slip. Carefully putting the jade slip away, he asked a question that had been puzzling him. "Proprietress, there are so many people heading towards the blood monster cave heaven. So why are only several thousand people allowed to enter in the end?" He had not found the answer to his question inside the jade slip. The proprietress glanced out at the starry void with a melancholic expression on her face, as though she had recalled something from the past. She answered the question softly. "It's hard to explain right now. You'll understand once we arrive." Then she ran her hand through her hair and languidly called out, "I'm tired. Old Bai, lead the way. Wake me up when we arrive." After saying that, she slipped into one of the rooms and vanished out of sight. Yang Kai looked at her back thoughtfully. Just now, she seemed to have recalled something from her memories. Moreover, it was probably something sad. Otherwise, her mood would not have turned gloomy so quickly. "The proprietress," he glanced at Old Bai with a questioning look. Old Bai sighed. She probably recalled something unpleasant. "The proprietress has also been to the blood monster cave heaven in the past." "Huh." Yang Kai was taken aback. Old Bai laughed. "The blood monster cave heaven opens once every 200 years. It's not strange for the proprietress to have entered that place before, right? I heard that she gained a lot from the blood monster cave heaven. That's how she managed to advance directly into the sixth order open heaven realm." Yang Kai immediately turned to look at Yu-He. Yu-He had known the proprietress for a long time. To his knowledge, the relationship between those two went way back. Therefore, she would know the proprietress' circumstances the best. He gently nodded and looked nostalgic. "It's true that Big Sister and I entered the blood monster cave heaven before. Otherwise, we would never have come this far with our humble backgrounds." The realization struck Yang Kai suddenly. The proprietress came from 9 nether continent. He himself had been there before, and although it was not a bad universe world, it was also nothing special either. It was also not a subordinate world under the control of a powerful great force. Both the proprietress and Yu-He had come from a place like that. Without a chance encounter or a special opportunity, it was impossible for them to advance into the 5th order open heaven realm or the 6th order open heaven realm. Looking at the situation, it was highly likely that the blood monster cave heaven was where they turned their lives around. Following the flow of his thoughts, Yang Kai couldn't help thinking about Lan Tingyu. Lan Tingyu was the proprietress' younger brother. His knowledge of this person was very limited. All he knew was that his appearance was very similar to this person. Furthermore, Lan Tingyu had also tried to advance directly into the high-rank open heaven realm. It was likely that something awful happened to him later. He ultimately failed in his attempt and lost his life for some reason. Yang Kai once wondered where Lan Tingyu managed to secure so many high-rank materials. It would now seem that he had obtained many things from the blood monster cave heaven. Unfortunately, his actions went against the interests of many people. That was why he failed miserably in the end. Lan Tingyu was an example to learn from. It was also what Yang Kai needed to guard against the most. If there came a day when he had to experience what Lan Tingyu once faced in the past, what should he do? The blood monster cave heaven might be extremely dangerous, but it should not pose a problem with your strength, young master. You just need to be careful. There's another thing you need to be wary about. That is, the elite disciples of the cave heavens and paradises. Their individual strength might not compare to yours, but every one of them holds a hidden trump card, he warned. Yonkai nodded. I'm well aware of that. It was not as if he had never interacted with the elite disciples of the cave heavens and paradises before. He had met some of them back in the grand ancient ruins boundary, so he knew that each of them had their own identity tokens. These identity tokens contained a divine ability that their masters or elders had sealed inside for them so that they could use them as life-saving trump cards. The Lotus flew quickly, passing through many territory gates and traveling across many great territories. None of them talked again for the rest of their journey. They were all conserving their strength. Yonkai was meditating one day when the proprietress sent a transmission to him. He immediately got to his feet and headed towards the room she was in. Pushing the door open, he was just about to greet her when he saw that her complexion was extremely pale. Moreover, she was drenched in sweat as though she had suffered a serious injury. Shocked, he hurriedly stepped forward and asked worriedly what happened. The proprietress slowly shook her head. It's nothing. Then she handed a round bead to him. Take this. This is, he lowered his head to look the bead. Although he did not know what it was, he could keenly sense that this bead contained an extremely terrifying power in it. I sealed one of my divine abilities inside this bead. You can summon it when you are in danger. It might be able to save your life. Yonkai stared at the round bead in his hand quietly for a moment before glancing back up at her. The realization struck him immediately. Did you push yourself into such a state in order to create this bead? Sealing her own divine ability into this bead was no easy feat. Even the materials required to produce this bead were not something that could be found anywhere. Otherwise, the disciples of the cave heavens and paradises would not be limited to only one identity token as their trump card. Just by looking at the proprietress' current condition, Yonkai could tell that sealing her divine ability into this bead had consumed a lot of her energy. You fool! He glared at her. I might only be in the half-step open heaven realm right now, but it's not as if you don't know about my strength. More than one low-rank open heaven realm master has died at my hands. No matter how dangerous the blood monster cave heaven is, who can do anything to me? Don't be careless. The blood monster cave heaven is not as simple as you imagine. There is no saying whether you might run into some sort of trouble. It'll be safer with one of my divine abilities protecting you. Although the power that can be summoned through this method is only half of my full strength, it should be more than enough to deal with the power of an open heaven master below the fifth order. Kai did not know what to say to her. A moment later, she handed another item to him and said tiredly, Take this with you too. What is this? He reached out a hand and took the item from her. He discovered that it was an extremely peculiar wooden token around the size of a palm. It looked rather old. Furthermore, there were strange patterns carved into it, like a totem. A favor, she murmured softly. A favor? A favor from whom? He was bewildered. However, the proprietress did not say anything else. She simply said, In any case, just take it with you. Maybe it'll come in handy, maybe not. It's just in case. After saying that, she did not give him a chance to speak again and waved him off instead. Go out. I need to rest. A wave of gentle force wrapped around him and pushed him out of the door. Afterwards, the door of the room closed behind him with a bang. The wooden token and the round bead in his hands felt extremely heavy. Half a month after leaving the Star City in Thousand Birds territory, the falling lotus finally came to a gradual stop. Old Bai, who was in charge of navigating, let out a long breath. We've finally arrived. We've arrived. Yonkai raised his brow and hurriedly took out his universe chart to check their location. A short while later, he was surprised. That was because this Great Territory was known as Blood Monster Territory. Unlike most other great territories, there were no other great forces in this Blood Monster Territory. There wasn't even a single universe, world with any living creatures in it. It could be said that the entire Blood Monster Territory was completely devoid of life. Yang Kai was extremely shocked. It had to be said that it didn't matter which great territory it was, as long as a great territory was labeled on the universe chart. Then there was bound to be many great forces and universe worlds in it. All the known great forces and universe worlds were recorded in the universe chart. Even a great territory as isolated as the one where the star boundary was located was no exception. However, there was nothing recorded in the Blood Monster Territory. How could such a peculiar great territory exist in the world? Seeming to notice Yang Kai's confusion, Old Bai explained with a smile. The Blood Monster Territory used to be no different from other great territories. It also used to have some great forces. Moreover, the number was not small. Yang Kai asked, "Then why did it become like this?" Old Bai replied, "Of course, it's because of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Take a look outside." Yang Kai turned to look outside and quickly discovered a strange scene. There were countless flight-type artifacts weaving through the void as far as the eye could see. There were also some that were motionless in the void like the falling lotus. These flight-type artifacts clearly belonged to the great forces that had rushed to the Blood Monster Territory not too long ago. Aside from these artifacts, there were also many cultivators flying about. They were constantly looking around as though searching for something. What are they looking for? Yang Kai frowned. He walked over and explained gently, "They are looking for the entrance to the Blood Monster Cave Heaven." Guo Miao looked curious. Isn't the entrance to the Blood Monster Cave Heaven fixed in a certain spot? Why do they need to search everywhere for the entrance? This was the same question that was puzzling Yang Kai. He chuckled softly. It's true that the entrance of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven used to be located at a fixed spot in the beginning, but that was a very long time ago. Everybody would only need to gather in front of the entrance and wait for it to open in order to enter the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. It's just that some changes gradually took place over time. What changes? Old Bai answered from the side. The entrance became 2, then 3, then 4. Every time it opened, the number of entrances would increase. At this point, entrances to the Blood Monster Cave Heaven can appear anywhere in the Blood Monster Territory. Guo Miao covered her red lips. Why does that happen? Old Bai sighed. It is said that there are signs of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven becoming more and more unstable. After all, so many years have passed since the death of Blood Monster Divine Monarch. It's amazing how his small universe managed to endure for so long without a master. Even so, it is impossible for it to last forever. The small universe is merging with the void of the Blood Monster Territory. An entrance will appear at the place where the two overlap with each other. Yang Kai revealed a look of realization, so the Blood Monster Cave Heaven will completely merge with the Blood Monster Territory one day. That's what they say. Who knows how much longer that will take, though? Old Bai shrugged, but these changes have made it easier for more people to enter and explore the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. If not for that, did you think the cave heavens and paradises would allow anybody else to meddle with such a wonderful place? At the beginning, the right to explore the Blood Monster Cave Heaven was exclusive only to the cave heavens and paradises. The other great forces were not allowed to participate at all.